Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In Nigeria, elections are often discussed as contests between political parties and candidates. But beyond the campaign rallies and televised debates lies a quieter but decisive force, the electorate itself. Citizens do not only choose leaders, they also shape the quality of leadership that emerges. Across several election cycles, analysts say voter behavior has played a major role in determining outcomes, sometimes more than policy debates or party manifestos. In 2015, for example, widespread voter dissatisfaction with insecurity and corruption contributed to the defeat of an incumbent president. A reminder that the ballot box remains a powerful tool for accountability. However, critics argue that the same electorate that holds power also bears responsibility for some of the weaknesses in Nigeria's democratic system. Low voter turnout is one recurring issue. In the 2023 general elections, turnout fell to one of its lowest levels in Nigeria's democratic history, with millions of registered voters not participating. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, participation rates in some states were below 30%. Political analysts link this trend to growing voter apathy, distrust in institutions, and the belief that votes may not count. In several communities, especially during local government and state elections, reports of vote buying have further weakened public confidence. In parts of the southeast and southwest, during recent cycles, observers documented instances where cash inducements were allegedly used to influence voters at polling units. But the issue is not only turnout or vote buying. Ethno-religious and regional sentiments also continue to influence electoral choices. In some elections, voting patterns have reflected identity affiliation rather than policy consideration. This, observers say, limits the emergence of issue-based politics. Yet, there are examples that suggest change is possible. In Lagos State's 2023 governorship election, youth mobilization through digital platforms significantly increased political engagement, particularly among first-time voters. Similarly, civic organizations such as Yaga Africa and Not Too Young to Run have recorded increased youth participation and advocacy for electoral reform in recent years. Comparatively, countries like Ghana and South Africa show how sustained civic education and stronger electoral trust can improve participation. Ghana's high voter turnout in successive elections is often linked to public confidence in the Electoral Commission and consistent voter education campaigns. Back in Nigeria, experts argue that strengthening democratic outcomes will require a shared responsibility between institutions and citizens. While the Independent National Electoral Commission continues to introduce reforms such as biometric verification and electronic result transmission, the effectiveness of these systems ultimately depends on public trust and responsible citizen engagement. There are also structural challenges. Unemployment and poverty have been cited as contributing factors to vote selling in several rural and urban areas. In some instances, voters reportedly exchanged their ballots for short-term financial relief, a practice that undermines long-term governance outcomes. Several society groups say reversing these trends will require sustained civic education, stronger enforcement of electoral laws, and improved transparency in governance. They also emphasize the role of schools, religious institutions, and media in shaping civic responsibility. Ultimately, Nigeria's democratic trajectory does not rest solely on politicians. It is equally shaped by the choices, awareness, and participation of its citizens. As the country continues to evolve politically, the electorate remains both a mirror and a maker of its democracy.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, Commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV Business Outlook. Coming to you live from Enugu, we open August trading with domestic equities consolidating after a historic July rally. Today, we track shifting sentiment across high-yield fixed income, official forex stability at the Nigerian foreign exchange window, and early harvest trends in the commodities market. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities, where the Nigerian stock market wrapped up trading on Friday, July 31st, 2026, on a slight pullback as profit taking in heavy weights erased early section momentum. The All-Share Index, ASI, shared 78.58 points, down a 0.03% to close at 245,283.68 points, while overall market capitalization settled at 158.33 trillion naira. Aggregate turnover dropped to 692.89 million shares, valued at 44.84 billion naira, executed across 55,357 deals. Avacap led total traded volume following its recent listing, pushing 90.87 million shares. It was followed by Chams, which had 45.80 million shares, and Sterling pushing 37.05 million shares. TIP pulled its weight, pulling 32.41 million shares, and Jaiz Bank pulled 30.16 million shares. And then we see in oil leaders, we see oil and gas major, Seplant dominating total value, generating 16.26 billion naira in turnover. MTN ranked second with 5.42 billion naira, followed by Aradel, which pulled 3.16 billion naira, and First Holding Corporation pulling 3.09 billion naira, and Zenith Bank, yes, Zenith Bank pulled 2.41 billion naira as market value leaders. And then quickly, here are the top 5 gainers. Yes, starting with Eternal Oil. Eternal as of Friday, open trading at 30 naira, closing at 33 naira, making a profit of 3 naira to close on a bullish adjustment of a positive 10%. Conhor PLC, yes, on the Friday trading, opened market at 7 naira 60 kobo to close at 8 naira 36 kobo, pulling a profit of a positive 0.76 kobo to make a bullish adjustment of 10%. Regalins, yes, closed trading at 88 kobo, having open trading at 80 kobo, making 8 kobo in profit to close on a bullish adjustment of 10%. nscdc closed trading at 5 naira 75 kobo, pulling a profit of 50 kobo to close on a bullish adjustment of 9.52%. First Holding Corporation closed at 130 naira, making a positive bullish adjustment of 8.38%, having gained 10 naira 5 kobo on that trading day. And quickly, here are the leggers or the top 5 losers. Yes, where FT Insure, on that note, closed trading at 2 naira 34 kobo, losing 26 kobo to make a bearish dip of negative 10%. Vestal Capital, having open trading at 1 naira 58 kobo, closed trading at 1 naira 43 kobo, losing 15 kobo to make a dip of a negative 9.49 bearish adjustment. Vital Firms closed trading at 179 naira 80 kobo, losing 15 naira to make a dip of a negative 7.70%. TIP closing trading at 28 naira, having open trading at 30 naira, lost 2 naira to make a dip of 6.67%. NACO Insurance closing 155 naira, losing 11 naira, having open trading at 166 naira, made a big dip of a negative 6.63%. And quickly, here is our market outlook. Heading into today's opening bell, market sentiment is expected to remain cautiously optimistic with potential range-bound trading, while Friday's session closed marginally lower due to targeted profit taking in select consumer and industrial names. Resilient buying interest in Tier 1 banking tickers and energy counters suggest underlying strength. Investors are projected to realign portfolios around fundamental earning and interim dividend play as the new month begins. And quickly, let's take a look at the forex market, where the Nigerian Naira closed the final trading section of the month, being Friday, July the 31st, with a slight marginal pullback against the US dollar in the official spot market, while maintaining overall stability across all trading windows. The Naira at the official market depreciated marginally by a 0.18%, losing 2 naira 39 kobo to close at 1,365 naira 12 kobo against the dollar, and down from 1,362.73 kobo recorded in the previous section. Trades were executed within a day's range of 1,350 naira to 1,388 naira against the US dollar. Despite Friday's slight drop, the domestic currency posted a 0.71% gain for July 2026 and remains up 11.01% year-on-year. And taking a look at Naira's performance against other major currencies, British pound the Naira shared a 0.29% to close at 1,840 Naira against 41 kobo against the British pound. And against the euro, the Naira weakened at 0.22% to settle at 1,574 Naira 32 kobo against the euro. And quickly, let's move on to the parallel market or the street market, or what some people call the black market, depending on what you're comfortable with. In the unofficial parallel market, the greenback exchanged in the 1,390 Naira to 1,400 Naira against the dollar band. The premium between the official foreign exchange market, the closing rate, and the parallel market remained narrow at approximately 25 to 35 Naira, underscoring sustained liquidity supply and structural convergence across windows. Now quickly, here is our market projection for today. As financial markets reopen today, the Naira is projected to trade within a tight range band corridor of 1,360 Naira to 1,375 Naira against the US dollar. The key drivers for the week will include foreign portfolio investment inflows, crude oil revenue, and potential liquidity injection by the Central Bank of Nigeria to meet corporate demand at the turn of the new month. And quickly moving to the energy market, here speaking to the global crude oil benchmark, where Brent crude closed Friday down 1.1% for the section at $89.79 per barrel, easing after volatile weekly range that saw prices reach midweek highs near $93.31. Despite the late week pullback triggered by brief pauses in Middle East hostilities, Brent secured a strong monthly gain of over 22% for the July 2026. The key market drivers here is one, geopolitical risk premium, where supply disruption concerns through the strategic Strait of Hormuz continue to anchor prices, maintaining a geopolitical premium of roughly 23% above baseline levels. Another factor is the OPEC plus supply policy. Markets are observing the planned unwinding of voluntary cuts by 7 OPEC plus member states, which adds 188,000 barrels per day to global supply starting this month, August 2026. Another factor is refining margins and spreads. Fiscal crude inflows remain tight, while downstream refined products like diesel and gasoline continue to outperform crude, widening refining margins globally. Another factor here is the WTI differentials, where West Texas Intermediate closed Friday at $84.12 per barrel, keeping the Brent WTI spread at a narrow $5.67 per barrel. And quickly to our markets outlook for today. When trading opens this morning, Brent crude is projected to consolidate within a $88.50 to $91.50 per barrel channel. Near-term price action will remain hypersensitive to regional security updates around Gulf shipping lanes, weekly inventory projection, and the initial market impact of OPEC plus August production increase. And quickly to our markets outlook, speaking to the Nigerian commodities market, where the domestic commodities market reopens today with mixed sentiment across grain markets, industrial cash crops, and precious metals trading on the AFES Commodities Exchange and the Lagos Commodities Futures Exchange. Paddy rice trades at 370 naira per kilogram, that's 370,000 per metric ton, driven by steady off-taker demand from regional commercial millers. White and yellow maize trades at 420 naira per kilogram, while yellow maize holds at 430 naira per kilogram, supported by feed meal demand despite early grain harvest inflows from southern regions. Soybeans and Shogun. Yes, soybeans trade at 700 naira per kilogram, while Shogun stands at 320 naira per kilogram. And quickly, taking a look at export cash crops. Cocoa, speaking to the one from Kogi and Southwest origin, holds strong at 6,200 naira per kilogram amid elevated global supply constraints, while dry ginger, coming from Kaduna, trades at 10,300 naira per kilogram. And taking a look at solid minerals and gold, the Eco Gold coin stands at 140,000 naira per gram, tracking broader safe haven demand in international bullion markets. And quickly looking at the primary market drivers, early harvest supply inflows, the ongoing arrival of early maize and vegetable harvest in southern farming belts is providing minor relief to spot prices, though transport and logistic costs continue to maintain an elevated price floor. Another factor that is driving the market is the industrial agro-processor demand. Consumer goods manufacturers and commercial livestock operators are actively forward contracting grains on exchange platforms to lock in raw material volumes ahead of late Q3 industrial inventory build-up. Another factor here is the exchange rate convergence. Relative stability in the foreign exchange market has moderated input costs for inflation for imported fertilizers and agrochemicals, stabilizing production cost projection for the main harvest season. Quickly to the market outlook for today. Trading across local commodity exchange floors is expected to remain firm and volume-driven. Grain contracts, speaking to paddy, rice, and maize, will likely see tight range-bound price action as early harvest supply is absorbed quickly by institutional off-takers. Export-oriented commodities, particularly cocoa and SMCs, are projected to hold their price premium, driven by international trade linkage and sustained port-bound shipment schedules. And quickly, here is our market advice before we leave. Especially for Nigerian investors, we are urging you to move idle cash. Keep liquid funds in money market mutual fund yielding daily interest rather than low yield saving accounts. And again, we urge you to focus on quality yields. Stick to tier 1 stocks with track records of double-digit dividend yields and positive earning growth. And finally, we are urging you to reinvest dividends immediately to maximize long-term portfolio growth. Yes, reinvest dividends as soon as you get them to maximize long-term portfolio growth. And here is a quick reminder. While we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV Market Update to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yeah, good morning and welcome to your sports program on Aneke TV. It's a beautiful Monday morning right here on Aneke TV, and we are so happy. You can see the smiles on my face. We are happy it's a Monday morning because we are coming from a wonderful and amazing weekend where we saw so many sporting activities, so many sporting events, talking about football, talking about wrestling, talking about boxing. There was so much, even in the world of tennis, even in the games that are coming up in the Commonwealth Games, where the medals table, it's looking like Nigeria have moved a bit backwards, but I can tell you that we accumulated much medals, even though we went just a bit, behind where we used to be. It's your one and only Aneke Sport right here on Aneke TV, and I am your wonderful host worldwide saying good morning. I hope you guys enjoyed your weekend. We are here again to give you the updates on how it went, and I'm not here alone, of course. I'm here with my one and only Mr. Gudo. Mr. Gudo, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a wonderful morning with our sports lovers, even though it's a rainy morning.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that people are kicking things now.
What are they kicking exactly?
You are kicking your bed sheet. You are angry that you are waking up.
You
can be kicking it.
When I woke up this morning, I was feeling like that cozy kind of the temperature was about, will I say, minus. If I can use minus, it was tilting to minus 20 or minus 18, and I just wanted to cover up again, just cover. But of course, it's a Monday morning, and I could not cover up again. I just had to.
Football makes you not to cover up. So that's why I say you have to start kicking things. Don't just kick your bucket.
Yeah, you can't kick your bucket.
No, you keep kicking things. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle, bringing you what's happening in the world of sports. And today promises to be interesting, just like worldwide I've said. We're starting the story with the conclusion of the Glasgow games, talking about the Commonwealth Games that has been going on for days now. Nigeria seemed to have, scaled through among the top 7, countries who had to, rake in the medals. Of course, Nigeria has not or would not have been at their best without the help of those in the Paralympic side. But right now, we're seeing the Nigeria that we all are proud of, and we're seeing the history, trying to repeat itself, which history itself has been trying to run away from us in the world of sport. But today, I will also let you know that we are looking at transfers. Those who have been signed to, teams, the preparations for the new season in the Premier League and also in other leagues. Of course, there's a news coming from Manchester United, Chelsea, and Arsenal, talking about Tottenham too, how they were able to, scale through Chelsea. It was a tough tying game that they had on Saturday, while it was just almost at the round of time that Arsenal had to, make it complete their strolls in the goals. All this and more will bring your way. Not just forgetting that Obafemi yesterday had to win his opponent and to claim the title in the world of wrestling. It's been wonderful and it's been amazing, and I believe that we're going to take this right together. Are you ready? Let's go worldwide.
You started from the Commonwealth game where we are seeing a shift in position, but will I say it might look negative that we are moving from 5th. We started from 4th, we moved to 5th. Now we have moved to 6th. So it's like we have moved 2 steps backward. But I can tell you that it's not all that negative, because if you check the medals that we had when we were sitting in position 4, it's not the same with what we are having now that we are in number 6. So we have gained more medals, but other countries also have gained, will I say, more than what we gained. So
I mean, when you look at this, you will see that this graphics was actually sponsored by, you have Airpeace there, and then you have some other companies who have really who are pushing it, talking about the football, the sports side and the sports event, organization and corporation. Now, when you look at this,
and this is of Saturday, we should not forget.
This is also Saturday when the games had to, take place. But looking at it on Saturday, that's why I brought it. I wanted us to take a look at it. You will see that Australia is having 65.
Australia,
goals.
they're just trolling. I think they're just trolling.
Australia is trolling. Yeah, having 65 gold medals and then having 41 silver and 52 bronze is not a joke.
No.
It's not really a joke. I think they too had to, understand the need for what they saw the importance, and they had to,
they started early.
They started early to win. That's why I always say starting early to win may just give you the advantage over many other factors. And I'm saying that it's important that we all see it from this aspect, that they started winning early. That's why they have this amount of gold. Imagine that Nigeria started winning earlier, apart from without the help of the Paralympics.
Paralympics we might not have so much.
This. I used to use the word Paralympic. I think I'm wrong. The word I should really use should be those who are physically challenged, guys who are physically challenged, the para athletes, the para athletes, those people who are physically challenged, I will call them. And at some point you lack words to just put together. But I'm really interested to see that as we're still talking about the Olympics and the Commonwealth Games. I don't know. I keep mentioning Olympics.
It sounded like you are talking about Olympics, but it's not the Olympics.
No. You know why? This thing really is a concern to me, because I am looking forward to Olympics. That I've meditated upon it a lot, and it's kind of showing up in my conversations, because I can't wait for Nigeria. I can't wait to watch the Olympics, to watch the football, to watch the
Olympics.
The rest.
It encompasses more of you see football there.
You know why? I think a few days ago I was watching that final that we played with Argentina. That final, that Olympic final, Nigeria played with Argentina sometime many years ago.
Was it 1994?
Yeah. So not that far. Lionel Messi.
That's okay. The under-17.
Angel Di Maria had to score Nigeria. I was watching it, and it was so heartbreaking when Angel Di Maria scored that goal. I think that's that's what's affecting me.
You had to go back to watch another heartbreak.
No. Why I actually had to see that game was I'm doing a documentary on Angel Di Maria and some other footballers who has really graced this world. Talented footballers, those we were thinking there could be a lot they could do, but they could not stay long. Okay, so that's actually what I went to see actually what happened in that game. And while I was seeing that match, it was not really something that I had to write home about, because we played well. It was almost at the neck of time. These guys had to score, so it was sad. Now let's talk about the Commonwealth. That's why I was actually driving to. I don't know why I'm mentioning Olympic, but I know it's Commonwealth I'm actually talking about. Now, Commonwealth, we have our very own Temitope Adesina, who makes history for Nigeria, who has made history for Nigeria while she has, been part of that process. She was shown before, yes. The 19-year-old becomes the first Nigerian woman ever to win a Commonwealth high jump medal, ending a 72-year-old weight.
Wow.
Yeah, it's record-breaking time.
72 years. Now, it's really a record that she has, broken or set.
Yeah.
But
okay. Why we are even talking about the Saturday's medal table?
Yeah.
They finished 7th. Nigeria finished 7th on the table.
That's on Saturday.
Yes, they were 6th now.
Now they finished 7th.
They finished 7th. So it was not something that we could actually understand. You're not in control of it.
Another person still had to accumulate more medals than us. So
Nigeria and India was not there before.
That's one thing. This list.
India was not there.
I'm surprised that India has moved so much. Let's say they have traveled so much because they were not even in this list. Having to see India here, that is to say they have accumulated so much medals within this, let's say from Thursday to Saturday, because they were not in this list before.
Even though we are still talking about India and the rest of them, Nigeria seems to have finished being the highest African country to finish. The only from this first 10.
Yes. You can see that. So in Africa, we are doing quite well.
We're doing quite well. Is because we are Nigerians. Like Africa as a whole.
Yeah.
It's only Nigeria that is doing well, that did well in this Glasgow, Commonwealth Games.
We are trying, I can tell you.
Yeah, we tried.
A 19-year-old breaking the high jump record, that's just 19. She has not even, imagine maybe when she's going to 20-something, I hope she's going to break more records. But of course, our country is doing us really proud, I can tell you that. Even though we are moving, people will say we are moving backward, but I can tell you that if you check, when we listed the top 4, we had about 7 gold medals or 6, if I'm not mistaken. But now we have 10. Look at the bronze medal. We are having 7. When we started, we had in fact, we didn't have any bronze medal then when we were sitting in number 4. Then we had some silver medals. Now we have a total of 24 medals, 10 gold medals, 7 silver medals, and 7 bronze medals. So we have accumulated more medals despite the fact we have changed position. That's the only thing maybe negative we can see, but it does not mean that we are not moving forward. It's a step in the right direction. Adding more medals. Other countries are accumulating more medals. So we are accumulating more medals. Now we are about 24 medals when I think there was a time we counted just 10 medals. So 10 plus 10 or 24 minus 10 will give you about 14. So we have added 14 more, just moving backwards a bit. So for me, it's an improvement on our own part there. But this Indian side, I can tell you kudos. I will also say kudos to India because they were not even among the top 6 then. But they traveled, let's say, so fast that they had to accumulate a lot of gold medals because, of course, gold medal is part of the criteria where you have to jump ahead of somebody. So it's a good thing Nigeria in world of, let's say, in Africa, we are doing so well in Africa. Top 10, there is no other African country that is there. Even Ghanaians are part of this tournament. They are not coming out. Is it Zambia, Rwanda? So there are so many people. Yeah. South Africa is part of this tournament, but look at Nigeria still sitting in number 6. So if we take away other European countries, other Asian countries, other American countries, so if you are going to check Commonwealth Games in terms of Africa, we can say we are leading, we are winning the competition. So, but of course, it's not only Africans that are doing the competition. So, we are doing really so great, and I'm happy to. In fact, I'm proud to be a Nigerian at this moment.
Yeah, I'm really proud to be a Nigerian too. It's something that I've emphasized a lot. The problem remains that being a Nigerian is challenging. Yes, it's challenging in the world. Especially
in the world of sports.
Yes, it's challenging because you are trying to, because of how, now I'm not going to blame anybody. I'm not going to blame a system. I'm just going to say, because of several attempts that has been made by some people, which has caused panic. People trying to talk down on people's race, people trying to, bring down people's reputation. That has actually affected some of the profiles. But still, we are scaling through and we are pushing. And being in Nigeria right now and seeing where we are in Africa, talking about in the Glasgow, Commonwealth Games, it's showing us that there's hope. There's hope. There's hope. Even though we are still lacking in the sponsorship, in the broadcast, we're still lacking in the viewership and the rest of them. I know that these things are on the ground. They are on the ground and they are being processed. Things can work out and things are really, really working out. And while we're still talking about that, let's go over to the Punch, Sports Extra, and headlines where you have some of the headlines that
there are so many headlines in this Punch, Sport Extra, and starting from the top corner there, you are having Madrid may reject Arsenal bids for Vini. Over the week we saw Arsenal. In fact, we first of all saw Vini, putting some terms and conditions to his contract, asking for a new contract and a new payment. But Madrid has set a boundary, and I think it's even good. They said that, but they told you they cannot offer more than this. If you are ready to accept, you take it. If not, your deal is expiring in 2027. You can wait till 2027 and you leave. So, of course, he has also proposed that he's going to reduce what he's asking for. But moving forward, you are having Madugu replies critics. And, of course, by the side where you are seeing Falcons learned from Malawi defeat when they lost their first match. They had to improve. They had to do better against Zimbabwe, which they won 1-0. Then we'll have also by the side there, we will make Nigerians proud. That's still talking about the Falcons. This is from Nnadozie. She said, we will make Nigeria proud, and I hope they win their last match, which is against Egypt, to qualify from that group. Then Gakpo open to Liverpool exits. I didn't see this coming, I can tell you. But if Liverpool are letting Gakpo go, I wonder what's happening to that club, because they just, Salah, of course, retired the other day or left Liverpool, and they are now going to see Gakpo leave. Who is going to replace him? I don't know. Then down there, we are having to see Chelsea offer Pedro pay rise. This is as important as anything because he has been influential for Chelsea. So I think this is something good for Chelsea to do. Then United explore Lewis Kelly signing. That's the man from Arsenal. United are exploring Lewis Kelly signing. Then, of course, you are going to see by the right-hand corner, Burkina Faso beats Flying Eagles. Then, coming down, we are seeing Kane deserves Ballon d'Or. Of course, if you are talking about first 5 people that are in the race for Ballon d'Or, you are going to see Harry Kane's name. Then Tottenham ready to launch Osimhen bid.
Do you know Tottenham?
They are doing wonders.
Yeah, Tottenham is playing well.
They are playing. You saw them during the World Cup friendly match
against Chelsea.
One man down, they still won the match.
Listen, you know the funny thing. Tottenham is the new Newcastle.
Will you be using Newcastle? I think they are even ahead of Newcastle right now.
Let me use the word Newcastle. You know why? Sandro Tonali.
He was
yesterday, that day I was watching that match and I was wondering why Real Madrid, Manchester United, Manchester City, and Liverpool could not go for someone like Sandro Tonali, especially Manchester United.
In fact, Manchester United, they actually went for him, but we have said this over time. Tottenham, they learned from their last season's experience. Now they are ready to outbid you. You can come in with 70 million, and they will outbid you. So they are in need. If I see Tottenham going for Osimhen, I will not, because they will be ready to spend. Right now, they are ready to spend. If you are talking about Osimhen, they will be able to pay Osimhen because they don't want to be in that position.
It will be good for Osimhen.
In fact, that's a club that you can say the striker there now is Richarlison.
Not just Richarlison, Solanke, yes.
And if you put Osimhen if you bring Osimhen to this club, probably he will be starting because
I'm afraid of Osimhen being injured though.
The injuries, of course.
I'm afraid of him because I'm really afraid of him.
He will get the goals from Tottenham because that club, their pattern of play.
Imagine this is what the Newcastle did to Manchester United. I can remember that game.
Yeah.
Last season when Manchester United was playing against Newcastle and they were 1 man down. It was as though, in fact, they won that game.
They still came back to win.
No, they won the match.
That's Newcastle.
Yes,
with 1 man down.
Yes, they won the match 3-2. I think 3-2. It was a late winner.
Yeah.
Or let me not exaggerate. It would have been a draw. Like it could be a draw. But I'm sure that they scored a late winner. It was one careless dribble that somebody dribbled, and next thing is R2. The guy was holding, the R2 on the pad, and he had to tap block, and the goal had to fling the ball into the net.
Yeah.
Now, Sandro Tonali was there. It was as though they were still 20 men playing. The guy is good.
The that Sandro Tonali, he is one guy that does not get tired. You would think he just came in.
And he was one that scored.
He was one that scored the first goal for Tottenham. He will play the full 90 minutes, still looking so energetic, like he still wants to go for 180. But you would think that this guy, maybe they placed or they brought him into the match at 70 minutes. When you see him still running up and down, covering the midfield, defending and going forward, he does not stay in one place. So you will not see him just in the midfield. He will come back to defend. They will still go forward to look for the goal. Then, of course, kudos to Richarlison also. That match, I was like, I think Tottenham are really prepared for this Premier League because out of the usual big six that we know, I can tell you Tottenham and Chelsea, they have done a number of signings.
It's Liverpool that we are not sure.
I don't know what's happening to Liverpool if they are not preparing for this Premier League. I don't know because they are not making. It's close already. Today is 3rd. We are talking about 22. That's about just barely 3 weeks to go, and you have not even made some, signings that people will say, okay, you are ready. It's not like you are having injury crisis right now. You are not even making. If Arsenal are not making signings, I will not be too bothered because they still have the guys quite alright. There's no injury concerns for Arsenal, right? They still have the guys.
There is
Manchester City,
so much.
They have also made some signings, but if you look at Liverpool, they are just dormant. They are just waiting. Okay, let the league start and let's see what we are. Whether it's the academic boys that are planning to use. I don't know. Manchester United still made some signings.
They tried.
So Liverpool, at the end of the day, are the ones not doing anything. But let's move forward. There's still some other news that we have not read. That we have Onyedika 6 Nigeria to join Frankfurt. Onyedika has moved to Frankfurt. Then we're having Arokodare scores on Ajax debut. Arokodare, the man from Wolves, he has moved to Ajax and of course getting a goal on his debut. Then remembering Atlanta 96 Olympic heroes, we are talking about the guys, that made Nigeria proud, talking about the Atlanta 96 Olympic that you have been talking about.
Yeah.
This is coming. Maybe this is why you are really talking about Olympics this morning.
Olympics.
That's coming into your mind. Olympics. And here we are remembering Atlanta 96, where Nigeria really did us proud. They did us well, and it's time to remember them. This is what we have for you on the Punch Extra. Now, moving forward, just before we take a short break, I would like us to talk about the wrestling match, that was, will I say, that retired a legend. Brock Lesnar is a legend any day, anytime, and he came face to face with Obafemi in what we call a cage match, where they had to put the cage on above them, that it was covered. There was no escape. If you must come out from that ring, you will have to climb over the cage, or you get a countdown where you have to count down to 3 to win the match. So those were the two options. You beat your man, you pin him down, they count 1, 2, 3, or you escape from the cage. That was the criteria for that fight to get a win. And I can tell you, it was a fight that lasted more than 30 minutes, because there was nothing that was not done in that. Brock Lesnar delivered F5 more than 3 times to Obafemi. That's your finishing move. Imagine delivering your finishing move and the person will stand up. It's not that you counted, maybe they count 1, 2 and the person stood up. He delivered, Obafemi will stand up, stagger. He will deliver another one, he will stand up. What else do we want to do to this young man? There was a stage that he had to remove the layer, that's that cushion on the ring, that where they are standing on. There's a layer on it that helps to reduce injury and helps to reduce impact. Brock Lesnar had to pull out the layer. It was not just bare wood, you will see the wood, it was just bare. Then delivered tombstone to Obafemi. That's Undertaker's finishing move. He had to now remove. When I was watching it, I was like, "Do you want to kill this young man? Peeling off the layer.
First of all, 28 years old.
28, and against Brock Lesnar, you have to remove the layer. So it was not like you are feeling the impact. This one is the bare impact, having to deliver Undertaker's finish. He could not even use his own move again, because he has done this.
4 from Gates.
No, 4 from Gates is for Obafemi. I'm talking about Brock Lesnar.
Okay, yeah.
So he has done his own finishing move 3 times, nothing happened. So he now chose to use Undertaker's move. Imagine tombstone, not on the cushion this time around, on the raw bench that is there. You saw him peeling, then delivered it. He still stood up after the count of 2. He stood up. What else can you do to this young man? Then when he stood up, Obafemi picked Lesnar, because there's a stage you beat somebody, you beat, and you don't get the win. You yourself, you'll be tired, because there's nothing else to do. If you do tombstone, if you give him a headbutt, you don't win. You kick him like Shawn Michaels, you don't win. You delivered Undertaker, you don't win. You have done your own 3 times, you don't win. You are tired. In fact, you are frustrated. You are tired. The man keeps standing up. Obafemi also delivers, his own fall from grace a couple of times, and at the end of the day, he got the win. And the lesson, will I say, the moral lesson, in church, after, we do Bible study and all those things, they will now come and ask you, what is the moral lesson that you have learned from this? So there was a moral lesson that I saw in that, and that was the spirit of sportsmanship that Brock Lesnar showed. He showed that this is a healthy competition. After defeat, after conceding, he was defeated. He was walking away from the ring. He got to the entrance. He also had to turn back. That's him and what's his name, manager Paul Heyman. He had to turn back again, put his gloves, gave to Heyman, walked back to the ring. Obafemi was thinking he was coming back. Even the ref was trying to stop him, like he should not go back in. He walked back into the ring. He first of all gave him a hug, that spirit of sportsmanship, I can tell you, that was it was not even the fight that was my moral lesson or beating some. That was where I saw this is the spirit of sportsmanship that we are talking about. When you concede defeat, when you are defeated, because it's a game of win or lose. You are retiring, and this was like your last fight. This young man had to retire. He came back, gave him a hug, lifted his hand. That was the picture we saw just now. Lifted his hand and said, "This is the future of WWE." He had to take the mic again, announced Obafemi as the future of this sport. And I really love that moment. I can tell you, in fact, apart from enjoying that fight, I enjoyed the end. Announced him as the winner.
What did you just say? What did you just say now?
Announced Obafemi.
No. What did you just say now?
I said I enjoyed the fight.
Right?
So,
okay.
Well, what do you want to bring in?
No. I enjoyed the fight.
Watching the fight. Watching. Don't forget, I watched.
It's okay.
I did not partake. You know.
No. You
don't come and bring
you enjoyed
I
the
just
fight.
enjoyed the way I enjoyed football. I enjoyed the
you enjoyed Wahala.
Mr. Agudo, we will fix a rematch, because the first match did not show up. He came 10 minutes before time, so it was a walkover for me. If you want us to go to my ticket, my sponsorship, everything is still intact. The viewership, people are still ready to watch. Aneke TV family is ready to watch. Our viewers are ready to watch. We just 8 p.m. this time around.
Why is it 8 p.m.?
8 p.m. If you see the boxing matches, even it's almost always in the evening. So that's a cool time where people are relaxed after their day's activity. They will now come and watch us entertain them. So only that our own will be scripted. You have to sign up that ticket that you have to allow me to win. You're not coming to fight me and win. So anyway, that game was it was a good game, really.
I think Obafemi so far, seeing his size, his body size, and how big he is at that age, it tells us that everything is possible. He started his career right here in Nigeria. Before he left, he was one of the students in Lagos State University. So looking at where he is now and how much he has impacted the world of WWE, I would say that this young man, I would call him young man, of course, because he doesn't really look it, but he is young. This young man has done Nigeria proud in the world of WWE, and we are seeing the future happening, and we are seeing someone who has the sportsmanship, the quality, and kudos to Block Racner for that display of show of sportsmanship. Kudos to him, because not everyone who won would want to announce, want to help to hand over the baton to Obafemi. And I think Obafemi is really ready for this next game. Of course, there's this, apart from being in the clan, in the same tribe with Roman Reigns, we're still going to see what happens between him and Roman Reigns. Of course, that tribe could split anytime soon, and we're seeing that Roman Reigns could now go his way while Obafemi goes his way, so that they can be able to compete and they can be able to fight.
It will be so hard to have, let's say, two kings. You cannot have two kings.
No. What I'm saying is, in terms of war, in terms of
at the end of the day, they will have to split, because Roman Reigns is the tribal chief. Obafemi does. I don't think he wants to be the tribal chief.
If Obafemi starts to agitate for his position,
I don't think he will not even, the Obafemi we are seeing from the Nigeria origin.
Just the Obafemi you are seeing.
Will not want to have anything to do with what's it called, tribal chief. This man will want to stand alone, and I'm telling you, what to fight Roman Reigns in a proper match. So for me, I don't think he want to come and start doing the tribal chief where some people will not be his boys or something. He's like a one-man soldier. He's not, when he's coming to the ring, you will not see somebody accompanying. So
no. Portable will accompany him. Portable and Charles Okocha will really accompany
those two. If they accompany, I'm sure they will beat those two.
They will beat them as they accompany.
They will just beat them as their company accomplice. They will just beat them by the side of the ring first. Then Obafemi will go and have his fight. Well, let's take a quick short break, and we'll be back with other updates. We have not talked about football. We have not talked about transfers. There's still a lot coming your way, or that we have to come your way. Let's just quickly take a short break, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you. Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. It's Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV, and we have been discussing a lot. We have talked about the world of boxing, where we had to see Obafemi get a win over Brock Lesnar, and it's looking like the future of WWE, according to Lesnar. Lesnar announced him as, this is the future. This is he that I'm well pleased with. So, Obafemi, congratulations to you once again here from Aneke Sport. Now, moving forward, I want us to talk about just a bit of transfers before, there were a lot of, or let's just dissect a bit of friendly matches. There was a lot, talking about Arsenal, the big boys. If you start calling names, I think there will be too much. Arsenal had to play, against Girona. Chelsea played. We have talked a bit about Chelsea. Chelsea have Tottenham. Manchester City also played against Inter Milan. Manchester United played against Atletico Madrid, who did not even play match this weekend. Liverpool played against Leeds, although Leeds had to take the victory from Liverpool. Galatasaray.
No. They didn't take the victory. They trashed Liverpool.
That Liverpool.
It's trashing.
They trashed.
Don't. When someone scores goals up to 3 in a match, and they won you, and they win you.
In fact, they came from behind.
That's the thing now.
They came from behind.
And they came from behind, though.
2 goals down.
You see what's going on? They did not just win. It's trashing. It's trashing.
First half was for Liverpool, because Liverpool, we are winning 2 goals to nothing. And surprisingly, I don't know, will I not say Leeds, we are the bigger team? Because when in football, when the small team, when we term the small team is leading, we always want to see that, okay, the bigger team will come back and do a comeback and get the victory. If you are leading Madrid now, let's, for example, in a club like Osasuna is leading Madrid 2 goals to nothing. Football lovers or football enthusiasts will always tell you, maybe at halftime, that Real Madrid will come back to win. It's always like a tradition that we used to know. If you are leading Manchester City, for example, Hull City is leading Manchester City 2 goals to nothing, you will probably want to say that Manchester City is going to come. They have done it a lot of time. Talking about Bayern Munich, they did it several times last season. When you see Bayern Munich, they go down or 2. Before you still come back to the match and you see Bayern Munich winning 5-2. Paris Saint-Germain also doing the same. So now, will you now say, is Liverpool, are they now the lesser team that you will be leading 2 goals comfortably at halftime, then only to come back? We know it's a friendly match, quite all right, but we can't just give you that go away, give you that empathy that is a friendly match. So you have the right to lose the 2 goals ahead that you have given somebody. They're supposed to be the bigger team against a lead side that will not even I can't even tell them within 6 to 10, because those are the average team. You say these are the bottom teams in the Premier League coming to beat you. Second half, if you remove first half from the football, second half they beat you 4 goals to nothing. I don't know how we have come to that stage. Yes, it's a friendly match, but that's not an excuse. You leaving the field after you led the first half 2 goals to nothing shows what is happening to your team. Are you going to take this team into the Premier League and expect to get good results when you have not made the necessary signings? Now we saw in the Punch Sport Extra that Gakpo is open to an exit. That's an important, in fact, a crucial player for Liverpool, having to open the doors for a possible exit. How are you going to? You have not replaced Mohamed Salah, who has left the club. You have not replaced the injury crisis you have. You have not replaced Konate, who is a defender. What's his name? Sobosla is like a utility player who you can use. You use him in the midfield today. You use him since Trent and Alexander left. Sometimes you see Sobosla playing that because Frimpong is prone to injury. You might see him play 2 matches and you will not see him again. Keke, of course, is on the other side. You have not replaced those guys in the midfield. You still have Endo, who has left, McAllister, who probably is not going to stay. In the front, Isak was in that match. Isak played that match, but there was no impact. Then you have, what's his name, Ekizike, who is injured. So there's a lot of replacements to do, which you are not doing. You have barely 3 weeks to go where the league will start.
Okay,
when are you not going to make those?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Apart from that, I'm wearing red inside.
Papa Rider.
Yes, apart from wearing red.
You're not a Liverpool fan.
I'm not close to that,
yeah.
I would say. But Liverpool has not impressed anyone throughout last season.
Yeah.
You know, they have been on this survivor, you know,
trying to survive.
Survivor mode, which is not how things are done.
A big name like Liverpool.
You see, let me tell you something. If Liverpool is not careful, they will go down like Chelsea. They will go down like Tottenham. In fact, bringing Andoni Iraola is good. He's a wonderful coach. We've seen what he did with Bournemouth.
Yeah.
He tried. He gave his best. You know, having to handle Junior Kropi, having to handle Antonio Semenyo, having to handle, you know, Alex Scott and the rest of them.
Yeah.
He really played a wonderful role to see that Bournemouth, you know, come out to the top of the Premier League. Not the top, but, you know, when you counted the first 10, you have them. And they have qualified for an European competition, which is important. But we're talking about, you know, a coach who needs support. That's the same thing. That's what happens to Newcastle, or what is happening to Newcastle right now. Newcastle, they felt that they have arrived. That's why, Bruno Guimaraes is about to be sold to Arsenal for a fee of 90 million euros. The same thing you were having, Gordon has been sold to Barcelona for 80 million euros. So these teams keep making money, and then their team is crumbling. You see that? Now, Liverpool themselves have not sold anybody. They have, you know, had some transactions. I'm talking about selling. I'm talking about not sold anybody of high repute except Luis Diaz for a while now. Now, Mohamed Salah in fact, he has gone already. So what is going to be the fate of the Reds? This is from a place of concern as a football fan, because you know you used to enjoy these people playing against these people, so that let Chelsea not meet them and score 7-0. Or Bournemouth meet them and score 10-0.
Right, the way it is,
because it's not about, listen, you know, let me tell you something. One of the teams in this Premier League that we underrate a lot is Crystal Palace.
Yes.
Crystal Palace, over the years, over 5 years now, in fact, let me use the word, in the space of 7 years, has produced top talents that the world had to come, you know, to buy. Looking at Bayern Munich taking over Michael Olise, you know, getting Michael Olise, Man City buying McGuehi, looking at Manchester City again, you know, coming for top talents in the team. And we're still talking about Arsenal coming for Iberi Chieze, and they have still been, they're still producing. Jean-Claude Mateta. You see, these guys have names. Of course, he was not able to go to Newcastle because the medical failed last season. But we have seen this concurrent pattern of production of classic players in the league, also in the world of football. We have seen names across, I wouldn't want to say names above every other names. We have seen names across every other names that has really, really showed class. So I would say sincerely, and maybe not sincerely, Liverpool, I'm not sure they are ready. That's a question. I'm not sure they are ready for the season. Of course, I could say they are not still, or are they still living in the shock of Diogo Jota, losing Diogo Jota?
You cannot still be in that shock.
But they have a new coach. They have Andoni Iraola. He's a proven Premier League manager.
Yeah. So I will not give them that excuse of still living in the shock. This is actually, in fact, this is not last season. They are done with last season. Now is the time to make moves. People are making moves already.
Okay, because I'm asking, question I'm asking is, why, let's say that's a rumor on Liverpool side. Okay. Let's say it's a rumor that Gakpo wants to leave. But this Gakpo, Manchester United wanted to sign him. Liverpool wanted to sign him. But he signed for Liverpool because it was who that was there. He signed 3 years ago when Klopp, Jurgen Klopp was there. That's when he signed. Now, if this is a rumor, even if it's a rumor, it doesn't add up to me, because he came, or he went to the team of his dream from what he said.
Yeah.
What's happening to his dream?
You know, these footballers,
Why is he not dreaming again?
they tend to lie a lot. You know, that's what you have seen with they lie a lot. When you
This guy is a footballer.
You see that they will tell you, they will bring one documentary that this was my dream club. You know, when I was small, they will bring up the documentary. They will kiss the badge. Let them look at Andre Santos now. He has said that Manchester United, this is somebody coming from Chelsea. I said that Manchester United was my dream club. Once they all move to another club, it becomes your dream club.
Morgan Rogers that moved from Aston Villa to Chelsea said the same thing. So for not something
I don't think they were dreaming. There was no dream club anywhere. Once you move,
Danny Welbeck said the same thing.
This is Danny Welbeck that Liverpool. Sorry, Manchester United has played. He's coming from Brighton now. Chelsea all of a sudden will not be your dream club.
Your dream club.
Are you people having dreams?
Like it's the dream club.
When you dream, it's just something.
Another thing I want to highlight here is still looking at Tillemans. Tillemans said Manchester United has been his dreams. Now the same thing happened with. This guy that was just signed by Chelsea, Lacrosse. Like, I'm just looking at them.
Everything is now.
So
I'm waiting for what's his name, Henderson. To come outside and tell me that Chelsea. Let us now ask him. I will not say young man because he's not a young man.
No, he's not a young man.
Oga, how is
Chelsea your dream?
Now your dream club.
Now your dream. When you have played for,
you mention the number of clubs that you have played
for Liverpool. You are coming out
played
for Brentford.
Chelsea is now your. So for me, they just come when they sign just to make the fans happy.
Even Ruben Amorim.
AC Milan is what is
the orator.
Is in that.
He said that AC Milan is the team. You know, the club he has been dreaming of.
If we should go back to time and bring out clips that, before coming to Manchester United, what Ruben Amorim said, you would think that Manchester United will be where he will end his career. Do you know how many things he said concerning Manchester United?
What made him? Of course, what made Ruben Amorim to fail with Manchester United was simple. What made him to fail was there is a spirit of Manchester. It's, if you see Michael Carrick, it's with Michael Carrick.
Yeah.
That spirit of Alex Ferguson is with Michael Carrick. It's not it's no longer philosophy. It's a spirit kind of thing. I'm not saying it's attached to a supernatural thing. No, it's a life. It's a method. It's the way teams play. It's natural. That Manchester United cannot play you tiki-taka. They play counter-attack. That's what they play. So you see it with Fergie. Then you see it now with Michael Carrick, who played under Fergie. And just on Saturday, Michael Carrick, it's been 20 years. He has been, a Manchester United player, and now he has transitioned to a coach.
And he also won the Snapdragon Cup.
You see, so
against Atletico Madrid.
So you see, he is building his profile as a coach. Now he's coming up, and he is the only player, I would tell you, that caught that Fergie spirit. He's the only player that caught the Fergie spirit. So even if Ruben Amorim goes to AC Milan and choose to play his own tactics that he learned from where he came from, it will not still work if the team does not play that pattern. In fact, there's nothing you sign. Let me just use this for instance. When he came to Manchester United, he started playing 3-4-3. Yes, that was what he playing 3 defenders, 4 midfielders, and 3 attackers. Now, when he was playing that formation, what happened? It was good. The discipline was there, but that's not what the team was known for. The same thing that happened to Louis van Gaal. You see, so these things are the things we've seen over the years that it will not work once that team or once that club is not playing this. That's not how they. Just like Chelsea can't play tiki-taka. Chelsea is known for defensive. Like they are very known for defensive. You can't break Chelsea's defense. Chelsea should have the same defense like Everton. In fact, Chelsea plays low block. One of the teams that play low block in the Premier League is Chelsea. You can't break them. You can't come in. Because even if you shoot from outside, somebody, one of my brothers they are there to block you.
They have also made some good signings in their defense. We have seen Lacroix. I used to call him Lacroix. I don't want to call him Lacrosse because that guy Lacroix.
I like how you are calling the name Lacroix.
He's not brother like you know in Crystal Palace. He's very, in fact, very physically built. Then they, of course, they still have Reece James. I don't know if Chalobah is leaving this season.
Do you know why they signed Lacroix? Like you used the name. Do you know why they signed Lacroix?
Yeah.
They have watched Lacroix in the French
cinema and in Crystal Palace.
They watched yes, first of all, they saw him in Crystal Palace.
In the World Cup.
In the World Cup,
yeah,
they saw him. He was one of the defenders when France won that their biggest, what was that score? That they actually scored a lot of goals.
4 goals to nothing.
Yes, he was part of the defense and he played very well. He was everywhere. It's not Koundé.
Just Koundé.
Koundé. I call him Koundé. But Koundé. Not Koundé. Koundé, who was playing 2. You know, he could play 5, he could play 6, he could play 2. So not Koundé who was playing 2. It was him that they focused, that they had their focus, and it was good.
Yeah,
it was good seeing him play that number 6.
Lacroix is very
good. I wonder how Chelsea. I wonder what Chelsea will be. But in spite of all those Lacroix, Morgan, Tottenham had to. You know,
it's one man down. So of course we are still going to see that. You know, Chelsea fans are beginning to say hope what happened last season is not going to happen.
No, it's going to be a good season for Chelsea.
Of course.
But there's something we're not sure about in the Premier League.
What?
Because we're having something I could term age restriction in the side of the coaches.
Okay.
Coaches, there's no Premier League coach now in the top flight football in clubs in the Premier League. There's none of their coaches that is up to 50 years.
They are young.
They are very young.
Newcastle equally sacked their coach, of recent, and got.
Did they really sack that guy?
Or he left.
I think that's the word. He left. He left his position because
the crisis that is happening.
With the crisis, it's just because of these things that they're pointing.
When you are selling the players that he needs, who is he not going to use?
Who is he not going to use? We're going to see what happens.
But of course, still, let's talk about just a bit of transfers, like I said, that was coming up in the world of football. We're having Kevin De Bruyne, the legend, the midfield legend, is being rumored to, wanting to go to Al Hilal, talking about the Saudi Arabia side. But of course, he's still a Napoli player. We're going to see if that day is going to come true. Then, of course, we already know, or we are aware that Danny Welbeck, as of today, is a Chelsea player, bona fide Chelsea player. He has been signed to Chelsea. That's the young man. He's looking ever young. You think Danny Welbeck is still an upcoming striker who is just starting football. You don't know this man has been in Manchester United. He has been to Brighton, and now he has brought that experience to Chelsea. And of course, Chelsea fans are saying we have the experience right now. Previously we used to say they are bringing that age people to the club. Now they have come out to tell you that we are bringing experience.
Garnacho brothers.
We have brought in Welbeck. We have brought in the man I will call Oga of midfield. Jordan Henderson, who was a Liverpool, or I can term him a Liverpool legend. He was there for Liverpool for so many years, and he played really well. Now he's a Chelsea player. So of course they are bringing the experience. Lacroix is also an experience. In fact, they have Premier League proven players with them. So, of course, this season is supposed to be a good one for Chelsea. Now, still moving forward, talking about Paris Saint-Germain, who I can tell you they are, in fact, in this transfer window, basically, Paris Saint-Germain are doing the most. They are signing, they are selling, they are signing, they are selling. So, they have been in the transfer window. This is Aklioche, who is also moving to Paris Saint-Germain. We also have Götze, who is also from, Ajax, trying to get a signature or pen a signature for Paris Saint-Germain. So they are in the market for these two players. This is Götze, this guy is also, in fact, a very talented winger who Paris Saint-Germain are also interested in. Then we also have the Barcelona keeper, talking about Ter Stegen, who is being rumored to, moving to Ajax. Of course, we still have a striker, talking about Carlos SP, who Real Madrid have very much, gotten his signature. He also featured in the friendly match that they won. SP was a Levante player, and within this deal, I can tell you, within 48 hours was a done deal. It was not even a deal that lasted so much. SP came out to say that he was not even so much aware that Real Madrid were coming for him, only for the agents to give him the update. And of course, within 48 players, he's now a Real Madrid player. And also, just before we go, we cannot leave you without talking about Modric. Mikhailo Modric, who, a Chelsea player that was banned for, he featured last 2024. He was banned for doping, and throughout the time he was banned, he came out to say that his family, his friend, even Chelsea football team did not let him down. They have always shown him that support that he needed, and I can tell you that he is part of the Chelsea players that you are going to see this season. Mudryk is back. He's back to Chelsea. You know, he was the one that won number 10.
I really like Mudryk.
Yeah, you know,
I like him a lot. Why I like him is how he plays. He is someone you can't predict if he's with the ball.
A dribbler, he has the speed.
He has the speed, he shoots, and he's so fantastic on the ball.
That's why I said Chelsea, they are ready for this season.
Yeah, Chelsea is ready for this season. And that's why, you know, players should really be clear. There are over 1 million footballers in the globe. So if there's a reason why you be detained, then it's special. So right now, we are seeing a hero who had to pass through the fires, who has to pass through the furnace, and he's back to play. I expect Chelsea to do a lot, and I also expect Mudryk to silence his, you know, those who has been
the critics.
Yes, the critics, to silence those who has been criticizing him. From the very first day I heard about this, you know, it felt like, what's going on? Why will he be doing such a thing? I was not siding him, neither was I siding the people that brought him to books, but I was also trying to investigate to know really, was there a point, was that at some point this happened? And unfortunately, I would say fortunately really, but it did not happen. So now we're seeing a situation where someone who has been outside the lines is coming back. I'm sure it's going to be a banger for
of course, Mudryk.
I want him to score those, you know,
those kind of goals that he
scores amazing
he has
goals.
Those,
amazing
great
goals.
talents.
Really love him.
Taking the shot from outside, and you know, taking a player one-on-one. When you see someone that is talented in dribbling, you know, you can talk about Mudryk. If you talk about pace, this guy has the pace. So Chelsea lineup right now is something that you should be scared of. If you, from Chelsea, from back to front, you have the João Pedro. Now they are having Morgan Rogers, Mudryk. You still have Palmer. Don't forget Palmer is still in that team. So imagine that midfield where you still have Enzo Fernandez. Then you're having Henderson coming in. Then Welbeck as, you know, an option.
It's going to be a mature
team. The team is just, I can tell you, it's quite complete right now. The lab probably will be given out on loan.
What do you used to call him?
I used to call him Delay, but let's leave him as Delap right now. You know, probably if he's still going to stay in the club, I don't know, but I think he's going for a loan this time around. So Delap might still be a Chelsea player, but he will be the third option because João Pedro, of course, will be the number one. Daniel Welbeck should be the number two. So Delap by the side. And Chelsea, I'm not even too particular with the front. You see that midfield, attacking midfield, where you are talking about Mudryk, you're talking about Palmer, Morgan Rogers. These three guys are threats any day, anytime. Then you still have the Enzo Fernandez. Caicedo still blocking the midfield there. Henderson still an option. There are, in fact, Chelsea right now should be the number one candidate for the Premier League, apart from, you know, the Arsenal who are the current holders. But they have not made that kind of signing that Chelsea has made. Then Manchester City is still looking strong and ready to go. But at the end of the day, it's almost time to call. In fact, it's time to call it a day, a show on this segment of Aneke Sport. I hope you guys have been updated. Don't forget to leave your comments, you know, leave your suggestion, leave what you have to say on our handles, talking about YouTube, talking about Facebook, Instagram. We will be there to, you know, reply all your comments. I still remain your wonderful host and your humble host worldwide, saying have a lovely Monday morning and have a good week. Bye-bye.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. It's been a pleasure. Have a wonderful week, like Worldwide said. Bye.
Stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
A good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, federal government approves 50,000 Naira award quote allowance for health workers across 71 federal tertiary institutions. Joint security forces rescue abducted worshipper in Enugu church, launch operation in Afa community. Death toll rises to 72 in Suta border crisis as European nations demand urgent border measures. Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise urges commercial banks to increase credit allocation to small businesses following recapitalization. Now the news in details. The federal government has approved a new annual award quote allowance of 50,000 Naira for eligible pharmacists, medical laboratory scientists, and 17 other categories of allied health professionals. The policy, conveyed through a Federal Ministry of Health circular following approval by the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission, takes retroactive effect from June 1st, 2026. Hospital management boards across 71 federal tertiary health institutions have been instructed to process payments immediately using the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System platform. An additional 12 health institutions are scheduled to join the payment framework once authorities conclude the verification of their staff statistics. The approval resolves a long-standing demand by the Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals regarding occupational hazard compensation for frontline clinical staff. Union representatives emphasize that members regularly handle hazardous material while wearing protective gear without receiving equivalent financial allowances provided to other clinical cadres. The National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, has released official operational guidelines for prospective corps members ahead of the upcoming orientation exercise. In an official bulletin published on Monday, the management urged candidates to prioritize personal safety and strictly avoid night journeys while traveling to their designated orientation camps. The scheme emphasized that candidates with discrepancies in their graduation records will not be registered at any orientation facility nationwide. The management directed all affected prospective corps members to resolve administrative discrepancies with their respective awarded institutions prior to reporting for camp. Prospective corps members were further reminded to complete all online documentation and administrative validations prior to arrival. Required steps include the physical verification, signing, and formal submission of institutional registration documents at camp administrative processing points. For candidates seeking corrections regarding their official dates of birth, the management outlined a standardized online protocol. Applicants are required to procure a West African Examinations Council verification PIN and submit their applications directly through their personal NYSC online dashboards. The Nigerian Army has inaugurated a specialized counter-improvised explosive device seminar and graduated 31 bomb disposal specialists at the 41 Engineer Brigade in Kaduna State. The training initiative aims to mitigate operational risks posed by improvised explosive devices during ongoing counterinsurgency campaigns across active theaters. Military commanders highlighted that enhancing specialized explosive ordnance disposal capabilities remained critical to protecting personnel and civilian populations along key operational routes. The curriculum was designed to bridge existing manpower shortages in specialized engineering sub-units across operational commands. The capacity building program received technical assistance from international partners, including the British Military Assistance Training Team and the German Training and Assistance Group. The collaboration focused on upgrading specialized equipment handling and modernizing tactical instructional facilities. The federal government has prohibited all ministries, departments, and agencies from awarding procurement contracts or incurring financial liabilities without prior budgetary approval and verified cash backing. The measure aims to enforce financial discipline and guarantee strict compliance with statutory procurement frameworks across the public sector. The executive directive was issued through a Federal Treasury circular dated July 31st, 2026, signed by the Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Shamseldeen Ogunjimi. The policy document was dispatched to ministers, permanent secretaries, chief executive officers of extra-ministerial departments, and federal pay officers. The Treasury noted that updated guidelines became imperative following widespread infractions regarding the Public Procurement Act of 2007 and financial regulations governing public expenditure. Under the new directives, accounting officers must attach verified authority to incur expenditure warrants, guaranteed and generated through the Government Integrated Financial Management Information System, before finalizing awards. The circular warned that accounting officers will face administrative sanctions for liabilities exceeding available warrants. The Enugu State Police Command has arrested 4 suspects in connection with armed robbery and cultism, recovering a firearm and tactical exhibits during operational sweeps in the state. The command spokesman, Mr. Daniel Ndlea, confirmed the development in an official security update issued in Enugu. Police operatives attached to the anti-cultism sub-unit executed an intelligence-led operation in Independence Layout, Enugu, apprehending a suspected member of the Black Axe confraternity. Operatives recovered a knife, pick, handle axe, and a stolen Samsung mobile phone previously snatched from a hotel guest. In a separate operation, officers attached to the Iwetiti Police Division intercepted 2 suspected cultists in the Ukehe community following credible citizen intelligence. The suspects were found in possession of a locally made pistol with an expended cartridge and admitted membership in the Aye confraternity. Enugu State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Maman Giwa, commended community members for providing timely intelligence that aided the operations. The command confirmed that all 4 suspects remain in custody, pending formal arraignment in court upon the conclusion of investigations. A joint security team comprising police officers, forest guards, and neighborhood watch personnel has intensified tactical operations following the abduction of worshippers at a church in Inoyi, Afa community, Udi local government area. The incident occurred during the early hours of Sunday, August 2nd, 2026. Command spokesperson, Mr. Daniel Ndlea, stated that tactical units closed in on the fleeing assailants, forcing them to abandon one kidnapped victim. The victim was rescued unhurt and reunited with relatives, while the armed gang escaped with 2 remaining captives into nearby forest reserves. Enugu State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Maman Giwa, has directed the Oju River Area Commander and the Violent Crime Response Unit to deploy specialized assets to secure the remaining victims. The Assistant Commissioner of Police in charge of the State Intelligence Department was mandated to generate actionable intelligence to track the perpetrators. The command has activated technical assets at the Enugu State Command and Control Center to track the fleeing suspects. Law enforcement authorities urged local residents to remain calm and report useful information via designated command emergency lines. The Ebonyi State Police Command has warned personnel against professional misconduct, illegal extortion, and civil rights violations while executing law enforcement duties. Commissioner of Police Hope Urunwa Okafo issued the directive during an executive conference with senior officers at the command headquarters in Abakaliki. The command explicitly prohibited officers from conducting unauthorized searches of citizens' mobile phones without valid search warrants issued by competent courts. CP Urunwa Okafor reiterated that police operations must strictly align with fundamental human rights standards and core directives from the Inspector General of Police. Area commanders and divisional police officers were instructed to step up intelligence-driven operations targeting criminal hideouts ahead of upcoming political activities. Operational leaders were warned that supervisory officers will face administrative sanctions for misconduct or oversight failures committed by subordinate officers. Management stressed that maintaining public trust requires strict adherence to discipline, accountability, and professional civility across all operational touchpoints. Field personnel were reminded to project integrity while delivering protective services to residents across the state. Joint security forces intercepted an armed group in Katsina State, neutralizing over 60 suspected bandits, including high-profile gang leader Idi Abasu Aiki. The operation was executed in Guga village in Bakori local government area by the Department of State Services, supported by local vigilantes and hunters. Security reports indicated that over 200 armed bandits attempted to launch a reprisal attack on local communities following previous operational losses in the area. Operatives acted on intelligence to position tactical ambushes across the invaders' advancing routes, preventing the planned attack on civilian settlements. During the intense gun battle, security forces neutralized the primary gang leader along with 14 senior commanders leading the tactical columns. 4 members of the supporting local vigilante group and hunting association lost their lives while engaging the invading forces. Following the engagement, security forces conducted mop-up operations across surrounding forest corridors, recovering abandoned weaponry and tactical materials. Intelligence agencies have maintained heightened surveillance across Bakori local government area to clear remaining elements of the dispersed gang. The Abia State Police Command has refuted viral social media reports alleging that human hair was recovered from a native pot inside a barber's residence in Umuahia. Command Public Relations Officer Mrs. Maureen Chinaka clarified that the online assertions were unfounded and factually incorrect. Police authorities explained that officers searched the residence following a formal threat to life petition submitted against the occupant, identified as Emeka. During the lawful search, investigating officers recovered a native pot and carved wooden artifacts, but found no human hair on the premises. During investigation, the suspect stated that the carved wooden items represented ancestral symbols used for traditional worship within his private residence. Investigators confirmed that the items were documented as part of routine evidence gathering related to the original threat to life investigation. The police command urged members of the public to disregard sensationalized online rumors and rely on verified communications from official law enforcement channels. DSP Chinaka affirmed that formal investigations into the initial petition remain ongoing in accordance with statutory procedures. The Imole Campaign Council, supporting Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, has called on federal security agencies to ensure a peaceful environment for the upcoming August 15th governorship election. Campaign spokesman Belumi Olajengbesi made the call during a press conference on Sunday in Osogbo. The campaign organization expressed concern over alleged political intimidation and security infractions targeted at supporters across specific local government areas. The council urged the Inspector General of Police and the Director General of the Department of State Services to deploy adequate personnel to protect the electoral process. Olajengbesi highlighted the administration's performance in infrastructure development, civil service welfare, and local economic reforms as key achievements of the current government. He noted that residents deserve an unhindered opportunity to exercise their franchise without fear of harassment or political coercion. The organization reaffirmed its commitment to a peaceful electoral process, urging political stakeholders to abide by established electoral laws and guidelines. The council emphasized that the outcome of the governorship election must reflect the democratic will of the Osun electorate. You are watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Federal government approves 50,000 Naira ward coat allowance for health workers across 71 federal tertiary institutions. Joint security operations neutralized 2 Eastern Security Network commanders in Imo State. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene. Death toll rises to 72 in Suta border crisis as EU nations demand urgent border measures. Center for Promotion of Private Enterprises urges commercial banks to increase credit allocation to small businesses following recapitalization. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're welcome back. At least 14 people were killed and 18 others injured in a suicide bombing targeting a police station in the Kabul area of Swat Valley, Pakistan. Official reports confirm that the casualties involved 5 police personnel, 8 civilians, and the suicide bomber who detonated the explosives. The explosion occurred while local residents were gathered nearby for a public rally organized in support of local law enforcement agencies. Emergency response teams mobilized to the scene, transporting injured survivors to regional medical facilities for emergency surgical care. The militant group Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan claimed responsibility for the attack through an official statement shortly after the detonation. Pakistani security forces immediately cordoned off the area and initiated high-level search operations to track down local facilitators linked to the bombing. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif condemned the attack, describing it as a cowardly act aimed at destabilizing regional security. Federal authorities reaffirmed their resolve to intensify counter-terrorism operations across the border corridors to neutralize insurgent networks. Fresh Israeli airstrikes across the Gaza Strip resulted in the death of at least 18 Palestinians on Sunday, marking a sharp escalation in regional military activity. Tactical strikes hit residential structures, temporary shelters, and apartment buildings across Gaza City, Deir el-Balah, and Khan Yunis. Israeli military representatives stated that the targeted operations were focused on active Hamas operational commanders and infrastructure assets. Local health officials confirmed that several women and children were among the casualties brought to regional medical facilities following the bombardments. The military escalation occurred amidst ongoing international diplomatic efforts to to negotiate a structured disarmament framework and ceasefire agreement. Senior Israeli officials expressed skepticism regarding compliance, asserting that military pressure will persist until security guarantees are established. Hamas leadership issued a statement accusing Israeli authorities of escalating field operations to alter tactical dynamics and disrupt international peace talks. International mediators continue negotiations behind the scenes to halt escalating hostilities and prevent further humanitarian distress. United States President Donald Trump announced that formal bilateral negotiations with Iranian representatives will commence in the Middle East. Speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, President Trump confirmed he paused planned military strikes after receiving assurances regarding diplomatic discussions. The diplomatic movement follows statements posted on Truth Social, where President Trump noted that regional partners requested a temporary pause on military action. The administration indicated that preliminary discussions will address maritime security along the Strait of Hormuz and nuclear monitoring frameworks. Global crude oil benchmarks registered immediate declines following the announcement during early Asian trading sessions. Brent crude dropped by 4.5% to trade at $83.98 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate experienced a similar decline. Iranian diplomatic officials confirmed that indirect discussions mediated through Omani representatives regarding maritime protocols remain on track. However, semi-official news outlets in Tehran denied submitting formal requests for the suspension of military action, characterizing Washington's accounts as inaccurate. And on to business news. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria has clarified that no fire incident occurred at Terminal 2 of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos State. Aviation authorities confirmed that initial social media reports claiming an active structural fire within the terminal building were incorrect. Official statement explained that localized smoke was generated by the automatic discharge of the terminal's internal fire suppression system. Technical safety teams immediately launched a preliminary engineering audit to ascertain the specific trigger that activated the automated system. Airport management executed a brief precautionary evacuation of the passenger terminal to allow safety personnel to inspect the facility. Normal flight operations resumed shortly after safety teams cleared the concourse and recertified the terminal environment for public use. Dr. Muda Yusuf, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, has called on commercial banks to expand credit facilities to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. Speaking to newsmen, Dr. Yusuf highlighted a structural imbalance where small businesses generate over half of national employment but receive under 5% of bank credit. The economic analyst noted that restricted access to formal credit continues to impede industrial output, job creation, and overall real sector expansion. He emphasized that financial institutions must realign credit distribution frameworks to support foundational economic sectors following recent capital adjustments. Dr. Yusuf pointed to financial technology firms as operational proof that small enterprises can be safely funded using modern credit risk assessment models. He advised traditional commercial banks to utilize upgraded capital bases to finance high-impact sectors, including agriculture, manufacturing, and real estate development. The agency's chief urged the federal government to establish an effective national credit guarantee scheme to absorb lending risks for commercial banks. He stressed that institutional risk-sharing frameworks remain essential for building an inclusive financial ecosystem capable of supporting small business growth. And to sports news. Burkina Faso secured top position in Group B at the 2026 Waffle B Under-20 Championship, following a 2-0 victory over Nigeria. The result elevated Burkina Faso to 7 points at the summit of the group standings after 3 preliminary matches. Despite the matchday defeat, Nigeria's Flying Eagles secured second place in Group B with 6 points, successfully qualifying for the tournament semi-final stage. The Nigerian technical crew confirmed that attention has shifted to tactical adjustments ahead of the upcoming knockout encounter. The match concluded the group stage campaign for regional rivals, Ghana and Togo, who were officially eliminated from the competition after finishing 3rd and 4th, respectively. Both teams failed to secure necessary points during the final group fixtures. And to entertainment news. Music executive Jude Okoye has publicly refuted financial diversion allegations made by his brother and former business partner, Peter Okoye. In a detailed video presentation, the music executive produced administrative documentations and contractual agreements to counter claims regarding unaccounted royalty revenues. Jude Okoye denied allegations that over $1.2 million in operational royalties were diverted, stating that all financial distributions followed statutory contract terms. He clarified that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, had previously audited the financial records without establishing criminal liability. And now to end the news, the main points again. The federal government has approved a new 50,000 naira annual ward coat allowance for eligible pharmacists, laboratory scientists, and 17 categories of allied health professionals across 71 federal tertiary health institutions. Joint Security Forces led by the Department of State Services, DSS, has dismantled Eastern Security Network operational bases across Imo State, neutralizing 2 top tactical commanders identified as Maddox and Akajofo. On the firing scene, the death toll rises to 72, following the recovery of 5 additional bodies off the North African coast amid a border crisis in Spain's Ceuta enclave, prompting 22 European Union member nations to demand urgent border security protocols. On business, the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise has urged commercial banks to direct a higher percentage of recapitalized financial reserves to small and medium-scale enterprises to stimulate real sector economic productivity. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, Federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You are tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. It's a beautiful Monday morning. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. As always, we're here to refresh, entertain, and motivate. So we urge you to grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy this ride, because the sunrise is set sail.
It's a wonderful morning and cozy here in Enugu, and I'm seeing it's only Ochoma that is kind of looking that cozy, I would say.
I'm not looking anything cozy, anything.
So
it's I don't know. It's just one of those days.
You see, you don't know. That's why you're looking cozy. But Mr. Uche is kind of together, and I really like his outfit this morning. Seeing how he has packaged food. I mean, this week is going to be so amazing, like his outfit. And
anyways, I don't know what you're trying to hide. But Choma, you look so beautiful.
Oh God,
yeah.
I don't.
You look so beautiful this morning. I don't know if he did tell you that as well.
No, he hasn't mentioned. Cozy.
You look beautiful this morning.
Cozy means I'm warm. I'm not cozy.
Okay.
I think I like Mr. Uche.
You look beautiful this morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's not every time I tell you look beautiful, but when I say you look beautiful, for someone that doesn't flatter, you know you're beautiful.
Basically.
So I suppose your fans out there are really agreeing
well,
with you.
I mean, it's a Monday morning. We need to look better. Thank you. Thank you.
And Good Hope. It looks like someone that just descended from the pulpit. That comes from the pulpit. Rural, get the evangelism.
Yeah, it's a wonderful weekend I've had. Sorry, guys, I forgot to ask how the weekend was. So, how you had your...
Yeah, it was a restful weekend. It was a restful weekend. I enjoyed my weekend.
Oh, no, mine
Ochoma seemed not to have...
what would you expect? What would you want Ochoma to tell you after dancing in church for how many hours? She will feel unrested, but she looks good, so that tells you that it was a beautiful weekend as well.
Well, we tried.
It was a beautiful weekend. And let's just go over to our quotes for today. Our quote is from Margaret Chase Smith. That's the quote we'll be going to inspiring you on this edition of Sunrise. It's from Margaret Chase Smith. She said, public service must be more than doing a job efficiently. It must be a complete dedication to the people and to the nation. Public service must be more than doing a job efficiently. It must be a complete dedication to the people and to the nation. This quote is going to inspire those who are in the public spaces, talking about those who hold government offices, those who are, having one or two appointments from the government, and those who are set to represent Nigeria outside, outside the shores of Nigeria, to the ambassadors and the rest of them. It is important and pertinent to note that public service, from what Margaret Chase has told us this morning, that it's more than doing a job efficiently. It must be a complete dedication to the people and to the nation. So it is not a personal thing. It is not it's not for selfish ambition. You must go there to serve the people. You must be like the sacrificial lamb, I will use that word, but not a sacrificial lamb, but you must have that mind for the people. That's what public service is to her. And we're taking it this morning together from my own end, that public service, public servants, of course, you need to understand that wherever you are, whatever you're doing, it is for the interest of the people and not for your interest.
The moment you decide that you want to become a leader, the first thing that you should be able to reconcile with is the fact that you are now a servant. And one who serves does not serve unto himself. One who serves does not serve unto his own, desires and ambitions. So this morning, Margaret Chase Smith is telling us that it's one thing, to do a job effectively. It's another thing to do a complete, or to have a complete dedication to the people that you're doing it for. Yes, you could have, good manifesto, good idea of things you want to do, and then it's like a whole scheme. But when the people that you do it for get to appreciate what you've done, then in that moment you are sure, or you can tell yourself, yes, I am effectively serving the people. It's not to make bogus promises. It's not to say, I will, like one joke that we used to hear back in the day, I will water Owerri and I will fire Okigwe. Those kind of things. Even if you want to water, let the people that you are desiring to give water see the water and appreciate it. So it's not just to do an effective job. We'll see that you've created you built so many roads, or you've established so many businesses. How does this improve effectively, positively, the life of the people that you are ruling, and then to the nation at large?
I wanted to say, preach it. Preach on. I don't think there's any more to add to this. That public service, public life has to be people-centered. You have to, make it all about the people. But having listened to you both, I need to, track back a bit and look at the Nigerian people. Do we get the right people into public office? That's the point. Even those who serve, who are civil servants, irrespective of diplomatic corps or wherever they found themselves, do we recruit the right people into the right positions? And then those who are in elective positions, do we really elect the right people into the right position? Do they have the capacity, the capability to deliver and then make their position people-centered, even when they can do a good work? Is it about people-centered or their self-glory? So the point remains that for us, we should charge ourselves as Nigerians to get the right people into the right position. We say in Latin, non quod habent. no man gives what he doesn't have. So when you get the wrong people and put them in such position, what do you expect when they can't give what they don't have? So it's right time we wake up, you know, when we look up to our leaders. Those are the hem of affairs, and we want them to do magic. The question we'll ask ourselves, did we elect the right person to occupy that position? That's where I rest.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we bring you the weather updates. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, let's take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
You're welcome back to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making front page headlines across major newspapers today, from the Daily Sun, Daily Trust, Nation, Guardian, and the Vanguard.
And joining us, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight to dissect these news issues. Welcome, Mr. Mekodom. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning to our viewers out there.
right, let's take a look at the newspaper headlines from the Daily Trust and the rest of the papers. But let's just take a look at the Punch. Starting from the Punch, says, abandoned projects. Federal government bars ministries from awarding unfunded contracts. Now on the Vanguard, we have 10 trillion naira investments in 13 years failed to lift power supply. Now on the Guardian, we have 10 insurers risk liquidation as 43 scale recapitalization hurdle. Now on the Daily Trust, we have 2027 fresh debate over Tinubu's qualification. On the Nation, we have presidency contradicts Atiku's claims on economy's performance. On the Daily Sun, we have ripples over Tinubu Catholic bishops meeting. Ripples over Tinubu Catholic bishops meeting. We're starting today on the Daily Sun, which says President Tinubu's meeting with the Catholic Bishops Conference of Nigeria has sparked a political storm after the bishops, led by Archbishop Ndagoso, warned of a drift toward a one-party state and worsening economic hardship and insecurity, with Cardinal Naikan saying Tinubu was displeased and shielded by yes-men. The presidency, through Daniel Boala, rejected the criticism as biased, while the Northern Christian Association and figures like Shehu Sani defended the bishops and called for balance between critique and acknowledging government gains.
Yes, it's very unfortunate that we have found ourselves. Ordinarily, quite frankly, these issues shouldn't generate this kind of controversy. But one may not be surprised that it is, because over time, we deal with governments that are only receptive to positive comments and commendations, but very I don't want to use the word very aggressive, but very much not open to criticism that seem to suggest that they should do better. What the Catholic bishop, I have said this over time, the Catholic bishops, as a matter of fact, they have a history of not standing aloof to national matters. Over time, since 1990, since the nation returned to democracy in 1999. In fact, I can remember very vividly. I'm sure, I don't know how many people, maybe many of you here may not, know the name Cardinal Anthony Lubumekoje, who was the bishop, in charge of Lagos Diocese for quite some time. And also, at the time he was the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, he was well known for being very outspoken. In fact, in those days of military regime, he will speak truth to power to the military. And so, and we also know that once in a while, you see the pontiff himself from the Vatican make statements, talking to different governments all over the world. Yeah. So, and in Nigeria, if you even recall a little bit back, this same conference of Catholic bishops, many times they spoke to they addressed issues during the time of President Goodluck Jonathan. They addressed issues during the time of President Muhammadu Buhari. So this is not the first time. So I don't see the reason why this should generate this kind of furore, because like the Cardinal Romayeko in that Arise television interview was very emphatic to say that look, it's incumbent on them not to stand aloof, but to address these issues, because the nation is according to them, and which we have all seen. These people you are talking about, remember that they are also leaders in their own right. They lead large. We are talking of Catholic, church for if I'm not mistaken, Catholic Church is unarguably the largest Christian congregation
in the world.
I mean, let's be very modest to say in Nigeria, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
So if you look at it, they are also speaking to large number of people at different times. So if they are to a certain degree, they are the embodiment of the wishes and aspirations of the people. And remember, very importantly, let me say this now. I think it was it Reverend Father Ugu, you know, in his book. Let me remember the title of this book now. You know, where he had made a case that the church, you know, that the church have an honest responsibility to speak and defend the interests of its members, socially, culturally, and sometimes politically, as a matter of fact. So you cannot, to a certain degree, fault the bishops. These bishops, like we have said, I mean, these Catholic bishops, leaders who have said, remember that they have parents. Many of them have parents, they are still alive. Many of them have other relatives, brothers and sisters, and, you know, being Africans, of course, you know, a typical African of that magnitude, how many people will identify with them as their relatives, even the ones they know and the ones they don't know, you know, because they are successful people. So these are people that come to talk to them every now and then. So when they, you know, sometimes if you use yourself as a standard to gauge how the society is doing, you may not really get the right result, because you may have the money to buy fuel each time you want to buy fuel. You may have the money to buy food each time you want to buy food. You may have the money to pay for your electricity, you know, token each time you want to. So you may have the resources to provide your basic needs. But when you interact with people in the lower society, in lower cadre, you will now get to know exactly what it means to go and refill your gas when it finishes. You will understand what it means to transport yourself from here to probably Osoka when you have a need to go. So these are the issues, and I think that instead of the government, you know, and the presidency and some of the presidential aides to, you know, castigate these bishops and take a swap at them, I think that what they should do is to sit back. In fact, if you ask me, quite frankly, yes, the Archbishop, the Cardinal said that they had the responsibility to say what they needed to say to the president, and he also, you know, had the responsibility also to respond. Yes, I agree. But if you ask me as a person, I think what the president probably should have done, you know, was to listen to them, and if he now feels that there are areas that probably that they didn't understand, make more information available to them and end it at that. Right? End it at that, because these are Nigerian citizens. These are senior citizens, you know, at their own right. So it's not something you begin to banter. After all, it was the same presidency that told us that we released a letter that they said President Trump wrote to them commending the president. So why would they not be receptive to, you know, commendation and a bit hostile to criticism? I don't think that is the right thing to do. Quite frankly, it's not the right thing to do.
Well, from what we are seeing here, from the claims of Wala, he has consistently argued that Nigeria is facing general security crisis. Even at that, he is trying to emphasize that it is not only the Christians that are being risk of the issue, that's the security issue, or that are being killed. I think he's defending the federal government. He is part of the federal government. He's a presidential aide. He's stating it categorically that whilst people are being killed and the Catholic bishops have tendered their, you know, what they have seen, and they have said what they have said, and Mr. President have you know, rendered back the response. What he is saying is that let them not just categorize it as this is a Christian genocide or something is happening in Nigeria that is a particular religion, but people generally are being killed. That's what he's trying to push. That's what he's saying.
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure the Catholic bishops went there to say that Christians were being killed. If you had listened to, I mean, if the you know, Mr. Boala himself, I'm sure he followed what the Cardinal said. They said, for instance, he said, look, the economy, you know, is not helping our people. He used the word our people, which is a generic term. You don't know whether he's talking about our people in terms of his religious community. don't know whether he's talking about him, because his man is also in Nigeria. He's from Kogi State, so he also has people, from that axis. He also has his own friends. I'm sure he went to school in Nigeria. With some parts of his school must have been in Nigeria. He played the foundational. So you and people keep this friendship over a very long time. So when he uses the word, I don't think that our people should be subject to probe to know whether he's talking about it. He has made very profound submission. The issue now is what they said. Is it out of place? That is the issue. Are you saying the presidency is so, for me, the presidency is so obsessed with all this their statistical report they are producing, and they use that as a yardstick to attack anybody who thinks otherwise. Statistical reports that are produced from offices, good for them. Let them keep it with them in their file and put it on top of their table every day. They'll be looking at it. But the question is, what is the reality? How does Nigerians relate to this economy?
That's the question. How does Nigeria relate to the economy? It is also in place for the presidential aide to put out a defense. That's what that's in place, I think.
No, you see, the defense now is not the issue. For instance, of course, everybody can defend. That's not the issue. The point is, number one, why castigate? For instance, one of the presidential aides, is it I don't know, Mr. Ajayi also, who put up there on Twitter, he was accusing the Cardinal Nayeko of, he said it was abuse of clerical privilege. Now, why would we accuse the Cardinal of clerical abuse of clerical? Where has he abused which privilege? That they had a private meeting with Mr. President. It was the presidency that first of all put up a press conference that the Catholic bishops were here, and then the Cardinal himself. And let me even tell you, even if for any reason whatsoever the presidency had not put up these cardinals, like I said, these bishops, they are leaders in their own right, and they are not politicians, so they also hold their own fellowship, the responsibility of reporting back to them to say, look, we went to see the presidency and these were the things we discussed with the president. They are very frank and honest leaders. They are not like our politicians, so the accountability is there. They owe it as a responsibility. In those days when we were in the university, I had the privilege of serving in one or two student committees. Each time there were issues, either with the department or with the faculty or with the management or the hall of presidents or even with the school authorities. Now, if we go to meet with them, or each time there are issues that maybe students are not finding very comfortable, we say, okay, don't worry, we'll go and see the school authorities, or we'll go and see whichever authority that is in charge. When we meet with them, we also hold it then as a responsibility to return to the students to say, we have gone to see the authorities and this is what we discussed with them and this was what they said. That is what responsibility is all about. So I don't really know what honestly speaking, I don't understand the defense that to me, what I see there is, people who are very hostile to negative criticism.
I think one thing that I admire this administration for, or the aides, is that they have a very tactical way of attacking an individual instead of analyzing what was said. We've had cases where people have come out to condemn the government on something that they have failed to do and over something that they had promised to do. But we see these aides coming out, like we've seen Daniel Buana coming out to attack the individual. He just goes to say that either they are aware that what this person has said is the truth, but in some way have to defend, or they are just playing ignorance. That's on one side. Secondly, another thing that the Cardinal said I need to highlight is the president being surrounded by yes men. And then we've had cases, we've heard stories. The most recent is the Phantom Agency, where we see things, just sprout up, and then nobody is held accountable for it. We don't know who to hold. Okay, this is the person from which this thing came out, and we just have a whole lot of people. Okay, do this, do that, and then when it goes south, and somebody comes out to say, oh, you should have done this better, we see the presidential aide countering this person's personality as against analyzing or addressing the facts. The Cardinal mentioned one party state, mentioned insecurity amongst other things. So we need to focus on these things that we have mentioned rather than attacking the person's integrity.
All right.
Yeah, that's very important. You know, in public governance, let's also state very clearly that you know, we are not saying that the presidential aides do not have a responsibility or a duty to respond. No, nobody will say so. Even as an individual now, if somebody has put up, you know, any report in the public that has to do with you, we have a right to be heard as well. We have a right to for rejoinder. That's very clear. But what we're saying here is this: there's something we call pushback. Pushback is allowed, right? Pushback is allowed. I'm a communications person, and so when I'm in charge of the communication arm of any organization or anywhere, so it becomes my duty to push back, most especially when I feel that, you know, whoever is putting up the critic, you know, didn't present offers. But there are things you just accept in the spirit of, you know, learning to get better. There are things you just, it's not everything you respond to. There are things you say, okay, we have heard you, but see. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And you don't go and attack look at the first response we got from Mr. Bwala, that the cardinal was speaking the mind of the Catholic Church. And the mind of the Catholic, has supported people. No, just tell me, you know, dragging this matter to that level, it shouldn't be the case. All right. You know, and you can follow social media. You see the number of reactions, how people have, you know, responded. That should help you gauge the mood of the nation in terms of this issue.
All right. Very apt. I will start by saying that Daniel Bwala didn't do the president any good with his rebuttal, and you know, I don't think Daniel Bwala is someone that Nigerians want to trust anything that he says, because he has, you know, gotten to a point where he has dealt a very dirty blow on his integrity as a person, one who is seen by Nigerians now as man who speaks from both sides of the mouth. In fact, not both sides, different sides. Different sides of his mouth. And then I don't know why Mr. President, to be fair, is still keeping such a man, because whatever Bwala say is a disservice to the integrity of this administration. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. And going by what Bwala is saying, he is, you know, obviously trying to cause a rift, a religious division in Nigeria, which is one thing that Nigerians are fighting against. Remember that our politics has been so, you know, divisive from the religious perspective, and we need to do everything to ensure that that doesn't, you know, continue to play in our politics. And having said that, when you look at what the cardinal said, and let me quote the cardinal in one of his interviews that is monitored on one of the television channels, and he said, we told him, he's speaking to the president, he said, we told him the nation is bleeding. He said the nation is not bleeding. We told him the economy is not helping the poor. He said the economy is doing fine. Now, moving on, you know, where he spoke to 2027 election, he was not talking about this administration wanting to win by all means, and he feels that they have even the means to, you know, to win with all means or by all means necessary. So what the cardinal has done, and you remember, whenever these Catholic bishops come out to speak, they rarely hold back. Exactly. Yeah, my answer this time is that I, for one, was thinking that it took them a longer time to even speak. You remember that even when we were in military era, they spoke. When people were running away, people were scared of their life. There were one people that met with the then head of state. I remember quite well, not just less than a month, you know, after the papal visit to Nigeria, where they congregated in the State House and met the head of state. It was about 1 month or thereabout. Then we lost our dear head of state. But one thing that is obvious is that they always speak with courage, and they speak to facts and the issues ailing the nation. And one would advise that one would need, rather than exchange of words, is to look inwards and see to the fact of the matters they raised. Are these consistent? Then you, like you rightfully submitted, will take a cue from Nigerians and get the feelers. You know, and one of such places is when you get to the social media, you'll be able to see things and know what the mood of the nation is. So for me, Daniel Bwala has not done any justice to Mr. President.
Okay, we'll move on to the next newspaper headline, and this is from the Daily Trust. The Daily Trust this morning reads, 2027, fresh debate over Tinubu's qualification. 2027, fresh debate over Tinubu's qualification. A fresh debate over President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's qualification for 2027 was triggered by INEC's publication of his nomination documents. The release has reignited public and political scrutiny of his academic and eligibility credentials ahead of the next presidential election. Now, this issue is already drawing reactions, with defenders like Deyemi Saka arguing missing primary secondary documents or certificates aren't a big deal, while opposition figures such as SDP's Adebayo claim Tinubu has defeated himself in court on the matter.
Well, this issue, seems to have become a recurring decimal, since 1999. In fact, when Mr. President now was governor of Lagos State. In fact, I think at some point in time, the great luminary himself, legal luminary, Chief Fayemi of blessed memory, had to even take him to court, and that matter was stretched down to when he wanted to become president in 2023. That issue came up again, and now the thing is, at the time we probably feel that the matter is subsiding. The matter has once again come to the fore, and may continue to, because these are very pertinent issues. Nigeria is a country where issue of academic qualification is taken very seriously. There's hardly anything you want to do in this country now that you are not asked to state your academic credentials. So that is why a lot of Nigerians are also saying that when I want to probably get a small employment, the government says I should do this. When I want to go and serve my fatherland in the National Youth Service, you ask me to bring my credentials. I want to join the military, you ask me questions about I want to join any of the whatever government agency you want to join, you ask me. So when you come to the presidency, why shouldn't Nigerians be interested to also know the academic credentials of the man who wants to occupy the highest job in the land? And when you talk about academic credentials, it has a beginning. You don't catch it from the top or from the middle. It has foundational, which is basically a first school living certificate. Want to know where did you finish your primary school, to your basic qualification the constitution has, which is school certificate. But you see, all of these things that are happening speaks to one thing, that look, is that time. And one thing is that one of the reasons, what baffles me most in all of this thing is that up till now, sometimes I wonder, why can't those who amend our constitution, tighten up that part of the constitution, make it a little bit tighter, that whoever wants to become either president or governor should be able to present verifiable academic history backed by either certificates or testimonials, or I don't know, but somehow to make it much more clear. Because I remember very well that even during the period of President Muhammadu Buhari, this issue also came up over his certificate. Some people say he had, they say he didn't have. It's okay. If he didn't have, how come he joined the military and rose to the rank of a general? Which at the end of the day, for me, my own thinking then was, I think so. I don't like the military came to testify that yes, he had, or maybe he got lost somewhere along the line, or there were different stories, But what I could judge out of that matter on my own, of course, I stand to be corrected, is that if the military hadn't come to clarify the matter at that time, then the question would be, how could have a man who probably was not sure of his certificate had risen to the rank of it? That would have been a very serious indictment, on most of our. So that probably was why that damage control had to be done at that point in time. But to make matters worse was when the issue even went to court. Was the Supreme Court that came to say, well, that what the Constitution says that certificate could have been anything as long as you know how to read and write. You see, all of these things, I think today, if you want to become a school teacher, a classroom teacher, either in a secondary school or in the qualifications that they will set out for you will be very clear. You must have gotten so and so from so and so. If you want to become which I don't even think, I don't know the job we want to do today, that the qualification will not be clearly spelled out. So when we come to the issue of president and governor, and we all agree that these are two of the most important jobs in the land, to be a governor of a state, where you will not be the one that will now be, governing the entire society, including these engineers and professors, because you can't be a professor if your qualification is not clear. You can't be a doctor. You can't be an engineer. You can't even come and be working in doing this kind of job we are doing now if your academic qualification is not clear enough. Now you have a president or a governor who will now preside over the affairs of the country, that includes all of us that are here, and you say that the least qualification is there for him is a school certificate. Sometimes I think that, is this supposed to be a paradox or what? And so those who are in charge of our amending our constitutions, I'm surprised that they are not even taking a look at this. I think they should have, probably made this more straightforward, to say, for you to contest, like when we come to in terms of age, that one is now very clear. For governor, for senator, for president, the age qualification and the benchmark is very clear. So why is it when we come to this issue of school certificates, it seems to be that we bring politics into the matter? And now, what has it led us to? The truth is this: these things are not. It's not only Nigerians that have access to all these things. There is not only Nigerians. You see, if you have a company today, I remember. Well, let's not mention names here. There are many companies today, corporate entities, that once the qualification of the helmsman there comes to question, it casts a very serious aspersion and leaves a question mark on the integrity profile of that particular organization. We saw a Kemi Adeosun, who was a minister in the President Muhammad Buhari's regime, resign his appointment as an honorable minister on questions of irregularity in his NYSC discharge certificate. Now, NYSC is not a school. It's just a scheme to render your service, compulsory service to your fatherland. But when we come to the issue of school is meant to qualify you for a job, and are we saying that governance does not need a specialized education? Is that what we're saying? So these are, honestly, sometimes I don't understand this country. I must be honest with you.
For me, I would say that the issue of these certificates, or certificate existing or non-existent, has fast become one of the, I dare say, played down criteria for political positions. And we've seen, because this is not the first time, like the headline said, it's something that is coming up again. And the fact that it was not resolved the first time it came up, that's in 1999, it was not resolved in 2023 when he came up. I wonder what they intend to achieve, because this is someone that has ruled. He has been in power for this long, and this issue is something that has been there. So why do we have to wait till another election time to stir it up? Yes, as much as I hate to admit that, okay, every political aspirant should have his or her credentials complete and certified. This is not the time to bring it up, because we both know that it's not going to be any different this time. So the thing that they did the first time, and they overplayed it, or maybe played down on it, and then the elections came, he contested, he was voted, and he won. It will still play out again. So until we decide to, like you rightly mentioned, take necessary measures to ensure that we also have other persons come up in political space where they've contested, and then after some time, you start hearing, this person used a forged certificate, or his certificates are not authentic, and then the whole back and forth begins until we have a setup or a solid constitution or a solid law that encourages that anybody who must contest or must even declare any interest must first declare all its certificates prior, so these things can be vetted and approved before the person even decides to go into any position.
For me, I would say that from what we are seeing, let's just believe it's an omission. it's an omission of, oh, because I feel you have to, if you're uploading this your school your certificate, you get to upload your first school leaving first. You do it sequentially. I really feel you do it sequentially, because so other platforms that take people in, you know, maybe if you're applying for jobs online, if they're asking you for a certificate, you do it sequentially. So let's just say it's an omission, and let's see what happens as the day turns into. Yes.
All right. Mr. Meka, I think you submitted on this issue very clearly. You know, what we're discussing is a problem for me created in our constitution. You know, in our constitution, a number of times you deal with ambiguity, and this ambiguity creates a lot of different interpretation and tension in the land. And when it comes to this issue, one would expect that, like Caesar's wife, those who are coming to such level of leadership should come without, you know, any sort of blemish, and they should be fair to Nigeria. But the other way around, like you rightfully cited, the former, our lady President Buhari, when it was his time when we were talking about certificate, Nigerians submitted that it doesn't matter if he brought is it Nepal bill?
It was not really Nigeria. I think it was a court that made that ruling.
So in this instance, so what are we talking about? The Nigerian Constitution, you know, when you check Nigerian Constitution, section 131 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is amended, when in outlining, you know, the requirements for one to be president of Nigeria, and you get to the educational qualification, it says that the person have, you know, someone has to be educated up to at least school certificate level or its equivalent. What at this point in time becomes an interpretation? What are the equivalents? But if one is to go by the submission of dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he has submitted certificates omitting, I suppose, primary, secondary, and then furnished us with a BSc certificate from Chicago. And the question now remains, should that be equated to be the equivalent for school certificate level? However, the contention is that INEC has publicly come out to say that it's not in their place to begin to verify authenticity of certificate. But what I want to be told is the interpretation of equivalent in this regard. And in 2023, I understand that there was a submission of these other certificates. Why are we omitting them, you know, en route to 2027? And the earlier we begin to give proper perspective and interpretation to these issues, and this is where our lawmakers and our judiciary owe it as a responsibility to this nation to clarify these issues, to eliminate this ambiguity, because a day will come when we may degenerate to further degenerated arguments beyond what it is today. So, if Mr. President will be kind enough to, to the nation, he has told us that he has made the compulsory NYSC requirements. There should be fast, that should be furnished, because this is the highest office in the land, and whoever occupies that position in a number of ways determines how the outside world sees Nigeria. And you really cited the issue of Kemi Adoshin, and I think that why these things continue to thrive is that at the middle of the night, Kemi Adoshin left the country. Till today, she was not prosecuted for coming to, deceive the nation and get to such an appointed level without having done the mandatory National Youth Service Corps. So when we begin to, take necessary action against people who present certificates they do not have, or forge certificates, or deceive this nation into believing that they have certain qualification, then the earlier we may begin to see this issue begin to abate.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we bring you more updates. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, Real voices uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now we're moving forward on the newspaper headlines and analysis. We're moving straight onto the next story. This is on the Vanguard newspaper. It says 10 trillion naira investments in 13 years failed to lift power supply. 10 trillion naira investments in 13 years failed to lift power supply. Despite deploring approximately 10 trillion naira in public interventions over the past 13 years, Nigeria's average power generation remains stagnant at around 4,500 megawatts, falling drastically short of the estimated 30,000 megawatts national demand. This chronic underperformance is compounded by a deep liquidity crisis with accumulated electricity market debts reaching 6.2 trillion naira due to unpaid government subsidies and unfulfilled billing obligations.
I think the man who put up this report is even a bit lenient, because if you go, if you go a little bit backwards, right from the period of President Olusegun Obasanjo, I recall when again, sometimes when we make reference to these things, age can play a significant role here. You recall that when Obasanjo came to power, the former governor of Oyo State, the late Bola Ige, SAN, he was a minister in charge of power then, and he had given an assurance that he said in 6 months' time that there was going to be stability of power in Nigeria, which eventually didn't happen, and after him, his PA then, was it Olusegun Agagu also? But you see, the bottom line here is that over all this period of time, there has been monumental expenditures in the power sector. Remember the House of Reps probe of the power, the expenditures in the power sector that never yielded, after Obasanjo's regime, that never yielded any result. Where we were told, was it something close to $10 billion or so was spent. And the funny thing is that people will tell you that many of those projects now, in the gas turbines, in the Mambila Plateau and many other displays, they are lying there. Some of them are lying there. So you find out that, again also, when the former Minister of Power and former Governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Fashola, when he was before he got to that position, I think it was PDP that was in power at that time when they were politicking prior to their accession into power in 2015. They have said that any government that is very serious, should be able to provide stable power in 3 years. And to the best of our knowledge, the man spent more than 3 years in office, and nothing happened. So that is why today I think that Nigeria should be able to ask itself a very frank and candid question to say, can we generate enough power that will be adequate enough for Nigeria? Can we generate it? If that question is answered in the affirmative, then the second question should be, why are we not generating? I use the word very sincere, because that's underlinable, sincere. Because you can ask these questions and you are not interested in getting sincere answers. You will get sincere answers. And even if you get the sincere answers, will you be willing enough? Will you be strong? Do you have the political will to embrace them and to act on them? So these things are not rocket science. Many other nations in the world today are having stability. I had the privilege, when I attended a conference in Bangkok, Thailand, a couple of years back. Where when the conference broke down into syndicates, we were in our own subcommittee when we were discussing, and we were talking about energy, the energy crisis in Africa. That's the paper we presented. And we were discussing it. My principal there, the executive secretary of the executive director of my organization that we all traveled with, had made that presentation. After the presentation, he left to go and attend another syndicate somewhere. So he left me to to take questions and to provide more insight into the paper he had presented, because the paper was prepared by all of us before we left. And a lady from Mexico, when we were talking about how Nigerians bridge the gap by providing power for themselves and things like that, and the issue of generator, how the generator market in Africa, and we are looking at the statistical reports. A report that said Nigeria is a huge market, perhaps the highest market for generator, for Asian produced generators in Africa, and in fact many parts of the world. So the lady asked the question and said, look, she doesn't understand this today. We now came to expect to her, say, look, see, here in Nigeria people buy generators, and she says she doesn't understand why people should go and buy a power generating set and put in their house. In fact, in that gathering, it was only the guy from Ghana that who understood what we were talking about. You understand? So to them, to those people over there, it's very absurd to say you go and buy generator, put in your house, you buy gasoline, and you because they already talked about the environmental pollution, the hazards, the fossil smoke that will saturate the environment, many other things, and of course the cost. But it is what it is. We told the lady, well, that is the life we live, and she did end up by saying, and we're looking this very, very, very promising and very happy, and so she, because of that, she probably want to know more about the how societies in Africa is run and things like that. So that goes a long way to underscore the dilemma that an average Nigerian faces, and that is why when the Catholic bishops tell Mr. President that this economy is not helping Nigerians, these are Nigerians that will have to buy fuel to power generators in their houses, power generators for their little businesses, fuel their cars, and possibly do other things. I can tell you that and look at the kind of investment we are talking about. Are you telling me that this investment in just 13 years, we're not talking of the ones before that time, if this will anybody come to justify that this investment actually went into justifiably into the projects, and light is what it is today? God will help us.
All right. You rightly summarized the issues around it, and I don't think there's more to add. But I remember quite well, many years back, I did have a submission when I saw a Professor Chinedu Nebo appointed the Power Minister in Nigeria, and I said something, and I repeated a similar thing when I saw Barton Naji, that if these men are unable to give us what we need in terms of power and energy, now we should forget it. It will take us another 30 years. And when you count the years, you see that we are getting closer to 30 years. But the question remains, if Barton Naji can get it right with his hydropower in Abia State, then why is the banana peel at the ministry? What is wrong? And if one should submit that money is the problem, 13 trillion in 13 years. But away with that, we've removed subsidy. Are we really intent on giving Nigerians 24-hour power supply? These are the questions. And then you awoken something here, which is those who are taking advantage of the situation, who are benefiting with the darkness in Nigeria. There's this joke outside Nigeria that every working Nigeria is a moving power generating set. Now, wherever I see in Nigeria, if you don't see the Nigerian with a power bank, you will see a mini Tiger generator, you will see a solar something somewhere, and we laugh at this. But do we ask questions about those who are benefiting from the darkness in Nigeria? Look at the number of power banks, rechargeable lights, rechargeable torchlights, rechargeable this, rechargeable that. For how long are we going to? Look at the market for generating sets. These, some people, and unfortunately, I just want to humbly put it this way.
And these generators don't cost 5 kobo. They cost a fortune.
You look at the one who call I pass my neighbor. Well, as a student, we bought it at 7,500. Yes. Feeling like B-boys.
Exactly.
Go now and price it. The one I had one sometime, I didn't know the value of it, and somebody said, look at what this is in the market. And somehow I wanted to confirm. And I saw that I didn't value, because when I got it, it was for nothing. And you see it at over 300,000 naira, exactly. Nigerian naira. Exactly. Convert that to dollars.
Exactly.
And I had a family who saw darkness for the first time, that power could go off for the first time in their life in Nigeria. It's quite unfortunate.
Exactly.
That our children will continue to shout up NEPA.
That's why they say, you see, Nigerians are very resilient people, and for me, that is why the presidency should please listen to what the Cali bishops are saying. You see, it's not only the fact that Nigerians are moving power generating sets. It's also said that every Nigerian is a local government area of his own. You provide your power, you provide your water, you provide your security. Sometimes you provide roads. Some people provide roads and listen to their compound. So sometimes you now begin to ask, where does the government come in?
I think the question should be, does the definition of government work in Nigeria, or we should redefine what government is in Nigeria? It's quite sad and unfortunate.
Good thing that some people are now getting loans to go to school. Some of them who went to school, many people train themselves.
Yeah.
And we were told then that states pay out bursary. I never received even 1 kobo bursary throughout my undergraduate and postgraduate.
States pay bursary.
Yes.
Yeah, some states pay bursary.
I didn't receive.
I know some people from South.
Yes, of course. They were
able to stay afloat.
I didn't get 1 kobo from my state in terms of bursary.
Yes.
I did not know.
No, some states were paying heavily when
these
it comes to bursary.
These are the issues.
And they were big boys in school because they come from certain areas.
And it's the same set of people who left after they left school. Many of them have not been able to lay their hands on, good job for the past 10 years.
Well, quite unfortunately, very sad that people who benefited from meal tickets when they were eating one full chicken,
the
ones running the show now, which is even why we should care very much about the NEPA bills that will submit our certificate in Nigeria. Because they want on a free education. By the time you are graduating from the university, a job is waiting for you.
Of course.
Yeah. No. By the time you are finishing secondary school in Nigeria, go back and read history.
Exactly.
Listen to Chinua Achebe.
Of course, that's the truth.
Read from this before you finish secondary school, there is a job for you somewhere. And then you work for some time, save up, and then a university is calling and waiting. And here we are. What sort of nation are we paving?
The day of the Almighty June. We call it Almighty June. That is when you write your final exam. As we are writing the final exam, representatives of many blue chip companies and other establishments with their vehicles are waiting for you, offering you jobs. They will take you from that your distance to your school to the city.
It's something that all these things you and Mr. Dom has said. I never heard of any of these things.
You see, the most unfortunate thing, as a historian, the most unfortunate thing that has happened to this nation is removing history from the curriculum. And I think
because I don't know. I don't
see when you read the lives of Chinua Achebe, read Cyprian Ekwesi, even the Wole that you know, go to their archives, you read their experiences, how even Nadimo Fokansi keep speaking to these things all the time. These are people. By the time you were finishing secondary school, John Roth was there. You never were there. Were there. Jobs were there waiting for you.
Because these same people are the ones coming.
This question you are asking now.
This is teacher is saying now. There was a time. We that are growing up are not aware. We don't know how things are.
This is not male speaking. I've seen the male ticket. I knew there was a male ticket in my life. I had a high court judge late now went to his archives and show me the mail ticket from the University of Nigeria.
So what exactly? I knew you were in hand.
This question I ask him, good. This question I ask him now. What happened? At what point?
Whose generation?
No. To my own estimation, this is the reason. This is part of. This may. Let me put it safely. This may be part of the reasons why history was stopped, because they knew that the younger generation we have today, if they continue to hear these stories,
they would want to
ask questions.
Obviously. Raising pertinent questions. And marrying this, I keep re-echoing what Gowon did say, that Nigeria had money.
Yeah, the problem
was how to spend it.
Yes.
Are you getting me? So at what point did we go wrong?
That's the thing.
Because if these people in this, see, when I entered the year one in Nigeria here, they would come since we are getting so bad, because as at that point in time we were uncomfortably 4 per room. It used to be 2 persons per room in Njoku hostel. Let me go direct. In Njoku hostel used to be 2 persons per room, while in room 416 at Njoku hostel, that was year one, we were 4, and we find that quite inconveniencing, and 2 persons per wardrobe and cupboard. Then we'll have people coming to sweep the room. They will beg you to sweep the room. You give them permission, they will sweep out the room, wash the gents for you, the toilet and everything for you. So this same hostel, when you go there, you can't even take a meal in that hostel.
You see, let me tell you, like I said, my mind tells me that this is the reason why, this may be part of the reason why history was stopped, because they knew that this generation, this particular generation, I must give it to them, they are very active, even though we wanted to.
You know what's clocking in my head now? What's clocking in my head now? The age range of people who are at the National Assembly. Let's break it down. Let's say those from 40 years downwards, let's excuse them. But those of them of the other generation, from the senior presidents, these are people who enjoyed the gaze of Nigeria.
And basically, they're still there.
So is it that because from what you just mentioned, people coming into sweep the room, and then they move from 2 occupants to 4. I'm sure some people.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I was in student union politics. I rose to be a speaker at some point in time. I'm a member of Rebet. I remember when a new hostel was built near Nzogu, what we call the student union building. Chukwumakadina Zogo building.
Okay.
I don't know how to say between the building and the hostel you have called Akintola, which used to be a boys' hostel where we had the presidential lodge and all that. In between the hostel, the school built a new hostel, and they said they were going to use double bunk. We said it was never going to happen. That you can't introduce the bunk system in a university. Why? You see, I'm trying to trace the case we have. Why were they wanting to introduce the double bunk system? Because the admission rate, you've overpopulated the university, creating diploma courses. People were now receiving lecture in the stadium. Those who were there, will tell you. The departments, I'll call them, they had page. They were receiving lectures at the stadium, at open stadium. The population was, such that it was so high that no classroom could contain some people. You start creating, courses that were not accredited.
Let me tell you, go and do a research and find out what led to the very first students' unrest in Nigeria. It took place at University of Ibadan. If you go to UI, the student building is called Kunle Adekweba.
Named after a student.
Yes. what led to the crisis? What led to the surge? You see, if you look at the university, even as some of us went to university, I can use the word not long ago, even though it's almost 30 years now. If not, I got into university in 1994. You know how many years that is now. I remember when I paid all my fees. I mean, I finished paying all my fees. I realized I had spent just 210 naira.
How much?
All your fees.
Yes,
you spent 210 naira.
Yes.
In your year one.
In my year one.
200 naira.
And with all those fees I spent. With all those fees I spent.
So you benefited though.
I see how my
200.
because when you do your clearance after your first degree, you must pack all the receipts. So
yes,
they are still intact.
Yes.
Even without receipt, tissue papers were given to me from my house of residence. A tablet of soap was given to me.
I received tissue papers in the University of Nigeria.
So you can imagine people that went before us.
You know why I'm saying you benefited? Because while I think year one, the highest amount I paid with accommodation was about 14,000 naira with accommodation year one, which was on a higher note. So by the time I was leaving university, I think I was not meant to pay around 21,000 something, without accommodation, because by then I was no longer in the school hostels, but in fact, funny enough, I had in my fees what was said to be laboratory fees. And we were asking the question, where is the laboratory? I am of the arts. I don't need a laboratory, so why pay for it? But when we wanted to, go to riot, protest against that, we remember that we just coming out from a protest because we had the Faculty of Arts then in University of Nigeria be without light for 1 year. So you couldn't go there to read at night, and then we let the protest restore the light. So we were like, if we this again, we're already losing some.
As a matter of fact, when I went back, immediately after my youth service in 1999, I mean, we were there when the military. We were youth corpers then. We saw the exit of the military and the coming of the civilians. I remember when we went to greet the former, because I served in the military, in Katsina. I remember when we had issues in Katsina then, in terms of those of us that were also partly in the Ministry of Education because we were teaching. And as a protest, we went to the government house to speak with somebody. Facilitated a meeting between us and the governor to go and table our demand. I was part of the 5-man, delegation, because this is my mouth. I've always been talking. So I remember the Governor Yaradua then, was asking us to explain what our problems were. And immediately after my youth service, I went back to university to do my master's, and I was asked to pay 6,000 naira everything. Those of us that just came back from youth service, we said no. How much did we pay? Just how many? It's less than 24 months. You are asking us to come and pay it.
Anyway, let's also remember that
the point is this: the Nigerian state knows. The Nigerian state knows. I won't state my other job areas in Nigeria, but by the time I have passed through, undergoing some training, and at the final stage, I was told the number of protests I participated in as a student, the number of ones I was part of those that initiated. In fact, I had my file. They gave me the dossier of my activities 4 years in the university. So the Nigerian state, if we're interested in salvaging the situation, we must talk.
The government said, I think it was on Saturday that we read, based on this issue that we're talking about, that they're going to introduce electricity subsidy from next year. They're going to remove
completely, because the argument tonight that the ministry is still saying that there's still some element of subsidy that is happening now. Well, I think that the light is not there. That is even why all of these are
exactly. I have issue with
6.2 trillion first.
If paying it off is not the problem, the money for the SUVs will pay it off. But before we even get to that, I have issue with the removal of the subsidy they are talking about. But the question is, what are they really subsidizing now? The darkness.
Exactly. Exactly.
That is the issue. Energy security in Nigeria is, for me, government needs to do more in terms of energy security. Nigeria is still principally a developing country, and when you have a developing country, you don't. You see, the issue of energy security must take very important. How do people? What is the means of production? There are many small businesses today that have closed up simply because they need to operate on power, and they don't have the means to finance it. So it's an issue.
Anyways, there are a lot of things to talk about.
Yeah.
You know, you can't exhaust the issues in Nigeria. But let's just transform Mr. Goodhope to the sports oracle. Let him give us a brief on what's happening in the world of football.
All right, so Team Nigeria finished 7th at the Glasgow 2026 Commonwealth Games with 24 medals, 10 gold, 7 silver, and 7 bronze. That's on the Glasgow Commonwealth Games that was just concluded, you know, a few hours ago. It has been a moment that Nigeria will be proud of forever. And we have someone talking about Temitope Adeshina, who has made history for Nigeria. The 19-year-old becomes the first Nigerian woman ever to win a Commonwealth high jump medal, ending a 72-year wait. And still talking about sports, still talking about you know, Nigerian women. We are having Ashishat Oshoala, who's the Ababola of the WAFCON, who has been consistent scoring, you know, in the WAFCON games all through the years since 2014 and down to 2026. You know, Nigeria lost their game in the opening game that they lost against Malawi. That's the opening. Those who came for the first time they are playing the debut, they lost their game, and it was a sad moment for the, you know, Super Falcons. But they have taken it further to win against, you know, Zambia, which has really given them the, you know, the mind and the spirit to fight for this WAFCON. And being the defending champion, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Now let's just take a look at the foreign news, you know, what's happening in the world of transfers, where we've had some players and the rumors which have been going on. You could see that where Danny Welbeck has, you know, made his mark in the transfer list, going and signing for Chelsea Football Club. And Chelsea this time has been making a lot of impact, and we are still seeing other names coming. We are seeing Napoli is getting to, you know, link up with Aikolu, and we're still talking about PSG signing one of the best in their wing and trying to replace some of the players. And on this note, finally, I'm bringing you Mykhailo Mudryk of Ukraine, who is set to resume his career after a doping allegation, the allegation has been cleared, and he is ready to set sail with Chelsea and is going to go join them in the preseason at Hong Kong. Yes.
Well, for want of time, let me talk about the Commonwealth Games. Congratulations to Team Nigeria, although I don't know whether it is 6th or 7th they came.
7th,
because there are conflicting reports about that. But however, whatever it may be the case, they didn't come first, they didn't come second, they didn't come third. So, but you know, whichever other position, we congratulate them, we commend them. But if you ask me, Nigeria should do better next time, because within the Commonwealth, Nigeria has come to make a name, you know, and we're very unfortunate that some of the sports that we knew before, you know, that Nigeria was dominating, the 100 meters dash, the 200 meters and 400 meters, and we don't get to see any of these things again. Then for Danny Welbeck and Chelsea, well, I also wish him well. I hope he contributes and makes meaningful impact in the club. But for me, I don't know why Chelsea should be going
for experience. If we
and Danny Welbeck is the one to put. Where was Danny Welbeck during the just concluded World Cup in English team?
We'll ask them what they actually would want Danny Welbeck to do. But we're still seeing names like.
But Chelsea should realize that Chelsea should realize that, you know, their fans are expecting a lot from them in this season.
With their signings, only Liverpool, I'm not sure that where they are going to end this season because of how they have been playing. Imagine Leeds, you know, winning them just in their friendlies yesterday. It was not.
I've heard you earlier talk about Liverpool in that man and talk about the Leeds. Then give me the names of people who played that match.
Yeah, that's the issue. You know, most of their stars.
Liverpool scored the first 2 goals.
Yes,
and then after time they pulled the big names away from the
and
match. To introduce
the and the World Cup scores. Those who participated in the World Cup, especially those who were there in the last 8 and the last 4, many of them, the players are yet to resume. They are still resting.
Exactly. So when you talk about Liverpool,
it's because it's Liverpool. If it's Arsenal now, it would have been.
But this is just fire. You saw what you call crashing.
No, yes.
You understand? But if when we talk about Arsenal, we are talking about Arsenal that wants to be like the big boys, without wanting to spend the money like the big boys.
Is it about spending?
But they got the cup last year.
I'm telling you, like it's not about spending.
Once it finishes, Gino, I agree with you. To don't have the money.
It's not about spending.
The system pays you. That system, that for those who you may know, in the theater we call it Grotowski, you know, they towards a poor approach. At least it pays once in 25 years.
Anyway,
so Arsenal fans expect your team to win the league once in 25 years.
They are still thinking about.
Oh, they will not come after me. They will not come after me.
Just if they are thinking about.
Town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemas, and participatory democracy, Pateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthen performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. In Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor Petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we'll bring to you a bit of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And I'm Uche Osai. Today we'll take a look at political thuggery and the road to 2027. An ancient proverb reminds us that when the music changes, so must the dance. But as Nigeria navigates the complex unfolding terrain on the road to the 2027 general elections, it appears a familiar dark rhythm is attempting to play once more. The rhythm of intimidation, the cadence of violence, the desperate dance of political thuggery. We are still months away from the ballot boxes, yet the early warning signs are already flashing in the shadows. From localized political skirmishes to the weaponization of digital spaces, the recruitment pipelines are being primed. Hungry, vulnerable youths are once again being positioned as tools of disruption, while the high-profile architects of these maneuvers remain safely hidden in the comfort of their affluence. The question staring us in the face today is stark. Will the road to 2027 be paved with the true democratic will of the people, or will it be hijacked by the lawless might of hired actors? Are we doomed to repeat the cycle of fear and voter apathy, or can we dismantle the machinery of electoral violence before the first vote is even cast? Today on The Insight, we are cutting through the political rhetoric to examine the loopholes, the socio-economic triggers, and the systemic reforms required to safeguard our democracy. And to help us dissect this critical issue, we are joined by a man who commands a unique vantage point, a distinguished intellectual, and a seasoned administrator with a deep and nuanced understanding of Nigeria's political trajectory. Please welcome to The Insight, Comrade Fidelis Ede, Executive Director, Service Accord Initiative, and a farmer. It's a pleasure to have you on The Insight one more time.
Thank you for having me.
It's been such a long time since the last time we met, and
we're so excited. Sorry, even last Monday I would have been here, but I came back with some cold from Abuja. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we understand. We are so excited to have you.
Yeah.
Let's just dig straight into this issue. You know, speaking to definition, when I speak to, let's say, a market woman in Onitsha or in Enugu, or a marketman in anywhere in Nigeria, and when I talk about, toggery in Nigeria, they'll give you a picture of young men, with knives, guns, machete, dangerous faces moving about. But I'm asking, with your vantage position, where you sit now, understanding that the dance is changing, speaking to the era of the internet and the dynamics of politics today. What's your definition, of toggery in today's Nigeria?
Well, toggery essentially is defined by perception.
Perception.
Yeah. When I say perception, I do not mean that we don't have maybe a dictionary meaning of toggery. But I think when you take a sample, assuming you now go into the streets and ask people to speak to their understanding of what toggery means, you will get to note people talk about certain characteristics, certain attributes. And when it's so said, like you tried to point out, we associate it to the youths. But the question will be, if we say it's just about the youth, is that somebody who is given to toggery, particularly if is that the role he plays in politics, is it that he attains certain age and abandon it? So thugs also grow old. But the question will be, do they abandon the trade? They may no longer walk in the streets. They may no longer be the ones, the direct agents of violence or mayhem. But they also emerge, just like what you have in politics. So if you talk about political godfathers, you can now begin to know that there are people who bring in their wealth. There are people who also contribute other essential inputs without specifically referring to the great man, great in his own sense. If you think about the godfather of Amala politics in Ibadan, something strikes you. If people also want to talk about the road transport, not many people will also remember that their role in the election process include that they are critical in conveying materials. People will just think that it is at the park you get people, the arboros and what have you, But the truth of the matter is that if we must put this in proper perspective, I will prefer one to ask this question. Is anybody born a thug? And the answer is no. Because particularly in this part of our country, there is no birth that don't come with a lot of joy and celebration. We celebrate that somebody has been born. We celebrate that a life has come in, particularly if he's a male. You know, that celebration is not that that's the first time we are seeing somebody being born. It's what the person represents or what the future in terms of destiny portends for that person. And through the names we bear, you will notice that there is nobody who at birth is given a name that is repugnant. There is nobody who does not have a name that connotes that in God, through you, we will achieve some heights, either for the family, for the community, depending on the circumstances. So if people are not born into that subculture, the question will now be how or at what point the people now move into that subcultural life. And it's very obvious that through history, we have learned that there are two, if you wanted, there are many, but we can classify for purpose of this discussion, two classes of people that are in society. Those who have meaningful life, those who have meaningful life, those whose aspirations are baked from childhood. They have the opportunity of attending school. They have the opportunity of transiting, you know, the different ladders, you know, building to be civil, to be productive, to be resourceful. They have mentors, they have guidance. You discover that this category I try to capture now, even when they have issues, you know, delinquents, abnormal character, and what have you, while schooling, somehow they also beat into line. They are captured, you know, they are framed in a way that they outgrow that. Then you have the other category that in the course of their moving, because of circumstances and background or environments, they end up having meaningless life. And we know that a meaningful and meaningless life cannot coexist, just like light and darkness. So to that extent, we can now begin to ask, if we have a community model, because I'm still going to come to governance, at what point did we lose out in our communal sense of living? Because this story you try to point out have not always been with us. Yes, we used to have great men, great young people, but societies also, communities have a way through which they exhibit their prowess, you know. You know, or okokaria, in terms of when they go farming, they will tell you while others were doing 3 heaps, he have already done 6. So it means that at that point, people had a way of exhibiting their talent, you know. So with that, you discover that the one that is Dinta will continue to thrive. At a point, he combined it with farming. At a point, he combined it with other things. So what it means is that you don't have this nuisance in communities. And as they are growing, because of the background that, I hope you don't mind, because this is our environment. Yes. You discover that at times, it is the community that shape, in fact, the peer group thing. You know, at a point, it is even your age mates that will beat you into line. Because if you think you are stubborn, there are people within the age group who are stronger than you. Not that they are stubborn, but they will tell you that if it's about being stubborn, that they will have meda, so that you have to behave. But with urbanization, we lost that grip in the behavioral framing. now that you find that young people who are even not old enough to attend to themselves are in urban areas, not guided by anybody. You know, you find people elect to say, no, I won't go to school. You know, what do? They go in, you find them as hawkers, you find them as barrow pushers. Mind you here, I'm not condemning this trade, because it used to be a process of ibambo. You know, as people grow, there are things they find themselves with which they tell story. If you look at the mobility of the Igbo man, you will discover that at one point or the other, you know, you may not have been hired out to a stranger, but you may have lived with an uncle or a relation or even direct brother. You know, these were way of framing people. And for those who, like they used to say, didn't have brain for education. And I have to say here that when we were saying people didn't have brain for education, we were just focused on Western education, you know, the raw. When I say raw now, you now talk about reading, then arithmetic and writing. We didn't, if Bill Gates was to be a Nigerian, he would have been a dropout. And you will discover that the American entrepreneurs, the flyers, are not wonderful certified intellectuals. You know, these were guys who early enough, just like some of our people who were into ironsmithing, who were, like I've mentioned, hunting, which would have taken people into archer, you know, arrow game and what have you, even sports. There were times here, the issue, it was so it wasn't, you know, people, it was just for, you know, so we didn't have the modernization that transited to harness these talents. And because the youngs are usually restive in mentality, and it's not something that is common now. It's not that it just started. I read somewhere in 1000 BC in Babylon, where the elders described their youths as lazy, godless, and rascal, that they are not likely to keep to their culture. I'm talking about 1000 BC. You can now see that this is an attribute of growing up the youths. And the same people who may have described this youth, assuming we have access to how they were described when they were youth, you will discover that these are dynamics that society have to hone. So, but coming back, what I try to capture is how it seems as if we lost out, and the promotion of subculture that have now created tendencies that threaten things like even elections has become a tradition, you know. So with time, we discovered that values in terms of character formation, in terms of people now being identified as responsible. You know, if you watch these days, the word gentleman seems to have become obsolete. There were times, you know, people were so described. There were times in communities, people will tell you, you see that man there, his word is his word, you know, but it's no more. And this has to do with our material orientation. When I say we, the development of humanity, not now Nigeria, you know, because if you talk about material development, we can begin to talk about the core capitalist system, you know. So that's what has happened. So in our march to modernization, we lost that traditional center that used to hold us together. Then with colonialism, they tried to move us into a pattern we are not used to, but forced us to abandon what we had without arriving at where they wanted us to be. So it's like somebody who is in a journey. You've left where you are, and along the line. It happens even today for most of the people who jump from Nigeria. They arrive to where they are going to discover that it's not the picture that was painted. And coming back is not that easy. So, thuggery is a product of modernization brought about by a system that we were not able to appreciate, and the movement of people recklessly, I must use that word now, because when you say urbanization started with the Industrial Revolution, people leaving to come and take jobs and what have you. But when people leave their community, where they were being fed for, where they ought to be productive and resourceful, and come into an urban area unplanned, and start squatting in places that are not habitable, find themselves engaging in tents, just they say they are trying to make a living, you discover that they end up also being a willing tool. That has to do with now the process of recruitment. Then if you also look at our educational system, you will discover, take the issue of the role of Wole Soyinka in cult in university. You will discover then that from his analysis of how we have captured it, it was something first they started to counter some tendency of the white man, then bully or arbitrariness within the school system. But these were brilliant guys, just like if you look at the illuminated, you know, who pride themselves as the enlightened, you know. So cultism in the school system was not just for dullards, you know. In fact, then, if you are not already set for grade 1, you are not likely to be admitted into the confraternity, you know. But over time, things get deregulated. So now, it turned out to be an organ of bullying, and people now using it to even advance their own academic environment. And what it means is that with time, being a group, they started also operating outside the educational system. And mind you that at a certain point, they will also graduate from the school, from the tertiary institution, depending on whether it is a college of education, polytechnic, or university, you know. So, like I told you, that talks also grow old, you know. So you saw how they now began to affect society. So as people also move into politics, who are their colleagues or those with whom they more has interacted, they also started providing certain level of support. And in politics, support means so lot. It's something you can just not define. There are even people who support to a candidate may be that they turn the person's driver without being paid for the period the person, because in our environment, once somebody is bidding for a position, the assumption is that no jebego. And by the time he loses, the man turns around to say, do you know that throughout the period I was with this person, he never paid me, and all that, you know. So we have undefined expectations and arrive at bus stops that end up in dash hopes and what have you. So the tendencies that have created thuggery in Nigeria are so diverse. Tribalism, religion. If you also look at the politics of the First Republic, particularly what happened in Western Nigeria, you will discover that thuggery, you know, is just now we are discussing. You know, those engaged in this don't look at it as thuggery. They believe that they are advancing certain interests, and that of the West, that was later described as Wild Wild West, now got to the point of even derailing the First Republic, because you cannot talk about the collapse of the First Republic without linking it to the political crisis in the West. Yeah, we can talk about the coup, you know, but there were things that spurred that climate and consciousness that led to the young military officers saying no, that we have to save our country. So it is a bad influence. It is something I don't know how we can deal with. But again, education and the lack of it is at the core of its continued perpetuation.
All right. You've taken us through the historical account of the trajectory of things given to urbanization and other, but one is prone to ask, given this inherent culture that was imported, and I hear you mention Amala politics while you were describing this, should we trace this to this imported culture? Because even the climes where we would say that we copied democracy from, they rarely have these sort of issues that we're discussing now, speaking to Togri. So the point is, at what point did he get to that violent nature? You cited the Wild West, but today we'll continue to take advantage of that situation. And it seems to, when I interact with people, and if you go out, they will tell you that thugs are part of politics. At what point did he get to this point?
No, it has always been there. Where you say it is not as noticeable as it is here. It is just a matter of proximity and their growth over time. The worst thuggery culture in recorded history can be found in India. I think it's in the 18-something. That was not just for politics. It was a set. It was a cultural group. With the Indian caste system, they remained in place, were in control of almost like a region. They almost all wanted to even operate like a political party. Very dominant. And because there was a particular god they were worshipping, they were ruthless. They kill by strangling. And it was something they fancy. If you look at US in particular, up to the point America adopted the merit system. The political system in America was patronage system. It was deadly. In fact, we cannot begin to talk about thuggery in terms of what we are feeling with the political development of America that completely alienated blacks up to 1963, when Luther King and his team started walking the streets after the Rosa Parks bus incident, segregation, So even recently, the fact that Hillary Clinton lost the election is not just that, it's just that America is not set for a woman president, and it is still endemic in their culture. Racism, that's why I told you, defining thuggery just from the point that, this is something society builds. So when society builds it, the element that emerge, you may not directly say is thuggery. But what you will be looking at, the consequences and the outcome, what is it used for? So, I made the point about meaningful life and meaningless. You cannot, in a society where people continue to be degraded, where people continue not to have access to the basic things of life, and you now tell me that the values for subculture, do you know in Nigeria the informal sector is greater than any other sector, whether you are talking about education, whether you are talking about government, the formal sector now, I mean, is both the government, private, all formal institutions that have allowed people to have employment or people to have meaningful life. They are not up to 30% compared to the 70% that still have not had access to modernity. And that is why, if you look at the 1999 Constitution, if you trace it back to the struggle against colonial rule, you will see the impact on why it was necessary to have the local government system devolved. Because it has already been agreed that the bulk of our people, mind you, the Nigerian Constitution, you are a Nigerian today because you are an indigene. And you are an indigene because there is a place you are from where your grandfather was traced. That's what conferred the right on you. So we are all indigenous people. The idea of citizenship is what the Constitution introduced. So if we don't have a system of catching the people where they are domiciled, I still feel sad. The contradiction, which is a sad paradox, we found ourselves with development in the north. People will blame Lugard and say no, but the truth is that feudalism in north was already entrenched in a manner that dehumanizes people. How do you wake up and say that there are people who are created to rule, then there are people who are created to be servants? The Takalawas, how do you defend them? Are they thugs? But they are more deadly than the thugs when you provoke them or when they are more mobilized for a specific action.
They're speaking to the mobs now.
No, exactly. You know, the point I'm trying to tell you is that you can now put an advert. You can put an advert in the newspaper and say, I want to employ thugs. You know you can't do that.
Yes.
But if you need them, there are people who will recruit them. And they know from where they will recruit them. If you need thugs now, you can't go to Independence Law to recruit thugs. You can't go to GRA. You can't go to Transekulu. There are people, there are areas.
You know, should I confidently now say that the system itself creates that enabling environment?
No, that is what I'm trying to tell you, that if you look at our governance trajectory, because my approach towards the issue is not usually the question and answer, you know, and given my background, at times I look at myself and said, if God has not been kind to me, and if one had not met people who actually affected me and encouraged me, I can tell you that I may not even have the courage of being a thug, because to practice that you also need some courage. But I can tell you that if in 1979 I left St. Patrick's Seminary without result and started work in Ministry of Agriculture Enugu as a clerical assistant, which is messenger equivalent, and my salary was 85 naira. It was Shagari who made minimum wage 100 naira, you know. And if I had not met the kind of officers I met who said, no, you don't belong here, further your education, you know, and if in the course I had not also met people who I was looking on to say I want to be like these people, you know, I would have retired. Today, I am a retired public servant in Enugu. My pension monthly is 48,000. But I retired on grade level 14. You can see the level. Imagine those who retired on grade level 3, grade level 4. I am now talking about, not now me. I'm talking about those who also have family and have to bring up children. These are the people who also, except they are lucky as me, given what I have described, who will produce those that will be vulnerable for a lot of things that are not meaningful in society. And you'll find people who will leave their village, they will go to Onisha. What they do is to push barrow in the evening. A barrow pusher who just feeds from hand to mouth. Where do you think he sleeps? And somebody picks them and gives him shelter and begin to train him on a particular role. In fact, when we refer to our prison system, you know, it is part of the justice system as correctional. The question will be asked, those people who are convicted for crime, particularly the young one, when they exit, when they are discharged, where do they go to? Do you know that there are people who just wait for them and pick them and begin to reschool them and make them know that why they went there is because they didn't, they were not well trained, you know. So what I'm saying, it is the society, it is the government. But now when I talk about government, I don't talk about the individual. It is the system we have created. It is, because when I made reference to communities. We used to have a system whereby before you leave your village to any town, you will arrive there and be received by somebody who definitely will enlist you into the system. And if you're already working, by the time you know next meeting of the village or the community, you're already with them. So they have a way of checking themselves. But I'm telling you that people just live an environment frustrated, just like I talked about Japa, you know. They get there and discover that this is not, but because you are alive, you must adjust. Yes. And those who are on the lookout for such vulnerable people, because there are people. Why crime tribe is that there are people who also are mentors.
All right. On that note, let's just go on a short break. When we return, the conversation continues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we've been discussing with Comrade Fidelis, the Executive Director, Service Accord Initiative, and today he's telling me that he's equally a farmer as well, and he's been helping us school us on the issue of Togri, political Togri, and the road to 2027. It's been a pleasure discussing with you so far.
Thank you.
All right. You've taken us into what I would say the school of understanding Togri in Nigeria. We've understood the trajectory, the cause. But let's look at the road to 2027. And I'm asking, when you listen to the rhetorics, the political rhetorics coming out from leaders, those who are the helm of affairs, and you begin to see that we're already beginning to see semblances of what portends or shows us that the road to 2027, there may be, a replication of these very negative vices that we've witnessed in our political culture over time.
You just captured the word by saying replication. It obeys history.
It obeys history.
The political tension that is coming is consistent with history and the pattern. I think what has happened is that Nigerians of my age will tell you that the thing is not even as heightened as it used to be. You know why? Because people are weakened, people are wiser, and people are more frustrated now. People don't know that apathy has its own benefits to electoral progress. There were times before now, mobilization would have been along partisan rule. Anybody who witnessed 1979 election, history tells us that. I just made the mention to Wild West. Yes. Do you think that this is how it was? And why at times when I, particularly when I talk on politics, I try to go outside Nigeria, so that people will know that this is consistent with the political culture anywhere. The president of America never accepted, defeat in the election he lost. He never. In fact, before the election, he was very clear that if he is not declared, that America will burn. Were you not aware? So Do you have any such thing here? You know, so the point I'm saying is that we often don't look at the root cause of where we are. We follow emotion and sentiment, and because people are new, just like the INEC registration of voters, they will tell you if you are 18 years and you've not reached that, you know. So there are people who have not seen this pattern. In fact, they only hear about it. They were not here 79, and you know, the social media now, the volume of overload of information, and what people, you know, TikTok has also even made it down that everybody manufactures one thing, and so at times I advise people be careful what you internalize, because people don't even know that those things you read also affect you. You know, when people talk about stress level, at times people say they can't sleep and what have you. Most times it's what you have internalized, because you know, just like animals that chew their cud after eating, when they lie down, that is when the process starts. You know, so the point I'm making is that what we are seeing is consistent, and it may not even get to that tempo.
It may not get to that tempo.
No, it may not. It will not. Not it may not. It will not. Do you know why? What usually leads to that level of conflict and violence in Nigeria is the balance of power between the government in power and the opposition. But you know, you've seen the opposition now. Where are they? So who will now create that environment?
Sorry to come in. If one may, you are saying that what we're witnessing in Osun State will be an isolated case because the opposition is not there. Because given to what is the build-up to Osun election, we've seen youths, thugs, wielding machetes and guns on the street. And the rhetoric is coming out from Osun State. We've heard the governor himself speak to the fact that they cannot be intimidated into submission. And what I'm saying now is, the case of Osun, do you think that that could be an isolated case when we get to 2027?
No, listen. You've just I made this point that what fans or fires violence, including thuggery and what have you, is opposition.
Yes.
Which you now have in Osun.
Yes.
Assuming the Rivers State governor had insisted to recontest, you will still be seeing the same thing. Because what it will mean that the government in power will be mobilizing with its resources, while those in opposition trying to use the federal government apparatus will be countering. Where you don't have balanced opposition, you know, because it means that's why one party system is an anathema, particularly in an environment where you have diversity. In an environment, in fact, good politics ought to thrive on different ideology. And for Nigeria, they have multi-party system, you know. So when people talk about, for instance, the federal government and the president trying to muzzle parties and all that, I say, well, they are not students of history. They are not students of history, because if you look at the collapse of the political system in Nigeria, it definitely started under President Obasanjo. In 1979, in fact, if you look at the Second Republic, it was not so. And how do I mean? In the Second Republic, you had a political system where the government in power account to the party. So the party was there to defend itself, and those, they had a job. The party national chairman, secretary, state, you know, they knew that without their party winning an election, that their job is gone. But came 1999, I don't know the incident that led to Obasanjo now assuming the leader of the party. He was the president-elect. He was the president in power, and the leader of the political party, which is a contradiction, which Nigerians are not even looking at. Because a president like Shagari was the president of Nigeria, not candidate of MPN. He was answerable to the National Assembly and the Nigerians that have the sovereign authority that gave him mandate. But when a president assumes the leader of a party that elected him into office, that means he abandons the greater mandate of the people. And in abandoning that greater mandate, you discover that he is defined more by his intention to return to power. So everything is about politics for him. So you have gotten to a point where, apart from that, it is worse in the state. Because at that federal level, you still had contention. You still had people who were checkmating Obasanjo. You will recall that at a point, the current president, when he was governor of Lagos, was the only person remaining in AD that led to the local government fund bill. So you saw states that even took federal government to courts and all that. But you have those today. So when you have people moving to one party, and people are saying it's because, no, it is because people are trying to go for survival, because we lost what it used to be. And if you look at our constitution, it was defined in a way that the party is supreme when it comes to politics. Because one, you cannot register a party if the party doesn't have a manifesto derived from chapter 2 of the constitution. So the constitution already has imposed ideology. And that was why in the Second Republic, when you talk about MPN, you talk about mass housing. AD, you talk about education. You know, then MPP, you talk about the people. If you go to section 16 of the constitution, you will see from where they are picking. But we now got to the point. That is the aspect Nigerians are not even looking at. And that is why we are where we are. Where a governor now discusses programs of states, and they will be telling you, he has done A, B, C, D, without reference to the House of Assembly. We have derailed. So the issue is not about the presidents. The issue is how our politics have moved away from what the constitution created, multi-party, which is anchored on section 40 of the constitution, freedom of association, and all the safeguards that were brought in there in terms of federal character when the president wins. Zoning is not in the constitution. But again, if you look at how the party ought to pick representation in terms of how it has to constitute it national, you will see how zoning was introduced. Unlike the First Republic, where a party can just come, like in Northern People's Congress, and they don't bother about any other region and what have you. They won an election and were able to constitute government by producing the prime minister. So what I'm saying is that Nigerians are not looking at how the political process is being deregulated. It's not, for me, this Togri thing is not even the issue, because the violence in election has led to apathy. The second one is that the way we run governance has also led to apathy. That once people know they are not going to be part of those coming in power, they get withdrawn. So we are not looking at why are people no longer participating in defining how they have to be governed. Because we have handed governance to the hands of those in power, particularly at the states. Because the state governors have not only taken over the state, they have also taken over the local government. In fact, people even checkmate the federal government through the National Assembly, NGOs and what have you. Do you hear anything about the states? You know, so we are not looking at how to strengthen the political process, because the idea of strengthening the political process is that, okay, look at the First Republic, for instance, the first national party, the NCNC. You look at the groups that formed it. You will find teachers, you will find students, you will find farmers. I don't know if you get them. These are social forces that drive the political system. Because when you talk about the market woman, You know, we just talked about them as if, no, these are the categories. Because when you talk about social forces, mind you, that the economic aspect, the political economic is acted of Adam Smith, is acted on the greater good for the greater interest of people. I don't know if you get me. So how do you achieve it? Drivers, for instance, they have their own interests. They ought to aggregate.
Unionize.
You know, when you say unionizing, you now make it too formal. The point is that people must come together to begin to protect their interests. That is how it used to be. The big guys that are controlling our economy, the Dangote, the Achidalas, do they have a union? But once government policy that does not favor them is rolled out, you see them act. I don't know if you get me. So what I'm saying is that we have all entered into one basket. And we are now looking onto government as a pillar pole, whatever they bring, just like at the state level, you know, whatever the governor, you know, does. The governor is wonderful. And when you discuss it from the point as if we are still in military rule. I don't know if you get me.
I understand it. Just, we're almost out of time, but before we go, I would want us to look at the role of security and the justice system in enabling this culture and environment.
Well, I'm sure that those who are not used to my analysis may even say, I thought we came here to discuss story. But I don't chase shadows when I know the root cause of issues. The point you have made is one aspect. What are the provisions for ensuring security and well-being, which is the cardinal objective in our constitution, section 14? What are the objectives? And I've tried to tell you, the movement of people from where they ought to be to where they are not is responsible. And if you look at the collapse of the local government system, you discover that the local government have people who don't live there, make law for them, and people who also don't benefit from their services collect their money. So until you fix the base, you can't create a category that will even be able to man security, because security is not the number of policemen or military you have. Security is that once people have well-being and meaningful life, collectively they will begin to protect their own environment before you move to the connective aspect of security.
That's quite clear. But before I let you go, let me just drill a bit. Let me just, in 1 minute, let me just get a feel as of your position on state police.
I will plead with you, if it's possible, let's do a program on state police. All right. Because the state police, I will want to come from. I agree with that. I will want to come from the Working Commission of 1957.
I agree with that. And
because I will want to tell you.
I will cash in on that.
I want to say, why did we leave the regional police? Are the fears gone? It's not something I can just drop a line.
All right. I will cash in on that.
Please.
But there's an aspect you introduced before we just quickly go. What we call the e-talks. You know, you talk about the people internalizing what they read. And in this era, it's as if we're moving from the streets to the e-streets.
Well, what I tell people today is that age is what settles everything.
Age.
Age. You know, no matter the role you are playing, you know, you will discover that at a certain age, you will account to yourself. At times I wonder how the amount of time people spend on social media, and I ask myself, do they still do other things? You know, but at a certain age is allowed. When you now achieve 45, 50, and you begin to move, because it is the same time you ought to utilize for productiveness. It happened, and forget about what you have asked. Now, look at it this way. The Industrial Revolution introduced a wage system where people work to earn salary. And at a point, the trade union struggle got us 8 hours day job. And I tell you that people work 8 hours and regard the number of the other hours as rest. And when they retire, they will now tell you they retired into poverty. It is 24 hours that make a day, not 8 hours. So when you give 8 hours, what do you do with the other ones when you are not sleeping. That is what people now utilize to bully others, to engage people in social media. But when you are 55, if you are lucky, and now age serves in, you will discover that at a certain age, that the youths take over. You are now an elderly person. So if you have not farmed during dry season, you won't eat
harvest during
when the rain comes.
On that note, this is how we're drawing the curtain of this edition of The Insight. And we are so grateful with Comrade Fidelis Ede, Executive Director, Service Accord Initiative, and a farmer. Thank you for joining us on The Insight.
Thank you, my brother.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all on our social handles at Aneke. Till we come your way, same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye and keep watching Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising, and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensure
Thank you.
A good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. The headlines. Taraba State's governor signed executive orders against drug abuse, thuggery and illegal mining. Agone Chamber security outfit dismantles armed gang in Orumba North and South, recovers heavy weapons. Nigeria earns 24 trillion naira from 182 million barrels of crude oil exports in first half of 2026. Details of the news. The Taraba State Governor, Dr. Abu Kefas, has signed 3 executive directives to enforce strict measures against drug abuse, political thuggery, and illegal resource exploitation. The orders aim to strengthen existing state laws, restore public safety, and halt severe environmental degradation across rural communities. Speaking during the signing ceremony at the Government House in Jalingo, Governor Kefas highlighted the growing link between illicit substances and violent crime. The executive directive criminalizes illegal drug distribution while mandating state-backed rehabilitation initiatives, public enlightenment campaigns, and aggressive prosecution of offenders. Operatives of the Anambra State security outfit, the Agone Chamber security squad, have dismantled multiple armed gang hideouts across Orumba North and Orumba South local government areas. The tactical operation resulted in the discovery and recovery of heavy weaponry, including 2 general-purpose machine guns and locally fabricated rocket launchers. The joint clearance operation followed days of intensive intelligence gathering and covert surveillances targeting major security flashpoints within the Anambra South Senatorial District. Confronted by superior firepower during the raids, several armed assailants sustained injuries before fleeing into surrounding forest corridors. The recovered military-grade armaments have been formally handed over to the Nigerian Army at the 302 Artillery Regiment in Oka. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wide Shaibu, commended Governor Chukwuma Soludo and the security outfit for the operational breakthrough, reiterating the military's support for state security initiatives. Commanders of the Agone Chamber outfit assured residents that tactical sweeps will continue across communities previously dominated by non-state actors. And still in Anambra State, security operatives in the area have arrested a middle-aged suspect for a systemic vandalism of public infrastructure at the Community Education Resource Center in Opono, Oka South local government area. The suspect was apprehended by local vigilance personnel while dismantling aluminum window frames from the facility. During a preliminary interrogation at the police divisional headquarters, the suspect confessed to committing previous thefts at the educational facility. He admitted selling the stolen aluminum components and metal fittings to informal scrap dealers, popularly known as iron condemned vendors, operating within the state's capital. Anambra State Commissioner for Education, Dr. Ekene Ogugwa, confirmed that the suspect was handed over to the Nigerian police force for formal investigation and prosecution. Dr. Ogugwa emphasized that the administration of Governor Chukwuma Soludo maintains zero tolerance for the destruction or theft of public assets. The Ministry of Education condemned the illicit scrap metal trade for encouraging the sabotage of government investments. Panic gripped residents of Abule Ijesha in the Yaba area of Lagos State following the fatal shooting of a local security guard by suspected cultists. The victim, identified as Godwin, was targeted near his duty post by armed men who arrived in a motor vehicle during the incident. Eyewitness accounts indicated that the assailants fired indiscriminately into the air while escaping from the scene in a white sedan, causing widespread panic in the neighborhood. 3 female bystanders sustained gunshot injuries during the indiscriminate firing and were transported to nearby medical facilities for emergency treatment. The Lagos State Police Command confirmed that tactical officers have been deployed to the area to prevent secondary clashes and maintain public order. Detectives attached to the State Criminal Investigation Department have commenced field investigations to identify the cult group involved. Justice Faruku Hassan Bunza of the KB State High Court has safely regained his freedom after spending nearly 1 week in captivity following his abduction. A family spokesman confirmed his release in Birni, KB, stating that the jurist has been reunited with his family members. The jurist was abducted by armed men along the regional highway, prompting joint security operations across identified transit routes. Details regarding the exact circumstances of his release remain undisclosed by law enforcement authorities handling the case. The family expressed appreciation to the KB State Judiciary, security agencies, and local community leaders for their solidarity and support during the period of captivity. State judicial authorities confirmed that Justice Bunza is undergoing standard medical evaluations before resuming his judicial duties. The KB State Police Command stated that operational sweeps continue along major highways to dismantle criminal networks operating in the region. The Rule of Law and Accountability Advocacy Center has filed 4 fundamental rights enforcement suits against the Imo State Police Command's anti-kidnapping unit, known as Tiger Bays. The legal actions were instituted at the State High Court in Owerri on behalf of 8 affected citizens. The court filings detail allegations of unlawful detention, physical assault, extortion, and forced labor against officers attached to the tactical unit. The suit also cites instances where detained mothers were separated from their infant children without legal authorization or disclosure of their location. Executive Director of the group, Okechukwu Nwaguma, stated that the legal interventions aim to enforce constitutional protections and hold errant police officers accountable. The suit explicitly named the Inspector General of Police and the Imo State Commissioner of Police as co-respondents in the suit. The Imo State High Court has scheduled a formal hearing for the 4 landmark enforcement suits on August 5th, 2026. The Imo State Police Command has not issued an official response regarding the pending litigation before the court. At least 10 members of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, are receiving medical treatment following a political clash in Ezza South, local government area of Ebonyi State. The incident occurred during a political gathering organized to receive defectors from the ruling party into the opposition fold. Eyewitnesses reported that armed political thugs disrupted the initial gathering, forcing organizers to relocate to a private residence. The assailants subsequently traced the attendees to the alternative venue, damaging public address systems, motor vehicles, and inflicting bodily injuries on several participants. Ebonyi State PDP Chairman Chukwuma Igwe condemned the attack, describing it as an attempt to suppress opposition political activities ahead of upcoming elections. He called on the Nigerian Police Force and the Department of State Services to investigate the incident and prosecute those responsible. In response, the Ebonyi State chapter of the All Progressives Congress denied involvement in the violence, reaffirming its commitment to peaceful political engagement. A media team covering the event escaped unhurt when the operational vehicle was targeted during the altercation. The Ogun State government has initiated an environmental remediation exercise in Ogijo, Shagamu local government area, following dangerous lead contamination linked to battery recycling activities. The intervention follows environmental audits revealing elevated lead levels in local soil, water and oil air samples. Regulators from the Ogun State Environmental Protection Agency have commenced the clearance and safe containment of hazardous battery slag illegally dumped across host communities. Environmental officials confirmed that full site remediation will require several weeks of specialized operations. State authorities have directed all lead-acid battery recycling plants operating in the industrial corridor to upgrade their facilities to automated zero-emission technology, noting that non-compliant facilities face immediate administrative closure and legal prosecution under state environmental laws. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Governor Abu Kefas signs executive orders against drug abuse, thuggery and illegal mining in Taraba State. Agone Chamber security outfit dismantles armed gang camps in Orumba North and South, recovers heavy weapons. And coming up shortly, Nigeria aims 24 trillion naira from 182 million barrels of crude oil exports in first half of 2026. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Operatives of the Yobe State Hisba Board have halted an organized youth event tagged Color Festival in Damaturu, the state capital. The enforcement operation was conducted over the weekend as part of measures to enforce public decency regulations across the state. The Damaturu command of the Hisba Board stated that the intervention was necessary to prevent public gatherings deemed inconsistent with local social regulations and religious values. The agency confirmed that organizers were formally briefed on state's guidelines governing public social events. In an official bulletin issued today, the agency reiterated its mandate to monitor public gatherings and maintain social discipline across urban centers. The Hisba leadership cautioned social groups against hosting unauthorized events that breach established community standards. The state enforcement body warned that individuals or organizations sponsoring public gatherings in violation of local morality codes will face prosecution under applicable state laws. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has stated that national compressed natural gas and electric vehicle initiatives are stimulating investments and generating employment opportunities across the transportation sector. The Corps Marshal, Shehu Mohammed, made the observation during an automotive industry summit in Lagos. The Corps Marshal noted that the transition towards alternative energy sources is accelerating the establishment of local vehicle assembly plants and component manufacturing units. He emphasized that adopting green transport technologies align with global environmental sustainability frameworks and national economic objectives. The FRSC leadership highlighted that modernizing fleet operation implement major infrastructure projects, including the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. The Corps Marshal called for sustained interagency collaboration and public education to curb highway fatalities and eliminate hazardous transport practices, such as mixed loading of passengers and livestock. Nigeria earned over 24 trillion naira from the export of 182 million barrels of crude oil between January and June 2026. Official trade data indicates that elevated global crude oil prices significantly boosted federal revenue receipts during the first 6 months period. The foreign trade returns reflect sustained operational output across offshore production facilities and major export terminals. International demand for Nigerian crude maintained steady levels across European and Asian energy markets throughout the first 2 quarters of the year. However, the surge in crude oil exports have intensified operational debates with domestic modular and commercial refiners regarding feedstock availability. The Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has denied entering into bilateral negotiations with the United States following statements by U.S. President Donald Trump regarding proposed diplomatic talks. Iranian official media characterized reports of scheduled bilateral meetings as inaccurate. The diplomatic clarification follows statements from Washington indicating a pause in proposed military strikes to allow room for diplomatic engagements. Military tensions between Washington and Tehran have persisted since initial kinetic engagements commenced on February 28, 2026. Regional diplomatic mediators from Oman and Qatar have maintained contact with both governments to facilitate de-escalation along strategic maritime corridors. The Nigeria Fencing Federation has unveiled a 12-member national para fencing squad for the 2026 Commonwealth Fencing Championships scheduled for August 9th to 14th in Lagos. The national roster comprises 6 male and 6 female athletes selected following national trial events. The international tournament marks the first time a senior Commonwealth Fencing Championship will be hosted on the African continent. The event, hosted on Victoria Island, will feature competitive entries from multiple Commonwealth member nations competing across individual and team categories. Prior to the championship, World Ability Sports and the Continental Fencing Body will host an international wheelchair fencing academy in Lagos from August 5th to August 7th. The technical program aims to train regional athletes, coaches and match referees in adaptive fencing regulations. And on to entertainment news. A video showing veteran Nollywood actress Foluke Daramola at a public wedding reception in Lagos has generated widespread engagement across social media platforms. The video was recorded during the wedding ceremony of digital content creators Pella and Jarvis. The circulated footage shows the actress seated alongside colleague Omowumi Ajiboye while requesting food service from event catering personnel. The recording prompted varied responses from online commentators regarding public decorum at high-profile social events. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Taraba State's Governor, Abu Kefas, has signed 3 executive directives banning drug distribution, political thuggery and illegal natural resource exploitation to protect public safety and rural ecosystems. Operatives of the Agone Chamber Security Squad have raided criminal hideouts in Orumba North and South local government areas, recovering heavy military-grade weapons now transferred to the Nigerian Army. Driven by strong international demand and elevated global oil prices, Nigeria generated over 24 trillion naira from exporting 182 million barrels of crude oil in the first half of 2026 amid ongoing dialogue over domestic refining allocations. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochomma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Got the sauce, got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, bring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. And I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, bring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, bring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
the golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in the boat, it's feeling right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
As Nigeria continues to confront rising insecurity marked by kidnappings, banditry, communal violence, and terrorism, attention is increasingly turning beyond formal security agencies to the role of traditional rulers and religious institutions in stabilizing communities. Security experts say that in many parts of Nigeria, especially rural and peri-urban areas, traditional rulers and religious leaders remain the most trusted authority figures. In several communities across Borno, Katsina, Zamfara, Benue, and parts of the southeast, they are often the first point of contact during crisis, long before police or military intervention arrives. In practical terms, traditional institutions such as village heads, district heads, and monarchs are strategically positioned to identify unusual movements, strangers, and patterns of behavior within their domains. In past incidents of kidnapping in parts of northern Nigeria, local intelligence supplied by community leaders has assisted security forces in tracking criminal hideouts located in forest belts and remote settlements. Religious institutions also play a critical role. Churches, mosques, and faith-based organizations often command deep emotional and moral influence over citizens. In states like Plateau, Kaduna, and Benue, religious leaders have been involved in peace dialogues during communal clashes, helping to reduce retaliatory violence and promote reconciliation. However, analysts argue that this influence is still underutilized in structured security architecture. In many communities, intelligence sharing between traditional rulers, morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you walk, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Hello, Coast City. Hello, Enugu. Good afternoon. It's a wonderful day here on Aneke TV's entertainment section, where we bring you what's happening around the world of entertainment. Of course, today promises to be interesting, where we'll give you the basketballs, the gist, and the Pella factor. Today, I will just give you what it means. And me and my co-host here, we're going to, debone some things, talking about this fella. In fact, we don't hit up here in the studio because many people too, they talk. But in this entertainment segment, in this Vibe Central, we're bringing you the premium updates. I am not here alone. I'm not here. I'm here with someone. This person, she's red pepper. I don't want to introduce her, but I'm just saying she's red pepper. But today, she decides to be vegetable. Yes. She decided to be vegetable. I don't really know what's going on, but I know that today, Monday is amazing, and Monday is always Music Monday. Hi, vegetable. Hi, vegetable.
How are you guys going to cook me today?
Because you are
I am going to cook someone actually today.
Because you are really. Why are you? I'm wondering. When I saw you, I was wondering what inspired your dressing.
Okay, let me tell you. I'm coming out from a village setting, so I decided to follow my Omada and my village people back to town.
To go and clock it.
To clock it!
You guys are clocking it in the village. Well,
so we're actually clocking it, and actually a lot of things happened during the short weekend period. So
was the weekend short?
Yeah, it's very short. Very, very short.
I think it's very short too, because I get to sleep on Sunday and wake up on Monday. I should have woken up on a day before Monday.
I swear.
I mean, there should be a day before Monday. And so what day can we bring in that space between? Who even drew the calendar? Who even called it Monday? Well, we're going to settle that.
Yeah.
But I feel like between Sunday and Monday should be Shmonday. 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 Just Shmonday. Something like that. So that we have a day between Sunday and Monday. Shmonday. But let's leave it, because we are doing Music Monday. And we're bringing our audience what's happening around the world of music, where we have a lot of entertainment. Music, music is entertainment, and there's an entertainment in music. There's also business side of music.
Yeah.
And these things are the things we're going to be bringing your way. So, Gift, back to the first story we have. You're talking about Davido, the announcement that he is about to,
get himself a new whip.
A new whip. Billions of Naira.
He's trying to beat the Burna Boy record at this point.
ODG's record.
I'm telling you.
Now I'm taking a look at
20.6 billion naira.
20.6
billion naira. Against 9 billion naira.
Against 9 billion naira.
Ew.
And there's
money.
There's something I'm trying to drive out here. This OBO has a lot of endorsements.
Yeah.
I can tell you, this guy has a lot of endorsements, and it's not just that. It's not just his money. Gift, do you think it's only his money or his father's money?
No,
because I know.
Just a week ago, we celebrated his new mansion in Georgia.
Yeah,
Atlanta,
Georgia.
So we actually feel like Davido, this capacity we'll talk about, because a few weeks ago he was not talking about his multi-million naira estate mansion down in Banana Island in Lagos.
See, there's a problem here, and
that he is going to make his statement. He said he's going to make his kids king and queen in their own native land.
That's the thing now, and this.
And now after that he acquired a new mansion. Now he's trying to acquire.
This is
a new Lambo.
Okay, let me ask you. Do you think, and our audience they are watching, do you think Davido is spending his money, or he's spending his dad's money, or he's spending endorsement money?
I think he's spending endorsement and contract money, because
this guy is
he has not touched his money, because if he does, or even if he touch a little bit of his parents' money.
Do you know last week we saw that he gave Mayokun 400
new Cybertruck.
New Cybertruck. Have you ever priced a Tesla Cybertruck?
Yeah, I have.
That one
in my dream.
In your dream.
In my dream, I did. I literally priced the Cybertruck.
I want you to do something for me. You could just check your Google to check the latest Cybertruck, like not the latest basically, but just Cybertruck. It comes in categories, and in there's a way they calculate it. The way cars or normal few cars are, there's a way they calculate Cybertruck, and there's a way it is done. Tesla comes in various varieties. That's how Cybertruck is. But you can't get anything from Cybertruck that is less than $120,000. Now, the highest, the one Victor Siemens gave the sister, is 400 million naira. So you see how much
that could really worth in naira about $300-something thousand. You see how much it could work in naira. Now, giving my Okun Cybertruck just from nowhere, it shows they have reignited the love. And don't forget that he dropped his album on Friday. Have you even listened to the songs?
No, I'm yet, because in my village there's no network.
Oh, you are coming from, that's why you are in a vegetable setting. In the village, just now she is in a vegetable setting today. No wonder she's not red pepper, she's now ogo.
Ogo pepper.
Ogo mixture of vegetables. And while we're still talking about that, let's just go straight into the Pella effect.
JP's wedding.
Yeah, JP's wedding. The wedding that made rounds on the
talking town.
The talking town. And I could say Pella's wedding, can we now bring it to the likes of celebrity? Can we call it a celebrity wedding?
Yes, it's very, very big, because what makes it a celebrity's wedding is when you have a conglomerate of celebrities involved in the wedding. So we have the likes of Cubana chief priest, we have the likes of Iyaboju, we have the likes of Mercy Eke, we have the likes of Tasha, we have so many Alvin of Lagos, we have the likes of Gege, you know, but
Gege na Pepe.
But we did not see Katefe there. So people were just like, okay, what's Katefe? What's happening?
Well, I could tell you that this wedding now, many people are criticizing Pella for wedding Jarvis. And I don't know why people are doing like that. For me, my opinion is very, very sacrosanct here, because we are looking at it from a point of maturity. You could see one of the real estate mogul, you know, gifting Pella, you know, 400
million mansion
as a wedding gift
in Abuja.
You know, wedding. I say wedding.
Wow.
I wanted to say wedding.
I do my own wedding, you know. Now, man, I look for.
Well, look for man, and then the thing is that looking at this, I could tell you that this guy really, the money he spent, he has recovered it.
Yeah.
Even the gift, he broke some record on Twitch. Some records on Twitch and also on other platforms while streaming, because he streamed his wedding live. And I could tell you that Pella right now, he is the man of the moment. You know why? He's bold. I will tell you, this guy is very bold.
Young and bold.
Young and bold. Talking about him and Jarvis, people have, you know, said a lot of things about their wedding. Oh, why are you marrying somebody that is older than you? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing? And I'm like, no. It's not the question. The question is, did they does he have the capacity from his own end? Because this guy went to the streets when he was young.
Yeah.
He became a street boy at a very young age. Do you see? So when he has made up his mind to do this, don't think he does not know what he's doing.
A lot of people don't know that the Pella I saw on that wedding floor is a very smart one. Because I said when his father was about to spend money, he was like, no, don't do that. You don't do that here. He actually brought out a nylon bag. Oh, yeah, put it here, put it here.
Pella is smart.
Very smart.
The thing is that many people don't.
People might think like that guy cannot speak English.
No. It's not
content. For me, I think it's a context kind of generated language that is actually there. Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, that's why I closed my tab, because I can tell you right now that Pella, apart from the Olodo uprising that we saw, which he actually should fix, you know, I'm not saying he's Olodo uprising. I'm just saying that he has made his money from that's not, he didn't do fraud. Everyone saw the track record that he made his money from TikTok.
Yeah.
Do you get? So he made a legit money, but while he made that money, does not take away the fact that he should not be enlightened. Because what people that paid him are the same people who are in Nigeria who are shouting about the government.
Okay, I have somebody like Pella that we all actually thought that he was crazy. He doesn't know what he's doing. Actually, we didn't know that this guy is a graduate. He didn't bring a friend of mine.
Okay.
We actually saw him as someone that is a nuisance to the public, and just that he just saw this. He saw money misroad and he just quickly grabbed it. But the guy was just doing anyhow. The first day, okay, it was in a ceremony that they said he should come and address the public. You know, because he has money now and the influence, people would like to recognize you, even if you are stupid. People will just try to give you that opportunity because you have money. So he came on stage. This guy was fluent. This guy was composed. Hey, God. I was just like, Jesus Christ.
Okay,
that was the biggest shock in that event. It was not the event itself and the money they shared in the event. It was because the guy was very composed.
He was very composed.
Yeah, he spoke well. He did everything. And he even enlightened the public more. I don't know, you're surprised. It's the greatest bomber road. Like, this guy is actually
a lot of people like that. We're talking about Samuel Perry. That's Brother Shaggy. There's a very enlightened young man who knows his onions while still being his Raz.
Do you know one thing? Do you know if Pella, let me tell you something. If Pella come tomorrow now, because we have seen so many influential people coming to tell him that they will sponsor his university education, they should just go back to school, and he will laugh about it. Don't be surprised, this guy is in school. And if eventually people, if eventually people find out that this guy can speak well and this, he will lose that relevance. So I think we should do the olodorizing and the going.
Well, we are going.
So we just eat on that speculation.
No. It's going to affect our society. But while we're still talking about that, let's talk about his wedding part. That's where I want to focus. Many people have told him that, oh, you're getting married early now. You are making a mistake, and they have been criticizing him. He should have waited. Kini. Do you think he's wait for who? Like, he has the money, and like I said, the girl is in question. Even if she's coming for gold digging, I mean, both of them, they have sorted out their life, and those people that are criticizing him, they have maybe girlfriends that they have engaged since 10 years ago. People that Lord of the Rings. People that when they're saying break every chain, is their rings that is falling out in church. Iron breaker is the rings that you be hearing crank because they have just engaged people. They have kept people. Why you should not wait? I mean, it's actually,
I feel like there was a reason why this wedding was rushed. Because this speculation that she's allegedly
pregnant.
Yeah.
Okay, but she is married now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have to move on from that. Now let's talk about Mr. Easy. Mr. Easy the other day came out to say that he is now over 300
billion naira.
I wanted you to finish that. Over 300 billion naira richer. At 35. Good. I love that. See, just take a look at that guy, Mr. Easy, the husband of Temi Ajibade.
Does say power?
No, don't say power. Say
power. Wow. What's this?
You see,
what's this?
And that guy, just look at Wonderful. He's wearing a Spanish jersey. He's a winner. That guy is a winner. He's a serial winner. He has been winning from beginning. That's the Spanish jersey. That guy is Pau Kubasi. He knows how to play defense, attack, and midfield. He's very good. He's winning in life, winning in marriage, winning. In fact, that guy is just amazing. Do you know who Mr. Easy got married to? Mr. Easy married here to Otedola's dynasty. Let me use the word dynasty because if you remove Mr. Otedola there, if you remove Mr. Femi Otedola, you will not see that there's nothing about Otedola. Of course, there's a background where they grew up and a lot of things. He started in London. Have you read his book?
Yeah.
You don't read books, but I'm kidding. I've not even
that was harsh.
Because the books, where will you see it? Someone that wants to motivate you and say, I started in London. Where did you start, Nkechi?
I started in enugu.
You are wearing vegetable ashebi. Thank God you didn't make it to Pelas.
I'm actually in enugu. Do you know where enugu is? Enugu.
Thank God you didn't make it.
City.
Thank God you didn't.
I didn't mean to.
Thank God you did not make it to Pelas where they would have been launched.
Jesus.
What kind of jersey are you wearing? This no. You are like the. Oh God, may God just.
You know where I am?
Where are you?
I'm in Enugu. I've been to Enugu before.
Did you start? Did you start?
Where do you think London is? London that used to go. Like we just trek from here to here. London.
Well, in Enugu, there's a place.
You know we have Enugu, London here.
Yes, there's this Coal City. So the name is very nice, Coal City. So people that don't know the spelling of coal, we think, wow, it's Coal City. Oh my God, it's a chilling city. You know what? It's a very good weather today where we're seeing the rain and it's a cool environment. But notwithstanding, we're still talking about entertainment here. And I want to bring this, Music Monday reel to our audience, talking about Don Jazzy and the rest of them. Of course, Don Jazzy is a record label owner, but right now we're seeing that he seems to be out of the box, but he has fronted a lot of people. And we're seeing Davido, we're seeing Wizkid, we're seeing Tyler. Now, let's talk about Tyler. Tyler's show was cancelled.
Yeah.
And it was Tyler that cancelled it.
Yeah.
But Tyler did not come out low. Let me just start
But Tyler did not come out to make any statement about the issue that they were asking her to raise.
That's an insult and a slap to all.
No, she did not come out to make to say anything about the show. Her show was cancelled. She cancelled her show. She did not say any single thing about the show. Oh, sorry. That look.
It looks like we don't watch her time.
She was silent. Okay.
It looks like we didn't actually watch her time. We didn't watch her this struggling and her headache and everything. So she just actually in a cool way, subtle way, gave us this subtle insult. You know, for me, I think Tyler went overboard and went underboard.
Well, Tyler, for me, she's a force to reckon with in the Afrobeat since she made her entry with that song. That song, what's the name of that song?
Water.
Oh, good. Water.
Water. Water.
Anything they are singing. No, what I'm saying is Tyler, for now, before we go on short break, Tyler did not do well.
Okay.
I was expecting someone to make videos, express her emotions, show Nigerians that people who play her song. Do you know how I didn't go to South Africa to hear her song? I was in Enugu. I heard.
Oh wait, you were actually in Enugu.
I was in Enugu.
I was thinking that you were in London because I thought you left us behind though. Okay, so you actually in Enugu. You yourself.
Well,
Anyway, let me not talk because I am actually damn angry now.
It's fine. We're going to short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates on this entertainment segment on Aneke TV. Thank you very much. Stay with us.
Stay tuned.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back, still on the entertainment segment here on Aneke TV. It's a wonderful afternoon I'm having with my co-host, the vegetable.
Vegetable red pepper. What's vegetable without pepper?
This coming, and vegetable without pepper. You guys know what vegetable without pepper is. Those who actually cook often. So you cook often, and you could tell me
I'm a chef.
You're a chef.
Yes.
Yeah, that's nice. That's really, really nice. That's nice. So now let's talk about the chef music side. Let me just coin the word because of music is made of production, and we have the chef of music proposing to his fiancée, long-time fiancée.
Can I guess?
Okay, guess.
Chef of production, Mastercraft.
Chef of music production.
Yeah, Mastercraft.
Yeah, Mastercraft. Is that the final answer? Final answer?
No, it's not pink. It's Mastercraft.
Mastercraft. Okay, final answer, Mastercraft. And they have shown his masterclass. You have won a handshake from me. Congratulations. Well, what do you mean?
Which handshake?
You have won a handshake.
Give me money.
Yeah. Looking at Mastercraft, it's beautiful to see the music producer, the legendary music producer Mastercraft, being on that podium just to say, I do. I mean, it's just the first I do, the proposal I do before they go to the ISO.
I want to say people will not leave Mastercraft alone because allegedly there was a time where this rumor that allegedly Fino, Flavor and Mastercraft were a thing. So now
but Flavor is married. I mean, he's married and he's proud.
He's not married.
He's not married. He didn't tell you he didn't marry. He don't need he may have wedded though.
Let me tell you something. So now
celebrating 20.
Now Mastercraft is out of the picture. Now people will allow Flavor and him, Mastercraft, to breast.
Well, we're still going to see what happens at that. This is their matter.
Let's go to our matter in music. Let's talk about the record labels. The names of the record labels, Davido, OBO, and Whiskey, and the rest of them, the names of their record labels, because some people don't know the names of their record labels. They will say, this person. Now you have OBO's record label is just there. You have the DMW
to OBO.
Yeah, you know, Davido Music World, that's the DMW. Then we talk about Tiwa Savage. Marvin went from Marvin to Universal Music Group. And you have Olamide from Coded Tunes. Sorry, first of all, this graphics is coming to you from Pulse. Okay, Pulse, we recognize your work and you guys are doing amazing. Yeah, shout out to you for the graphics. And we have Olamide, Coded Tunes, YBNL. Then we have Burna Boy, Aristocrat to Spaceship Records. And then we have Kiss Daniel, GWY to Flyboy Incorporate. Then we have Ashake YBNL to Giran Republic. Who have I not mentioned? I've not mentioned, Adekunle Gold.
Kiss Daniel?
Yes, I've mentioned Kiss Daniel. It's Adekunle Gold I've not mentioned. Adekunle Gold, who is from YBNL to Def Jam Recordings. And then the Baba Olowo, from what they say, not Davido now. The second Baba Olowo, talking about Wheezy, Mr. Wheezy. He went from EMEZ, that's the Banky W record, to Starboy Incorporate, Starboy Records. And it's been amazing seeing this guy. So I want to ask you, do you think, finally, before we wrap up the show, who do you think in this record label is going to have a wonderful time in 2026?
Aside all this thing, do you know that Davido indirectly is still a part owner of the DMW?
Yeah.
So I think he is the best person, the best option, because he didn't actually suffer this record label shenanigans.
Yeah, he didn't really, because of his background and how he came up. Of course, he has said that it has been he won't let his children do music. Of course, he said that because of the wickedness there. I don't know the wickedness that OBO saw, and he has confirmed the wickedness from his own end. And we are not going to confirm wickedness. Rather, we are going to wrap up the show here so that you don't confirm wickedness
at all.
Yeah, and it's been a wonderful time having you and hosting you on the show. I mean, Gifts here would do some vegetable for our fans and our audience so that they could have some breakfast and dinner and lunch. Anyone you get your hands to, because of our fans are watching us.
Make sure you have money.
Make sure you have money, and whatever you have, I want to let you know it's Music Monday. Go and listen to music and have a wonderful afternoon. I'm Good Hope Chukuma Gift, yes.
And I'm Gift Owodo, probably called Shushuloy, aka red pepper, vegetable pepper, and all kinds of pepper.
Have a wonderful afternoon. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond. Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed, often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases, it can delegitimize outcomes and fuel post-election tensions. Analysts know that once false narratives become entrenched, corrections rarely achieve the same reach or emotional impact as the original misinformation. Public health has also suffered severe consequences. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization described the global misinformation surge as an infodemic, warning that false claims about vaccines, cures, and transmission patterns undermine scientific guidance. In several countries, vaccine hesitancy was directly linked to viral falsehoods circulated on social media platforms, contributing to preventable infections and deaths. Economically, fake news can destabilize markets and damage reputations within minutes. False reports about companies, banks, or government policies have triggered panic withdrawals, stock fluctuations, and loss of investor confidence. Financial experts stress that in a digital economy driven by perception, information integrity is as critical as fiscal policy. At the societal level, individuals have faced harassment, job losses, and reputational damage due to false allegations circulated online. Victims often struggle to recover even after misinformation is debunked, as digital content continues to circulate in archives, screenshots, and forwarded messages. Media ethicist Walter Lippmann once observed that we are told about the world before we see it, a reality amplified today by algorithm-driven feeds that prioritize virality over verification. Experts argue that addressing fake news requires a multi-layered response. Fact-checking organizations, regulatory frameworks, platform accountability, and media literacy education are all considered essential tools. UNESCO has repeatedly emphasized the importance of digital literacy, urging users to think critically before sharing content online. Journalists, meanwhile, are expected to adhere strictly to verification, balance, and accuracy, particularly in fast-moving breaking news environments. Ultimately, the fight against fake news is not solely technological, but behavioral. It requires a shift in user responsibility, platform design, and institutional trust. As digital communication continues to expand, the ability to distinguish facts from fabrication remains a critical skill for citizens navigating an increasingly complex information ecosystem. In an era where information travels at the speed of a click, the consequences of falsehood are no longer confined. They are immediate, global, and often irreversible.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Our esteemed special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Senator Abdulaziz Musa Yaradua, Chairman, Senate Committee on Army. Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, CFR, Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives. Our chief host, His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, Executive Governor of Abia State. Representatives of the Executive Governors of Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo States. Our distinguished members of the National Assembly here present. Our amiable convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, retired OFR. The Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohamed Idris, FNIPR. Representative of the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. Oh, the Minister is here. Representative of the National Security Advisor. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Kelvin Aneke. Our keynote speaker, Lieutenant General O.A. Ihejirika, retired CFR. Our highly respected moderators and panelists of the summit, elder statesmen and senior veterans here present, officials of the state governments of the Southeast here present, very senior officers serving and retired, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Emmanuel Unuakbo, the Director of Protocol, National Defense College, and one of the masters of ceremonies of this epochal occasion. May I, on behalf of the convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, retired OFR, warmly welcome Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to the Southeast Regional Security Summit 2026. The theme of this summit is collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast geopolitical zone of Nigeria has historically been a vibrant hub of commerce and industry. However, it currently faces evolving security challenges ranging from violent non-state actors, separatist agitations, and rural banditry. This has strained local economies, disrupted social cohesion, and challenged traditional law enforcement frameworks. Overcoming these threats requires moving beyond isolated kinetic military responses towards a unified civilian medium. Grounded in the principles of structural functionalism, national security is a wheel where every institution, state governments, and community leadership structures act as a vital spoke. And if one spoke fails, the wheel wobbles. It is against this backdrop that the Southeast Security Summit 2026 is conceived as a critical platform to synchronize regional state actors, federal defense apparatuses, and community stakeholders. By fostering information superiority, intelligence sharing, and socio-economic resilience, the Southeast region can transit from reactive containment to proactive deterrence. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege to invite with profound respect our convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General C.G. Musa, retired OFR, to deliver his opening remarks. Please join me with a most resounding round of applause as I invite our amiable convener, the Honorable Minister of Defense. Don't worry.
Thank you very much, the MC. Our esteemed special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON, President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Senator Abdulaziz Musa Yar'Adua, Chairman, Senate Committee on Army. Our chief host, His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, the Executive Governor of Abia State, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representative, the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, Representative of Honorable Ministers of Innovation and Technology, Representative of the National Security Advisor, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of Air Staff, Representative of the Service Chiefs, the Keynote Speaker, Lieutenant General A.O. Hejrika, retired CFR, our highly respected moderators and panelists, elder statesmen and senior veterans. I want to mention the Ranwa Chukwu that is here with us, and all the other ones that are here. We appreciate you. Officials of the state governments of the Southeast here present, very senior officers serving and retired, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I must confess, since yesterday that I started wearing this outfit, a lot of people will just pass by me and don't know that I was the one. And they say I look very different. I really highly privileged and honored to wearing this. I'm really very grateful to be here this morning. It actually feels very good. It is indeed with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this historic occasion, the Southeast Regional Security Summit 2026. I sincerely commend the government and people of Abia State for hosting this landmark event and appreciate the invaluable collaboration of the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement Southeast, whose partnership has made this summit possible. Today's summit marks the beginning of a new chapter in our collective efforts to promote peace, security, and development in the Southeast. As a maiden edition, it reflects our shared resolve to move beyond isolated interventions towards a more coordinated, inclusive, and sustainable approach to addressing the security challenges confronting the region. The theme of this summit, collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability, is both timely and profound. It recognizes that the security challenges of our time have become increasingly complex, dynamic, and interconnected. Consequently, no single institution, security agency, or level of government can effectively address these challenges in isolation. Lasting security can only be achieved through collaboration, mutual trust, information sharing, strategic partnership, and the active participation of communities. In a short form, what we need is, we want to hear from you. What are the issues on ground? What is required? What challenges? What do we need to do? It is not that we sit down somewhere and decide for the region. We want the region to speak for itself. And we feel that will get us more input into what is supposed to be done. So we appreciate all of you that are here today. And we assure you that whatever is discussed here will be taken very seriously, because the president really wants peace, because without peace there cannot be development. The choice of the theme also reinforces an important truth, that security is not solely the responsibility of the armed forces, the police, or other security agencies. It is a shared responsibility that requires the collective commitment of government, traditional institutions, religious leaders, community organizations, the private sector, the media, civil society, youth and women groups, as well as every patriotic citizen. When communities actively support security efforts by providing credible information, promoting dialogue, rejecting violence, and fostering peaceful coexistence, they become indispensable partners in safeguarding our nation. The Southeast remains one of the most vibrant regions, renowned for its entrepreneurial spirit, innovation, commerce, and human capacity. Are we talking of sports, creativity, innovation? All exist here. However, the persistent challenges of violent criminality, kidnapping, attacks on security personnel, and public infrastructure, the proliferation of illicit arms, youth restiveness, and misinformation continue to undermine public confidence, economic growth, and social cohesion. Addressing these challenges demands more than security operations. It requires a comprehensive approach that tackles both the immediate threats and their underlying causes. This summit, therefore, provides an important platform for honest conversations, strategic thinking, and collective action. It brings together government officials, security agencies, traditional rulers, religious leaders, academics, and community representatives, development partners, and other stakeholders to exchange ideas, identify practical solutions, and develop a common framework for strengthening regional security. The federal government, under the leadership of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, remains steadfast in its commitment to protecting the lives and property of all Nigerians. Significant investments continue to be made in enhancing the operational capabilities of the armed forces of Nigeria and other security agencies through improved training, acquisition of modern equipment, enhanced intelligence gathering, and strong interagency coordination. These efforts are producing measurable gains across various theaters of operation. Nevertheless, enduring peace can only be sustained when communities themselves become active stakeholders in the security architecture. Communities must feel they are being led properly, they are being cared for, and their concerns are being addressed. This summit should therefore serve as a platform for building stronger partnership between government and the people. It should strengthen confidence, encourage community ownership of security initiatives, and reinforce the bonds of unity that have always defined our nation. We must reject narratives that seek to divide our people and instead embrace dialogue, mutual respect, and cooperation as the foundation for lasting peace. As we deliberate over the course of this summit, I encourage every participant to contribute constructively and without reservation. Let our discussions produce practical recommendations that will strengthen existing security mechanisms, deepen regional cooperation, and enhance the capacity of our institutions to respond effectively to emerging threats. I'm very happy that the representative of the IGP is also here, who will also give us some inputs as to issues on ground. It is my sincere expectation that this maiden summit will become an enduring annual platform for strategic engagement, continuous dialogue, and coordinated action among all stakeholders. But most importantly, the regions must work and think alike. They must come together, removing any personality clash or individual differences for the good of the region. And with that, the region will continue to fly very high. I hope it will reaffirm our collective commitment to building a peaceful, secure, and prosperous Southeast that contributes meaningfully to the unity, stability, and development of our great nation. So at the end of it is for us to answer these questions. How far so far? What are the challenges? What are the solutions? What do we need to do as individuals? What do we request from our government? What is our responsibility as citizens to our nation? I think these are critical questions that each and every one of us should be able to answer on his own. And to find out whether you are contributing to the peace and security of the region. On this note, it is my singular honor and privilege to formally declare the Southeast Regional Security Summit open. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
I think we can do better by applauding the Honorable Minister of Defense. Gentlemen, I'd like to again welcome all of us to Umuahia, the capital of Abia State. Today we have a convergence of governors of the Southeast states. We have from the National Assembly, the minister, and of course senior officials of the Federal Ministry of Defense, heads of security agencies, top government officials, religious leaders, and of course not forgetting the traditional rulers, captains of industry, and members of the civil society organization, and of course distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today it all borders on collaboration of the different Southeast states in ensuring a nation that of course is indeed secure for its citizenry. And of course, when we look at the need of having the Southeast states come together in synergy for a summit of this nature, you would also understand that going by the community borders that interrelates the various states of Nigeria, this summit is indeed apt. Today in this room, I'd like to recognize and welcome the representative of the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Godswill Oborababio, GCON. And of course we have seated His Excellency, our security-friendly Governor of Abia State, a man who will stop at nothing in ensuring that the security architecture of this great state is indeed tight, and of course would give criminals a chase for their activities. I would like to welcome Dr. Alex Oti, OFR. Let me also appreciate his brother governors from the Southeast states of Nigeria. And today in this room, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodimma, is here represented by his deputy, Her Excellency Lady Chinyere Ihuoma Ekumaro, PhD. I want to also inform us that His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, CFR, is here represented by his deputy, Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim. You're welcome. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ebonyi State, Right Honorable Francis Ogbonnawiforo, is here represented by the Speaker of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Moses E.J. Odunwa. You're welcome. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, is here represented. Dr. Peter Ndubisimba is also here represented
by no less a personality than his deputy, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. I'd like to also appreciate the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie-Kalu, CFR, PhD. You're welcome. Let me also appreciate the Honorable Convener of this summit, the first of its kind in the Southeast, Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Wabin Musa, OFR. Sir, thank you for this gathering. Honorable Minister of Information, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, FNIPR, you're highly welcome. I'd like to also recognize the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, here represented by Engineer Dr. Ibiam. Let me also appreciate our dear Deputy Governor of Abia State, His Excellency Engineer Ikechukwu Emeto, Fellow Nigeria Society of Engineers, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement for the Southeast. You're highly welcome. I've also been notified that the very distinguished senator representing the good people of Abia Central Senatorial District, Honorable Austin, Senator Austin Akobondo, sir, you're highly welcome. Let me appreciate the Honorable Justice of the Supreme Court, retired, Honorable Justice Mary Odele, CFR, ma'am, you're welcome. I'd like to also appreciate the Speaker of the Abia State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Emmanuel Ihioma Emerowa. Join me also as I recognize an elder statesman of note and of course a pride, Tundi Igbo, a former military governor of the old Imo State, a very distinguished senator of note, General Ike Omasanda Nwachukwu, CFR, you're welcome. Let me appreciate also the service chiefs in attendance. We have the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Kelvin Aneke, you're welcome. We have also the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral I. Abbas, represented by the Rear Admiral S.D. Ibrahim. We have also the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhuri Badu, represented by Major General Hilary Mabuku, you're highly welcome. GOC 82 Division, Major General O.A. Fadairo, you're highly welcome, sir. Let me also appreciate the Chairman of the Abia State Security Advisory Council and a former Chief of Army Staff, another great son of Abia and the Southeast, General Azubike Onyabo Ihejirika, CFR, and his team. I'd like to also welcome other former service chiefs in attendance, with particular mention of a former Chief of Naval Staff, the Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala. Service commanders from the Southeast Geopolitical Zone, we recognize all of you. Chairman of the Abia State Security Trust Fund and his team, we recognize you all. I'd like to appreciate also Chairman of the Abia State Homeland Security Service, Colonel Chidi Okoha, retired, and his team. Chairman of the Labour Party, and indeed Chairman of the different political parties in this room this afternoon, Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Emmanuel Meribole, Chief of Staff to His Excellency the Governor, Pastor Caleb Ajaba, Ambassador Oke Emuche, MFR, former Ambassador to South Africa, Honorable Commissioners from the different states in the Southeast here seated, we recognize all of you. Special aids to His Excellency the Governor, and indeed to other governors of the Southeast. Permit me to use the Special Advisor to the Governor on Security, Navy Commander MacDonald Oba, retired, to reach out to all of you. Executive mayors of the 17 LGAs in Abia State, using the Algon Mayor, Honorable Chinedum Ekeke, we appreciate all of you. Southeast Veterans Welfare Association, you're highly recognized. Presidents General of different unions here present, the traditional rulers, we appreciate your roles in the various local communities. I want to use the second chairman of Ndieze Abia State, His Royal Majesty Eze F. Onwosu, to reach out to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, what we are here gathered is what every right-thinking government would always bring people from all walks of life to achieve. Bringing together better brains, those who understand how security plays. And of course, in Abia State, we're playing host to a whole lot of critical key stakeholders who have the interest of our dear nation at heart. Permit me, therefore, a lot has been said by my partner on the microphone, and I would like to very warmly at this point invite the chief host of this great event, a man who would stop at nothing in collaborating with his brother governors of the Southeast in ensuring that the Southeast region of Nigeria is safe. Join me, therefore, as I invite His Excellency the Governor, who has gone ahead to launch a multi-agency security outfit known as Operation Crush. And of course, will stop at nothing in establishing the Abia State Security Trust Fund and every other thing he has done to ensure the safety of Abia and the Southeast and Nigerian nation. His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, please come and give us your remarks this very day. Please, a round of applause for the chief host. A round of applause. Continue clapping, please, until he makes his way. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you, Adeze. You've made the job easier for me. All I would say will be Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and I will stand on the very well established protocol. I want to welcome all of you to Abia State and thank you for making it to God's own state. For some of you who are coming for the first time, I would like to plead that you shouldn't live in a hurry. I already told my friend, the Honorable Minister for Information, that he will be here for at least 4 days. But with better negotiation, maybe I'll give you 3 days and cut off 1, but nothing less. My short address is titled Security and Freedom. Security is the foundation of prosperity, the pillar upon which all outlines of progress rest. The framers of our Constitution understood the central place of security in our development aspirations. So they made it clear in a language that is sufficiently simple that security, together with the welfare of the people, shall be the primary purpose of government. It ultimately follows that until the citizens are made sufficiently secure, free from the threats of criminals and those who profit from chaos, no real development can happen, because everything rests on the guarantee that anyone within the territorial boundaries of our land is free to go about the pursuit of their legitimate endeavors without fear of harassment or death from the purveyors of violence. Therefore, our duty as leaders is to evolve initiatives that make it impossible for the merchants of anarchy to operate freely within our country. We have gathered this morning as leaders of the Southeast region and stakeholders of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in furtherance of our collective mission of keeping our people safe and free from the designs of criminals. On this note, I would like to specially welcome my brother governors and their representatives from the states in our region. The President of the Senate here represented, the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, OFR, federal legislators, honorable ministers, leaders and representatives of the Nigerian people who have joined us in Umuahia for this important summit. Thank you for prioritizing this event and for gracing it with your esteemed presence. The message of this summit is that we are entirely committed to the peace and security of the region, while not disputing the fact that there are still pockets of disturbances in a few communities. It is also not in doubt that a new sense of order is returning to the region. The more interesting development is that even amidst the gains, we are still, as this summit demonstrates, not resting on our oars, for we cannot afford to surrender this great land and its people to the forces of anarchy sailing on the wind of cynicism. The theme of this summit, collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability, is brilliant for the reason that it speaks to the next frontier of efforts at consolidating the gains made recently with respect to intelligence sharing, resource mobilization, and a common commitment to the prosperity of the region. For one, we have established that more often than not, crime is driven by economic considerations. So what we have simply done is to make it too costly for any intelligent mind to consider. By incentivizing security agents, investing in surveillance technology, and public enlightenment, we have simply made crime and criminality unprofitable in most parts of this region. Again, I acknowledge that we have not hit the bull's eye, but with sincerity of efforts and in keeping with our constitutional role as leaders, we are effectively retaking control of our neighborhoods, highways, markets, centers of worship, forests, farmlands, and wherever people gather for social and economic events. Interestingly, we achieve this without scapegoating anyone. Our resolve is that whoever threatens the peace and security of the region, whatever their motivation, ethnic or religious background, is an enemy of the people and must be dealt with as the law demands. Never again will our hardworking men and women live under the tyranny of criminals. You commit a crime here, you pay the price. The essence of this summit is, however, not to praise ourselves for past gains, but to map the future and stay ahead of the criminals. Thankfully, we have right here in this auditorium the intellect, experience, and foresight to drive the joint objectives of regional security and long-term social stability. All we are required to do is to put on our thinking caps, ask questions, and extract ideas that will enable the consolidation of the gains made so far. For our victory to be total, it will help to connect certain activities, such as the consumption and distribution of illicit drugs, to all forms of crimes, from kidnapping and armed robbery to rape and burglary. Therefore, while we deal decisively with the individuals who carry arms to rob and kill, the same measure of effort should be devoted to tracking those who supply drugs, the ones who keep arms, and others who harbor and shelter them. Progress on this front requires our collective vigilance, the realization that kidnappers, robbers, and drug dealers do not care about human lives, so it is best to expose them as soon as you become conscious of their activities. They are simply criminals and not your brothers or relatives. Report them to the authorities before they harm more people, and that could include you. Beyond dealing frontally with those who threaten the freedom of our people, a foundational step in the war against insecurity is to begin to expand the front lines of economic opportunities, invest in education, create jobs, and expose our young people to more dignified ways of earning. The bottom line, however, is that there is no legitimate reason to commit crime, but oftentimes people are pushed by desperation to do things they would not have ordinarily done if they had better options. Henceforth, a commitment must be made to create opportunities for people to engage their hands and intellect in ventures that increase the economic output of our communities. To this end, let me also express my delight with the progress made in the areas of infrastructure and manpower development across the region over the last few years. Our road networks are getting better, our schools are receiving more attention, and in several urban and rural communities, massive government investments in infrastructure, agriculture, education are driving job opportunities and entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to take a moment to appreciate the Federal Ministry of Defense and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, Southeast, for choosing Umuahia as the host city for this summit. We are happy that this event is happening in our state, just as we are grateful for all the support availed us over the weeks of preparations. In Abia, we understand the importance of collaboration, especially on matters of security. Working closely with sister states and brother governors, we are foundational to the restoration of peace and normalcy in several communities that were hitherto under the control of criminal elements a few years ago. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to appreciate the leadership and members of different security agencies in the state for their unrelenting effort to keep Abia safe. This summit is coming at the right time, considering the electioneering season is upon us. I'm therefore optimistic that our interactions will be directed at efforts at curtailing political violence, creating the right atmosphere for the exchange of democratic ideas, while guaranteeing that no one is harmed for their political choices. Beyond the exchange of ideas that will happen over the duration of this event, it will be more rewarding for our individual states and the entire region that quality ideas shared here are carefully implemented to insulate our communities from the menace of crime and criminals. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me once again thank you for listening. Thank you for coming to Abia State. And I pray that by the time we are done, that you will get back to your destination safely. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Abia State and the Security Governor of our time, Dr. Alex Oti, OFR. Thank you so much. We'll be moving in now to the next item, which is calling for a few goodwill messages, and I would like to thank you. Thank you. Let me hand the microphone to my partner for the next item. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Daisy. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the goodwill messages, an important segment of this summit, where our esteemed guests will share their perspectives, reaffirm their commitment to collaborative efforts towards strengthening security and regional stability in the Southeast. To get started with this, it is my singular honor and privilege to invite a representative of the Executive Governor of Anambra State, the Deputy Governor, Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim. Let's welcome him with a resounding round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think I want to beg that I stand on very well established protocol here. But I'm not without recognizing the Executive Governor of Abia State. It's been long I came to Umahia, but Umahia is a new place now. Thank you, sir, for the great job. And then the Deputy Speaker, your own place. And then the Minister. You look very awesome in this attire. Others that are here present, the service chiefs, both past and present, my colleagues that are here. Ours from Anambra is very simple. From my principal, who would have loved to be here, but for some exigencies of duty. Ours is to thank Mr. President for the milestone so far achieved in security. And also especially thank him for sustaining it. Because in the past, we achieve, we don't sustain. There is progress in the security of the nation at large. And now thank the governor for hosting this regional security summit, because we need to drill it down. If at the center we are getting it right, and then at the regions we are not collaborating, I think it will amount to nothing. So this is apt, just like the governor said, that is coming at the right time, especially in the soon to come elections. Ours in Anambra, we've done it, and we've shown that as a people, we can unite and decide to choose a leader. We are looking at others to follow suit. So it's coming at the right time. And also, to say that when we are here, what we need to hear from the people that are here, especially to us in Anambra, is constructive ideas that will help us strengthen what we have so far. The service chiefs, we can only say, may God continue to strengthen you, to bless you. And then the other sister agencies, even to our own local outfits. All the states in the southeast have come up with their own regional security outfits, with their own state security outfits, their local outfits. For us in Anambra is the Agone Chamber, who collaborates with the uniform structure to sustain this security milestone that have been achieved. So ours is simple from Anambra, that this summit will bring something different to the table. Yes, he said that in the past, so much summits have been held. At the end of the day, people will say, where is the result? But we hope that with the present leadership, especially in the country, and the cohesion that has come with the present governors of the Southeast, that this will bring something different. We look forward to a very successful deliberation, and we pray that at the end of this, we are going to put all in use so that we develop the Southeast as a region, as a one-city region that we so dream. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
In theory, elections are the strongest expression of democracy. But in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, the reality is more complex. Despite regular elections since the return to civilian rule in 1999, voter turnout has shown fluctuations and in some cases a steady decline. In the 2023 general elections, turnout dropped to around 27% of registered voters, one of the lowest since 1999, highlighting concerns about deepening voter apathy. Analysts link this trend to distrust in institutions, insecurity, and a widespread belief among citizens that elections do not translate into meaningful change in daily life. The consequences are far-reaching. When large sections of the electorate disengage, elections can be decided by smaller, more organized voting blocs. This raises concerns about representation and legitimacy. For example, in several state elections, including governorship contests in Lagos, Kano, and Rivers in recent cycles, outcomes have been determined by narrow margins relative to total registered voters, hence underscoring how limited participation can shape leadership outcomes. Experts say this weakens accountability and distances citizens from decision-making processes that directly affect their lives, including infrastructure, security, and economic policy. Several factors have been identified as driving low civic participation in Nigeria. One major issue is confidence in the electoral process. Despite reforms by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, including the introduction of beavers and electronic transmission of results, disputes over election credibility continue to surface, especially after closely contested races. Insecurity is another critical factor. In parts of the Northeast and Northwest, communities affected by insurgency and banditry have seen reduced voter turnout due to fear of attacks during election periods. Similar concerns have been recorded in some Southeast states, where sit-at-home orders have disrupted voting activities. Economic hardship also plays a role. In urban centers such as Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja, many citizens say immediate survival concerns, rising food costs, transport fares, and unemployment reduce interest in political participation. There is also the influence of identity politics, where voting elections are shaped by ethnicity, religion, and political loyalty rather than policy performance. In past elections, including 2015, 2019, and 2023, analysts have pointed to voting patterns that closely followed regional and identity lines. In some cases, campaign rhetoric has further reinforced these divisions, making issue-based politics more difficult to sustain. Observers say this limits the ability of the electorate to make fully informed choices based on governance records, economic plans, or service delivery outcomes. A global comparison shows Nigeria is not alone in facing declining voter engagement. Many democracies have experienced similar trends. However, countries such as Sweden and Germany continue to record turnout levels above 70%, largely due to strong institutional trust, consistent civic education, and reliable electoral systems. Closer to Africa, Ghana is often cited as a comparative example, where voter turnout has remained relatively strong due to sustained public confidence in the Electoral Commission and a more consistent acceptance of electoral outcomes. But analysts also stress that responsibility does not rest with institutions alone. Citizens themselves play a role in shaping democratic outcomes. In Nigeria, practices such as vote buying have been reported in several elections, including during party primaries and general elections, particularly in some local government areas where voters are allegedly induced with cash or food items. There is also the issue of post-election disengagement, where citizens withdraw from civic monitoring after voting, reducing pressure on elected officials to deliver campaign promises. The path forward, experts argue, requires reforms on several fronts. Strengthening electoral credibility, improving security during elections, and expanding civic education are seen as key steps toward rebuilding trust. There are also calls for sustained voter sensitization at community level, particularly targeting young voters, who make up a significant proportion of Nigeria's population and are increasingly active on digital platforms but less engaged at polling units. Ultimately, democracy depends not only on the right to vote, but on the confidence and willingness to use that right consistently and responsibly. In Nigeria, the challenge remains how to rebuild that confidence so that elections reflect not just political competition, but the genuine will and participation of the people.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Have you joined Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV? This is a program that beckons on all young people from all walks of life to come together and air their views on this platform, on everything that concerns them as young people that grow and survive together in a particular climate. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our X, our Instagram, our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. And today our focus is on the message of fashion. Yes, message of fashion. Permit me to introduce to you, as a matter of fact, fashionable set of people who are also young people on this show today. By my left is the Executive Director, Seda Group Limited, who is also a personal brand advocate, Nancy Amarachi Ngene. Nancy, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
Again, I have an admin lead. An admin lead Network Africa, who is Mr. Samson. Samson, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, good enough. I have an administrator and I have an executive director. Yes. That's wonderful. What a perfect match.
Yes.
Non-executive director, let me start with you. What does fashion stand for you?
Okay, let me start from our society. In our society today, people tend to see fashion as wearing expensive and beautiful clothes, but I believe fashion goes beyond just that. Personally, I feel fashion represents identity and communication.
Administrator, let me come to you. I don't know how much you believe in the definition of fashion as being provided by Amarachi.
Yeah, that is, she just said what it is. Is you communicate who you are to the world by the way you dress. It's more like packaging, right? When you have a product and you want to bring it out to the world, to sell it to the world, to market it to the world, you dress it up, right? You package it. It's more like presentation, right? So that's basically what fashion is. Of course, over the years, it has progressed, right? We know how our forefathers used to dress, and things has gotten more modern. You know, we in Africa, we like to copy what is over there in Europe, right? So we've copied it down here, the sense of fashion. But at the end of the day, it's all about how you communicate who you are, how you package yourself, how you market yourself, knowingly or unknowingly.
Okay, the only thing I think I understand about fashion is outward appearance.
Exactly.
Now, looking at Amarachi now, look at the way she's appearing.
Yes.
And I think I can see one fashion on her. Are you in any way fashionable the way you are?
I wouldn't say I'm a fashionable person, but I try my best to address the way I want to be addressed.
Okay, to dress the way you would want to be addressed.
Yes.
Okay, who is a fashion designer?
Of course, it's more like a profession. They specialize in packaging people, right? Let's say those of us that are into politics, right? There is a way you're expected to appear as a politician, as a man of the people. So there are people whose work is to brand you, to package you. Now, those of them that are into, maybe you want to have a ceremony, you want your wedding to be the talk of town, right? There are people into that line of business to brand your wife. Of course, most of the time, we the men, we bring the money and the women enjoy the fashion, right? So there are people, it's a line of business. You have what you want to communicate to the world. You might want to communicate royalty, right? You might want to communicate wealth. You might want to communicate dominance. You might want to communicate freedom. Like our ladies want to communicate they are free, they are not under anybody, right? You might want to yes, you might want to communicate elegance. You might also want to communicate that you are available. You may also want to communicate that you are in the market. Anybody can buy, right? So when you go to these fashion designers, they look at what you want and they give it to you.
I understand from your own line of thought that everybody, including myself, have the potentialities of being a fashion designer to a particular magnitude.
Yes.
I may not really be a professional fashion designer.
Yes.
But I fashion and design myself.
Yes.
My own
Every morning.
Every morning.
Yes.
That's true.
Okay. You mentioned before that you try to dress the way you would like to be addressed.
Yes, I do.
Tell me about this dressing.
Okay. What I'm putting on is just a two-piece. Is a professional attire. When I'm putting it on, I'm just wearing it because it suits my elegance. Let me give you an instance. Before now, when I was younger, I'm much attracted to all these classy and elegant ladies. So as time goes on, I tend to like emulate that because that is what resonates with me.
With this, would you take yourself to be a fashionable person?
I can be fashionable, yes, right? Yes.
What's the difference between a fashionable person and a stylist?
A stylist is a profession. You can say I'm a hairstylist, I'm a fashion stylist. There are also people that style interior locations in a building. So it's more like a profession. But when you are fashionable, you mind your fashion. There are some people that don't care what they wear as far as it covers them, especially men, right? Most men, once you have your shave, your haircuts, which will take you like 1,000, 2,000 maximum, you are good to go. But women are more like very much careful with the way they appear, right? They're careful with the way people perceive them, from their hair to their finger, not just to their lips, to the toe finger, to virtually everything in the body of a woman is fashion. But for men, not in the more people look at your pockets, your bank accounts, what you have, what you can show, not really the fashion.
But there are some men.
Yes, there are
actually some men who are very fashionable.
Yes.
Or they are interested in what they wear.
Of
or what
course.
they are put out to the public as fashion.
Course.
Don't you think so?
I think so, and I've seen
Okay, what kind of man would you like, have you cherished before in a way he plans himself, fashion himself and all of that?
Okay, me as a person, I like someone that looks presentable, someone I will not be shy while walking on the road with. I want you, as I'm looking good, you should also look good, so that when we are walking on the road, I will be proud of you the same way you are proud to be with me. So that is the type of men I want.
Okay, thank you so much. God will give it to you.
Amen.
Hey, Administrator.
Yeah.
Is there any way you think fashion can change or can influence people's mindset?
Yeah, once you see somebody, like you've not seen her before, but the way she dresses communicates something to you, it influences the way you react to her. Right? If I'm on the street and I see a lady that dresses like a professional, right? If I'm talking to her, there is a point I'm coming from. Probably she's a business person or she works maybe in a tech company, in the bank, and all the rest. So it has influenced the way I communicate to her, right? But if I saw her and everything is out there for me to see even before I ask, right? Then I may not want to do real business with her. I might see her as a person, maybe we could have fun, could chat, she can make me happy. I have 30 or 1 hour to spare, and I want to have a fun time. So because of the way she has presented herself, it influences the way I react to her, the way I communicate to her. In fact, in the world of business, there's a way somebody dresses and it influences how you price the person. Right? I'm an employer, and there's a way somebody would dress and walk into my office. I could start, maybe I could ask this what we pay. But there's a way you dress, the person begins with asking you, how much do you want to be paid? So there's a difference between this is what we pay and how much do you want to be paid. It's all about packaging and presentation.
You are making me believe strongly that fashion sends messages every day.
It sends a signal.
Sends signals every day.
Of course.
No matter the type.
Of course.
If it is moderate, it sends a different message.
Yes.
If it is corporate, it sends a different message.
Of course.
And all of that. Then Amarachi, let me come back to you.
Okay.
Okay, supposing, is it not a possibility that, like you mentioned in an interview session, somebody dresses very well, maybe puts up this suit jacket with tie and all of that, and it's a young man. You will say this person is has dressed in such a way that you say, yes, he is the person I may be looking for. Is it not a possibility that someone else who didn't dress like this will be knowledgeable in the field, will be more intellectual, will have the skill to perform better? How much will this message of dressing continue to be real? In that case, is it not deceiving? In that case?
See, there are a lot of guys, depending on the field you play in. Right? You can't tell me that you are coming to apply to work in a bank or in a corporate setting like a school. Those of us that are school proprietors, I dress a certain way. It already reduces your acceptance in that field. But there are certain other spheres that you don't need to dress corporate, like tech fields, right? Some of these guys that develop applications, work in the tech space, remote work, these guys, content creators, media people, freelancers. You don't need to dress corporate, right? So you see some of these guys that do great online. They have their dreadlocks, so they wear their shorts, they don't wear shoes. Some of them put on singlet, but they are gurus. They may be making thousands in dollars monthly. So it depends on the field you are playing. That determines how you present yourself.
Okay, that's taken. Amarachi,
Okay.
is there a possibility, like today you are here
Yes.
in our studio, you are dressed like this? That is wonderful. You're so gorgeous.
Thank you so
Are there
much.
places you'll be going tomorrow, if it's not for a television discussion, you dress anyhow you like?
No, I'm someone that never dresses anyhow I like. I'm always, anyhow I like means that I'm always elegant 24/7.
Like if you want to go to club now, yes, would you dress like this?
Okay, the thing is that in as much as we have clothes for different occasions, if I'm to go to a club now, I'm not going to dress like this. But the truth is that I don't even go to clubs, so I'm never going to go to club.
Have you seen people who go to club before?
I've seen, and
that's the way they dress.
Yes,
it's the club that dictates the way they dress.
Yes, it's the club, because even if you are going for, let's say, burial now, you don't wear shouty colors. If you do, maybe they will think you are the one that even killed the deceased. Do you get?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Administrator, what's the relationship between fashion and communication?
Basically, you know, we have verbal and non-verbal communication. There's a way you dress into my office. I become more careful with my properties and my money. Right? There's a way somebody dresses into your office, you know the person is a robber. The person may be innocent, but there's a way the person...
Be actually innocent?
Yes. There's a way you dress into somebody's office, and maybe as a lady, and the wife becomes uncomfortable. You have not said anything. Yeah, you may be innocent, but the wife is uncomfortable because of the way you dress. Right? There's a way you dress into a place, and men won't look at you. They're not going to send you because of the way you dress. There's a way you dress. People know that you are approachable. Right? So it's non-verbal communication. There's a way you dress into a place, somebody knows this is a serious-minded person. There's a way you dress into a place, we know you're a loose person. There's a way you dress into a place, somebody knows this one loves sports. There's a way you dress into a place, we know you're a church type. Right? There's a way you dress into a place, we know this one is no-go area. Don't approach her, don't approach him. So it's all about communication. Everything is communication. Everything, including your smile, everything is
your facial expression can be
of course, yes. It's not just about the clothes you put on, right? Many professionals, content creators, media personalities are trained the art of smile, right? The way you smile, there's a way to smile, right? There's a way to frown your face. There's a way to express non-approval without saying it. There's a way to express approval without saying it. So you must not talk. In fact, one of the greatest form of fashion is of communication is the non-verbal communication. You say a lot without saying anything.
You say a lot without saying anything.
Yes.
But is it not possible that fashion or dressing can be deceptive to an extent? Because if somebody can just walk in, like what you said,
yes,
you will begin to gather your property when the person has not spoken.
Yes.
And in actual sense, the person may be innocent. Is the message of dressing in some cases not deceptive?
Yes, in some cases, the message of fashion can be deceptive in the sense that maybe I can be wearing a black and be walking on the road because that is my favorite color.
Or that's what you have.
Or maybe that's what I have. And someone that is looking at me can think I'm attending a funeral. Do you get? So sometimes it can send the wrong message, but in all honesty, everything about fashion is communication, because whether you realize it or not, you are sending a message across, and that is what matters.
Okay, let's come to the psychology of fashion.
Yeah.
Something. What about it?
The way you dress affects the way you think. If you are a young man and you are walking, you have your shoe polished, right? You have your clothes ironed. It affects the way you walk. It affects the way you carry yourself, right? This mentality gives you that you're a serious-minded person, that your life is together. Right? It affects it. That's why most of the time, if we're going for something serious, we tend to be careful with, is our shoe polished, is our clothes ironed. The ladies will look at, is my hair well kept, basic things. So it affects your mind before even people begin to receive a message from your fashion. There is a message that fashion passes to you, right? If I'm walking on the road and my shoe is not polished, maybe I wasn't able to iron my clothes, I will know something is wrong. It sends a message to me. So this psychology it gives you, look at the way bankers walk, because of the way they dress. If you come into a bank, you see the way she walks, a banker walks, there is this serious-mindedness that it communicates because of the way they dress. That is why many of us that are employers, we are oftentimes careful with the way our staff dress to work. That is why some employers have a certain dress code. As we are entering into an organization, they tell you this is the way we dress. Because the way you dress affects the way you think about yourself. Look at it. Most people putting on suits as a guy may find it very difficult to fight. That day you are wearing your suit and your tie. Even when people provoke you, you may not want to engage in physical blows because that suit you are wearing communicates to you that you are dressed as a professional. But when you dress the other way, a little provocation, you might want to react.
I would want to know if this happens at all times. Because if you say from the psychology of dressing or fashion, that the way you dress affects the way you see yourself and the way you think. It is a possibility.
Exactly.
But one of the case scenarios where, for instance, you receive a distress call and your mind is placed to where you're going. Just pick your shirt as a man.
Yeah.
You pick your shirt, wear your palms.
Yes.
You didn't mind if your hair was combed or not.
Yes.
You didn't mind. Sometimes when you are buttoning up, you miss the arrangement.
That's an emergency.
That is an emergency.
Yes.
And your mind is placed to where you are going.
Yes.
How then would that? Now somebody, you are passing people along the road.
Yes.
And people are looking at you.
Exactly.
Good. How could that send or begin to speak to you that this way you are dressing is speaking to you and you're receiving the message about yourself, both in your confidence and all of that in that situation?
Okay, in the case of emergency, me, for instance, I'm using myself because I know myself better than anyone. So me, for instance, most of the clothes I have, they are the same kind of wears in the sense that they communicate the same thing. So even if it's in a case of emergency or something, I can just quickly pick up one and put on and I will still look good. So I feel like it's a habit you have to cultivate. is a habit you need to cultivate. When it is already a habit, it will be very difficult, even in the case of emergency, for you to drop.
Okay, we've established the fact in 2 dimensions.
Yeah.
One is that the way you dress affects the way you think.
Exactly.
It affects the way you see yourself.
Exactly.
It has something to do with your confidence.
Exactly.
For that day.
Yes.
If you dress the other way around tomorrow, what happens?
See, you must not dress serious all the time. If I'm going out with my wife, there should be a way I dress, right? If I'm invited to speak to an organization, there's a different way I will dress. If somebody is going to the club, it's a different ball game. If I'm going to the church, it's a different ball game. Those of us that do politics, we are going for a political rally. It's a different ball game.
That means that dressing speaks different messages.
Yes, where you are going.
It's a particular message at all times.
Yes.
It does. And it can be interpreted by different individuals differently.
Okay, differently again.
Yes,
okay.
yes. Just like the example I gave you earlier, I can be wearing black because it's my favorite color and I'm going somewhere. Someone that is seeing me can just see that, okay, well, that this person might be attending a funeral. So it's sending a different message. Other people can still see me and feel like, okay, this black looks good on this lady. Maybe it's her favorite color. So it can be interpreted in many ways. But most of the time, it sends a central message to the audience.
Okay, from what I said before, I said we have established 2 dimensions.
Yeah.
Now she has given us the 3rd one.
Yes.
The first dimension is what you're dressing speaks to yourself.
Yes.
The message you're getting as a person.
Yes.
That is one.
Yeah.
The second is how people see you.
Exactly.
And she has mentioned another premise where one person sees you differently. Another person sees you differently.
The same
and
fashion.
all of that. Does it have anything to do with the way you see the society or even the people?
Most of the time, how you dress communicates to the world how you see yourself. Right? If you see yourself as being poor, as your own world is the worst, sometimes you show it with the way you dress, with the way your hair is made, right? With whether your shoe is polished or not. I mean, simple things, right? The way you feel about yourself. There's a way a bank manager sees herself or himself that informs the way he or she dresses. Right? Most of the time, you see some graduates that dress differently from those that have never been to the 4 walls of a university. Right? That is not a general rule, right? Yeah. But the way you see, if you say, I am going to somewhere, I'm going to be great tomorrow, I'm going to somewhere, I'm going to be a governor tomorrow, I have a great future, most of the time, it begins to affect the way you dress today. So most of the time, it is your mental state that dictates what you buy when you enter into the shop to buy. If you see yourself as being so cheap, so available to anybody, then it influences what you buy, what you wear. Because most of the time, you are not forced to wear these things. These are personal decisions we make in our rooms. You dress up before you come out for the world to now see.
This tells me that message of fashion can as well determine our future.
Yes, of course. The way you dress determines your future. There is a, like I've said, there is a way you dress. In fact, you can be in a place where the Nigerian police want to search people. There's a way you dress, they won't search you.
Yes, exactly.
But there's a way you dress, they will search you double. Right? There's a way you dress, you look accused. Even without committing a crime. There is a way you dress, you look innocent, even though you may be the one that committed the crime.
Yeah, that actually reminds me of something. When I was younger in secondary school, because I'm always properly dressed, my clothes are usually ironed and everything. Sometimes when I even do something in the class and the teacher enters and asks, the teacher doesn't even need to ask. The teacher will just pick the child that is always badly dressed, do you get? Yeah. So sometimes when the students now start making noise that Nancy is the one that did the thing, the teacher even find it very difficult to believe it because of the way I carry myself and the way I'm always dressed.
Yeah.
Okay, why is it that, for instance, this reminds me something that in a secondary school setting, when supervisors are in the school and maybe they're in the office, they are meant to see some students.
Yes.
And selecting some students who are going to stand them.
Yes.
You start selecting from those who are well dressed.
Of course.
And who are neatly dressed.
Of course.
Why?
And most of the time, that is also the way life works. Because you want to put your best foot forward. You will not want, as a corporate setting, a school, I'm a proprietor, I've been a teacher for many years. A school setting is a corporate setting. There's a code of dressing. That is why there's uniform. So students are meant to be on a uniform. There's, you're stocking your shirt, you wear a certain kind of stockings, certain kind of footwear, and all the rest, right? So if you now have externals, supervisors from the Ministry of Education or from wike or NECO, it is reasonably expected that you present your best students, those ones that listen to you, those ones that comply with the rules, because they best represent the standard of the school. You will not want to, of course, every school always have those that, that you say go left, they go right, they go left. Right? These are not the ones you want to present because they do not represent you.
But do you know it is a possibility that even though the most intelligent is or looks dirty, you will not appoint him or her. Go see the supervisors.
Of course, the intelligence in this case is not just about academic intelligence.
I'm talking about academic intelligence now.
Okay.
The intelligence is, the dressing is part of the intelligence. It sends a message.
Yes.
Good. And it is appealing. It is welcoming.
Yes.
Very good. But when a star in a class, for instance, sometimes all of these supervisors, they don't tell you when they come.
Yes.
If they happen, they come the day when the best student in the class is not well dressed.
Why?
Why will you present the student to them? I'm talking to you as a proprietor now.
You must understand that when externals come, they are not just looking at intelligence in terms of the ability to read and write. They're also looking at social intelligence, emotional intelligence, right? For instance, if you get somebody that is so smart, can solve all the equations, but seeing an external, the person begin to shake or cry, you might not want to present the person. So intelligence, we have that mental intelligence, ability to read and write, but we also have social intelligence, we also have emotional intelligence, we also have the intelligence that makes somebody able to stand before a crowd to talk. So these are the things we check as teachers and proprietors before we pick our best. If it was just about reading and writing, then it becomes easy. But somebody that is very, very brainy, but can't obey simple instructions, right? Like come on time, come to school on time, dress a certain way, copy your notes. You might not want to present the person.
It's not really brainy.
The person is not wholesomely intelligent. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. We want to observe a short break now.
Okay.
When we come back, we'll tactically look at the benefits. Okay. If there are other benefits we have not mentioned, we'll mention the rest of the benefits of the message of fashion, or benefits of fashion, so to say. Thank you so much. Our viewer, thank you also for being there. We've discussed at length on the message of fashion. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Please let us go for a short break. Don't go away.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Back from the short break, is still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Thank you so much. Our topic for today is the message of fashion. And I have intelligent, fashionable people on the studio. I have the executive director, Seda Group Limited, who is also a personal brand advocate, Nancy Amarachi Ngene. And also have an admin, Lead Network Africa, Mr. Samson Poku. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Yeah, thank you.
Before the short break, I was talking about the benefits of fashion. Please take it off from there.
Okay, I believe fashion has a lot of benefits to humans. But before I dive into the benefits, I would like to ask you a question, which is, Just imagine a world where there are no fashions, where everyone is wearing the same kind of clothes. Let's say a jean and a t-shirt. Everybody is just wearing the same thing. How do you think such society is going to be?
Of course, jean and t-shirt are still contemporary. But I know there was a world before now where people, when there was no clothes. Yes, people go on touch whatever leaves and cover themselves. And they lived happily then.
They lived happily.
Yes.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is that in such society, you will notice that there won't be order. In a society where there is no fashion, there is no uniform, there are no uniforms, no traditional attire, there are no graduation gowns and all those stuff, you find out that there won't be orderliness. Everything will just be scattered. If a policeman stops you on the road, you won't even, how can you differentiate between a police person and a kidnapper? So it will be chaotic to me. So the first benefit of fashion
Before you continue, I think why she's speaking like this is because she's we're in the modern age.
Yeah.
Those days, the police he's talked about was masquerades.
No, we are not.
And there was orderliness.
We are no longer living. We are not living in that time.
Of course, I know.
Yes, of course.
But she's citing instance using that period.
Yes, they lived in their own time.
But there was orderliness then. There was rules and regulations.
Yes.
But
And they kept to it.
you won't actually use it to compare the orderliness in today's society.
Nobody is doing that.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
So the first benefit of fashion is orderliness. Order. It helps keep order in the society. The next one is that it creates opportunity, job opportunities. For instance, just like my boss here just mentioned earlier, fashion creates employment, job opportunities for millions of Nigerians. A lot of people are into fashion designing, tailoring, fashion influencers. We also have fashion influencers, and they make a whole lot of money just doing that. And you can even think about the most famous fashion designer in Nigeria, which is Vicky James. She makes a lot of money just to sew one clothes. So having said that, I also believe that fashion boosts one's confidence. Okay, I will give you an example. I'm the type of person that if I make new hair, and I don't really like the hair, I'm not going to be confident to carry the hair and go anywhere. Sometimes I even tend to lose it within a couple of days. But whenever I make a hair that I really cherish, that I believe looks good on me, I tend to carry it confidently. When I was in the bank, sometimes when I make such hair and I'm dressed professionally, I tend to look for reason to stand up so that people can see me and compliment me. Do you get? So I know that the female viewers can actually relate to this. And the next one is that fashion actually helps preserve culture. When you see someone putting on isiago, you've already known, where the person is coming from. So there are a whole lot of benefits of fashion to humans, but I will just stop here for the worth of time.
Okay, thank you so much. You've done well. If there are other benefits she has not mentioned, I want you to continue from there.
She has said most of the things. Fashion is very important because it communicates. It's like branding, your way of saying who you are without saying it. Right? Your way of communicating who you are to the world. It's basically the way you carry yourself to the world, right? So it's more like a tool for personal branding. At this dispensation where people dress the way they want, right? A dispensation where there's freedom, right, to do whatever you want, dress whatever the way you want. So when you dress a certain way, you tend to stand out. You make yourself unique, right? You bring yourself, you make yourself stand out in a world, both in the social media world and in the physical world, right? Imagine right now that a lot of guys dress any way they want. We have a fashion confusion, right? Right now, where most of the guys want to dress like females.
Okay.
And majority of the females are not comfortable with dressing like females. They want to dress like us that are guys. And the bad thing, negative effects we that are men are having is that our clothing materials are now costly. because the women are also buying it the way we are. Yes. So there's this fashion confusion. Boys want to be men. I mean, boys want to dress like fine girls. Fine girls want to leave female fashion to dress like men, right? But when you now carve out your own fashion niche, this is the way you dress. Me personally, I like to dress traditional African attire. That is the way I want to look. I don't want to look like a white person because I am not one. I don't want to always be on suit because I am not a white person. I'm in Africa. I'm proud of my heritage, right? So you can carve out a brand for yourself, a niche for yourself, just the way you dress. Look at the Super Eagles. There's, the Super Falcons. There's this women African WAFCON there about when they landed in the nation. They were in our native attire as Africans, as Nigerians, right? So it stands you out. If you are an Igbo person in diaspora and you come down, maybe you are in the airport and you're putting your red cap. It distinguishes you from others, right? You might find your Igbo brother somewhere, just like our language. When you have that, your kind of attire somewhere, it brings you out, right? And if you are in a place where a lot of persons dress indecently, and you don't decide to package yourself a certain way as a guy, as a lady, it stands you out, and you'll be surprised the kind of respect you could command, right? The kind of opportunities that will come your way, the kind of tragedies that may never knock at your door, because you package yourself in a certain way.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Amarachi, you talked about fashion influencers. Who are they?
Fashion influencers are simply people that influence fashion. I don't know if it makes sense.
Go on.
Okay. They are mostly on social media pages. They tend to promote fashion, the idea of fashion, and they make money from it because the social media are paying them.
Yeah.
Okay. You talked about this most recent fashion clashes.
Yes.
Or fashion mixture where women want to dress like the male folk.
Yes.
And then the male folk in turn want to dress like the female folk.
Yes.
What's the reason for that? Have you found any reason behind that?
We have a generation, we live in a social media generation, right? And we in Africa, in Nigeria, we tend to want to copy whatever we see the Westerners do, right? Look at this concept of ass level, right? Because maybe we've watched this foreign artists, they began to dress that way, and we want to copy it. We do not ask ourselves, how did these things originate, right? This could be artists that want to depict the way prisoners abroad dress, because, of course, most of the attires are not measured. Most of the shorts they wear are not measured. You're a prisoner, you're giving one. Most of the time, it's not your size. So you have to pull it down to your ass. But now, when the popular musicians, wear those things to depict such message, we leave the message they are trying to communicate and we copy it. Because here in Africa, instead of exporting, we could say, okay, let us import the culture of innovation, technology. But we could see that the Western world has lost it in the area of morals, fashion. I mean, there's things that should be sacred. In those worlds where we will not talk about things like gay marriage, men marrying men. These are the things we copy. Instead of the other way around, we should still retain our sense of decency as Africans, right? Men, they say, way we should dress as men. Women, they say, way you should dress as a woman, right? Especially now that we are growing up, we have, like she said, these influencers. We actually have a world where people, social media influencers, influences both where we go, what we eat, businesses we patronize, what is trending, right? I remember a football star could have a certain kind of hairstyle, and before you know it, all his fans go with that kind of hairstyle, right? We have a popular artist dresses a certain way and comes out, and everybody is doing the same way. So where it's your brain, We have a society where majority of the youth do not think for themselves. That is the tragedy of the 21st century.
Before you continue, Amarachi,
Okay.
supposing, or how do you always feel, or how do you value these men who dress like women?
Those are called transgenders.
I don't know what they are called.
Transdresser, that is transgender. So
Okay.
whenever I see such people, I'm a Christian. Let me start with that. So I try my possible best not to judge people because I don't know their reasons.
Yeah.
I just focus. I try to focus on myself. I don't judge anyone. In as much as they don't look so okay to me, I still not judge.
Okay, supposing your crush turns out today to start dressing like you, will you judge or not?
You called him a crush, right? Crush are supposed to be distant admirers, so they are not supposed to get so close to you. So the person can, as long as the person is crushing from afar, I'm okay with it.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
How could fashion build a community?
Yeah, if you in the olden days, if you come into a society, an African society, you just coming down give you that sense that you are in an African society, right? So if you go abroad, just what you see in the airport gives you this sense that you're already in a different society, a different community, right? So our fashion, the kind of fashion we promote can give us a sense of uniqueness as a community. If you notice right now, most schools will have begun to promote using our native wears as school uniform, right? If you come to my school and some other schools, we have begun to adopt African attires. You see some schools using siago as native wear. So you see some use kerekere style.
As school uniform?
As school uniform. You see, like my school, we use jumping horse, the popular African jumping horse.
But you mean because in some schools,
yes,
you have the Monday wear.
Yes.
You have the Tuesday wear differently.
Yes.
The Wednesday wear differently.
Yes.
Then the native attire outing uniform and Friday wear differently.
The modern schools, but for us, we do the normal school uniform twice, 2 days in a week.
Okay.
Monday, Wednesday.
Okay.
Then we have the native wear, Tuesday, Thursday. You know why? Because we need to begin to communicate to these young ones, that our fashion is also relevant. Our fashion as Africans, we should not place it by the side. I mean, we copy everything from the white. We copy the way they marry. It's only in Africa that we do white wedding, traditional. We do the traditional marriage, and it's not enough. We now want to do the one they do, not knowing that it is their culture, right? So we must begin to hold tight our sense of dressing, our sense of fashion as a people, as Igbo, as Africans. We value decency, right? We value decency. If you are feminine, you dress in a feminine way. If you are a male, you dress in a masculine way, right? So we must guard it jealously. Our asoke, we must guard it jealously. Our isia, we must wear it with pride, right? As this is what makes us a community. We are losing ourselves as African youths, as Africans. We must not, in the way of trying to. I think what we're suffering is inferiority complex. Everything the whites do, we want to do. The way they dress, we want to dress that way. The way they talk, we want to talk that way. But at the end of the day, we're Africans.
Okay, Amarachi, do you sometimes dress in a native way?
Yes, of course. I'm a Nigerian.
Yes.
I'm an Igbo lady, so of course I do dress in a traditional way once in a while.
Once in a while?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I want you to speak to the viewer who is before us now on the benefit of dressing the way it should be to pass a message that is better off.
Yeah, because most of the people watching us are youths. There's really no reason to begin to think that decency is old-fashioned. Right now, especially our ladies, we feel that covering your body properly is already old-fashioned, right? But I often wonder why we do that. I mean, some of those things you show us with the way you dress, we'll know that they are there, right? As a young man, I don't need to show my ass before you know that the ass is there, right? As a young lady, you don't need to show some part of your body before we know that you have those things, right? So you might have been trained in such a way that you don't know these things are wrong, but we need to begin to be conscious of the message you pass. There's a way you dress, people begin to think that you're a prostitute. You may not be one, but you communicate that you are runs gear, that you are cheap, that you are for anybody to come to, right? So I believe that after watching this, you become more conscious with the way you package yourself, with the way you brand yourself. Personal branding is very important. And why we make this mistake is that sometimes we are never taught. Most of the influencers you watch online, they do not dress that way in real life. They do not allow their kids to dress that way. They do not allow their spouse to dress that way. But because they are influencers, they want to make money.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. You are the admin lead, Lead Network Africa. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And Amarachi, our executive director.
Thank you
also
so
for
much,
coming.
sir.
Everyone, thank you also for being there. It's been a nice time we had with you discussing on the message of fashion. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. I want you to get this message properly. We'll see you again.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Depression is more than sadness. It affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. It is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
our esteemed special guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Senator Abdulaziz Musa Yaradua, Chairman, Senate Committee on
Airport. Operation Udoka operatives exhumed slain community leader in Imo State after suspect's confession. Moshood Abiola Polytechnic Students Union orders total sit at home over tuition fee hike. Now the news and details. The Nigerians in Diaspora Commission NIDCOM has secured the release of a group of Nigerian women held by immigration authorities at Siwokso Ramgolam International Airport in Mauritius. The travelers, who had been detained since July 31st, 2026, regained their freedom following high-level diplomatic interventions and are currently en route to Nairobi. The prompt resolution followed widespread public outrage generated by a viral video detailing the uncomfortable conditions of their airport detention. In response to the outcry, federal government representatives immediately established direct communication channels with airport and security officials in Port Louis to address the situation. Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of NIDCOM, Mrs. Abike Dabiri Erewa, confirmed that Nigerian diplomatic missions are actively engaging Mauritian authorities. The Commission has demanded a comprehensive report on the circumstances surrounding the detention to establish accountability and prevent future harassment of Nigerian citizens abroad. While official reasons for the initial border hold remain undisclosed, NIDCOM reaffirmed its mandate to defend the rights and dignity of Nigerians across the globe. Troops of the 34th Artillery Brigade under Operation Udoka have exhumed the body of a slain community leader, Chief Ibe Anyadu, from a shallow forest grave in Imo State. The discovery followed an intelligence-driven operation that led to the arrest of key suspects linked to violent crimes across the state. The operational breakthrough came under Operation Eastern Sanity 2, following the arrest of criminal elements linked to an ambush on military personnel. During interrogation, one of the key suspects confessed to participating in the murder of the Aga community leader and led security forces to the burial site in Umudike Forest. The exhumation was conducted in the presence of family members, local vigilance personnel, and community representatives. Relatives provided a coffin and an ambulance at the site, allowing the remains of the traditional leader to be retrieved for proper burial rites. Commander of the Joint Task Force Southeast, Major General Oluremi Ayobami Faidero, expressed condolences to the bereaved family and the Aga community. He assured the public that joint security forces will maintain relentless pressure until every individual involved in the killing is apprehended and prosecuted. The wife of the Anambra State Governor, Dr. Nonye Soludo, has launched an intensive public advocacy campaign calling on nursing mothers across Nigeria to practice 6 months of strictly exclusive breastfeeding. The call was made in Oka during events commemorating the 2026 World Breastfeeding Week. Speaking alongside representatives from the World Health Organization and UNICEF, Dr. Soludo described breast milk as nature's ultimate vaccine for infants. She underscored that optimal early nutrition builds lifelong immunity, accelerates cognitive development, and drastically cuts down preventable infant mortality rates. The wife of the governor cautioned mothers against introducing water, herbal concoctions, or solid foods before an infant completes 6 months of life. She emphasized that medical research overwhelmingly proves that breast milk provides complete hydration and total nutrition requirements during early stages of growth. The Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, has dismissed calls from online critics demanding his resignation over the death of a mystery employee, Mary Habila, at his residence. The minister addressed the media in Abuja to clarify his position on the matter. The passing of Ms. Habila generated second public debate and social media commentary, with several groups demanding the minister's immediate departure from office. In response, Umahi stated that public service appointments remain at the discretion of the president and God, cautioning against the politicization of human tragedy. The minister said that President Bola Tinubu explicitly directed him to disregard public distraction and focus entirely on delivering critical highway infrastructure across the nation. He reiterated that his dedication to repairing key federal corridors remained unshakable. While police investigations into the cause of Ms. Habila's death are ongoing, Senator Umahi expressed condolences to the bereaved family. He assured the public that the Ministry of Works will cooperate with law enforcement officers while maintaining operational momentum nationwide. The Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Owo, Right Reverend Stephen Fagbemi, has called on the federal government to take immediate steps to address escalating economic hardship and insecurity. The cleric delivered the charge during his presidential address at the 15th Synod of the Diocese in Ondo State. Bishop Fagbemi raised concerns over the rising cost of essential commodities and healthcare, noting that high prescription costs are forcing vulnerable citizens toward unrelegated remedies. He warned that economic distress, if unaddressed, threatens social stability across local communities. Turning to national safety, the bishop urged the administration to declare a state of emergency on security, citing persistent threats of kidnapping along major transit routes. He advocated for the integration of modern technical assets, including surveillance drones and specialized helicopters, to track criminal elements. Looking ahead to future political transitions, the cleric advised citizens to exercise patience and maintain faith in democratic processes rather than acting out of economic frustration. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here's a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Following the widespread public concern over a viral video, the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission has confirmed the release of a group of Nigerian women held at the Mauritius airport since late July. Troops of Operation Udoka have exhumed the remains of Chief Ibe Anyadu from a shallow forest grave in Imo State after an arrest. Suspect confessed to participating in his murder. Coming up shortly, the Students' Union Government of Moshood Abiola Polytechnic directed all students to observe a peaceful sit-at-home, effectively halting campus operations to protest recent tuition increases. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Enugu State government has hosted a civic reception in honor of the immediate past chief of the Naval Staff, retired Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, celebrating his decade-long service to the nation. The event took place at the International Conference Center in Enugu, attracting top military commanders, traditional rulers, and political leaders. Speaking at the ceremony, Enugu State Governor Dr. Petermbah described the Vice Admiral Ogala as a patriotic officer whose military leadership brought pride to the southeast region. Governor Mbah emphasized that Ogala earned the respect of his peers through integrity, humility, and dedicated human capital development throughout his military tenure. Governor Mbah highlighted Ogala's key infrastructural contributions to the state, notably the establishment of the naval base at Ogurugu and the Navy Secondary School in Umuopu. Also speaking, Minister of Defense, retired General Christopher Musa, praised the former naval chief for modernizing maritime security operations and safeguarding Nigeria's territorial waters. In his response, Vice Admiral Ogala expressed gratitude to President Bola Tinubu for the opportunity to serve at the highest level of the military. He praised Governor Mbah's balanced development approach in Enugu State, noting that investments in education and economic empowerment remain the foundation of long-term security. The Students' Union Government of Moshood Abiola Polytechnic Abeokuta has ordered an immediate sit-at-home exercise, effectively shutting down academic and commercial activities across the institution. The directive was contained in a joint statement issued by Union President Afolabi Temitope and campus representatives. Student leaders explained that the drastic step became necessary after multiple rounds of dialogue with management failed to resolve the controversy surrounding increased tuition fees. The union noted that current economic conditions make it impossible for parents and guardians to absorb additional educational expenses. The union stressed that the boycott is a peaceful strategy designed to bring administrators back to the negotiation table rather than a breakdown of dialogue. Student representatives appealed to staff unions and campus transport operators to support the strike in solidarity with the student body. Academic halls, lecture theaters, and administrative offices remain closed across the campus as students adhered strictly to the sit-at-home directive. Management has yet to release an official response regarding the shutdown of campus operations. Naval troops operating under Operation Delta Sentinel have deactivated 3 newly reactivated illegal oil refining sites in Rivers State. The tactical operation was carried out by personnel of the NNS Pathfinder in the Oba Ebema Ndoni local government area. During the sweep, naval operatives seized approximately 43,000 liters of stolen crude oil alongside 18,000 liters of illegally refined automotive gas oil. The combined 61,000 liters of petroleum products were recovered from hidden storage facilities along the riverine corridor. Spokesman for the Nigerian Navy, Captain Abiodun Folorunsho, disclosed that criminal syndicates had stored the petroleum products inside 12 dugout pits and temporary reservoirs. He noted that the operators were attempting to re-establish processing networks following major naval raids conducted in July 2026. The Navy reaffirmed its commitment to sustain aggressive patrols across maritime hotspots in the Niger Delta. Commanders reiterated that security forces will continue to neutralize illegal processing camps, secure energy pipelines, and protect critical national assets. The Lagos State government has disbursed over 1.8 billion naira to 648 public service retirees as part of its ongoing pension obligation settlement. The funds were presented during the 115th Retirement Benefit Bond Certificate Presentation Ceremony held in Ikeja. The disbursement covered retired personnel from the mainstream civil service, local government councils, local government staff primary education boards, and state parastatals. The initiative highlights the state's continued adherence to the contributory pension scheme framework. Speaking at the event, Lagos State Head of Service, Mr. Bode Agoro, reaffirmed Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's determination to eliminate pension backlogs. He stated that prompt bond payments ensure senior citizens enjoy financial stability and dignity immediately after completing public service. Now in sports, Nigeria's Super Falcons have resumed tactical training at the Asfar training facility in Rabat, Morocco, ahead of their final Group C fixture against Egypt. The session followed a mandatory recovery day following Saturday's intensive 1-0 victory over Zambia. Head coach Justin Madugu led the squad through specialized tactical drills aimed at sharpening defensive transitions and improving goal-scoring efficiency. The technical crew emphasized the necessity of securing all 3 points to guarantee smooth progression into the tournament's knockout stages. The 9-time African champions experienced a challenging start to their 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations campaign after dropping a narrow 3-2 decision to Malawi in their opening match. Consequently, the team requires a victory in their upcoming match to secure a place in the quarterfinals. The high-stakes encounter against Egypt will take place at the Olympic Stadium in Rabat on Wednesday evening. Team officials report a full squad availability with no major injury concerns heading into the final group match. Now in entertainment, Senator Ned Nwoko has shared moments from a weekend family outing, posting video highlights of an outdoor cycling session with his wife Laila and their children at a public park. The media updates featured the family engaging in recreational sport and outdoor fitness activities. The lawmaker praised his wife and children for embracing the challenge, noting that mastering cycling skills help young individuals build personal confidence and physical endurance. And now to end news, here are the main points again. Following widespread public concerns over a viral video, the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission has confirmed the release of a group of Nigerian women held at the Mauritius airport since late July. Troops of Operation Udoka have exhumed the remains of Chief Ibe Anyadu from a shallow forest grave in Imo State after an arrested suspect confessed to participating in his murder. The Students' Union government of Moshood Abiola Polytechnic has directed all students to observe a peaceful sit at home, effectively halting campus operations to protest recent tuition increases. The union leader stated that the boycott aims to push institution management back into negotiations, highlighting that families cannot bear additional financial burdens under current economic conditions. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency General Gowon, Your Excellency Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and first Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders?
Cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ain't something like a Moby. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. It's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know? But like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, for the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, think something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, think something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
I said that life is larger than logic. We all know about that. This mystery, life itself is a mystery. Because according to our brother Osadebe, onye malụ mbọsọ abalị nye ya n'afọ. Ọsọ mbọsọ anyị ma mbọsọ asị na amụla anyị. Ọkwa ka asị na amụla anyị. Anyị nabatakwa ndị niile akpọrọ na fa bụ our own. So we accept everything that we have been told by people. You know? So life is larger than logic, and we know that. And nobody, even our Lord Jesus Christ says that nobody knows the day of the end, when it is going to end. It is hidden from man, that end. It remains a mystery to all of us, the end of man. And we see a lot of mysteries. We hear about ghosts, we hear about so many things. But today, we continue our discussion, the final part of the discussion on the kola nut, particularly the rice associated with kola nut in Igbo land. Because so many people, you know, there was a story by Mike Ejiaga. Mike Ejiaga once told the story that a young man came back from the white man's land, whether it was from America or from Europe, we do not know. But when he came, he visited his uncle from the mother's side, and he brought the kola nut, Nojabia. And by the time he came out, he saw that the wife was breaking the kola nut. And so he refused to take that one, because the woman broke it, and was eating her own already. And the man just kept quiet. And as the man was leaving, he was saying, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And the wonderful he was shouting was that the uncle wanted to kill him, wanted to poison him. But instead, it was clear that he was the one that would have taken down the uncle for breaking the rule of the land. Because we have what we call taboos. And taboos, you know, they have to do with do's and don'ts. And sanctions, anathema, what follows that. So, having said that, we are back to the kola nut. With me to continue this discussion, we have our, you know, wonderful discussant who gives us, you know, very clear insight into some of these things. Who is also, I think he's an nze, as well as an ozo in his own place. He likes mentioning about some of those deities in his place. But today we want to talk about the continuation of the Oji. So, Nze, Nnemeka Nechukwu, you're welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I want us to now, you know, because we didn't talk about why is that females, for example, females are not allowed to break the kola nut when they sell the kola nut and do all those things.
You say when they sell the kola nut?
They sell kola nut. They bring it, they wash it, they bring, but they don't break the kola nut. Why?
Kola nut is a mystery crop. It's a crop shrouded in mystery. From Igbo or indigenous cosmology or point of view understanding, it's not an ordinary crop. It's a sacred crop. So it is handled with physical and spiritual care and security too. We don't touch, especially when it is presented as a ritual. It's a ritual. And so women can sell kola nuts. That is transactionary processes. But when you talk of offering the kola nut to the gods or the deities and ancestors, is a patriarchal function ordained for the male, the eldest male present in the communal assembly. There was one Reverend Father who was speaking on the air. He said that even in a social gathering, whenever coconut is brought, that the coconut, one Reverend Father, I cannot remember his name, but it's a very prominent name in the media. Oloma, Reverend Father Oloma. He said that coconut should be handed to the most elder, not even to the bishop or archbishop there, or to the Reverend Father. It's not his role. That is the role of the eldest indigenous elder to hand, because it is a traditional ritual, not a church ritual. But the trouble we're having now is that everything has been, all things have been mixed up. So now, kola nut should be broken by the eldest male present at the assembly. Then, because it is, the person is breaking it. Not only break, he needs to pray. That's what we call presentation and prayer.
Yes.
On the kola. So, like in my town, no me onateze. Like was the other Igbo cultures. You present the kola. Then the chief priest, who is the eldest male there, will make decrees on the kola, using the kola as a point of contact between the living and the dead. It's a holy communion. It's a traditional Eucharist, whereby the living and the dead, the departed, the saints, the other side, the ancestors are the saints, whereby they are interwoven in a holy assembly to present to the deities and ancestors their wishes. Because kola nut is used to pray, to decree. Because Igbos, we don't pray. Pray means beggarly. But decree means you are decreeing as a king. You don't beg. Because you know that chuku is your father. You don't need to beg. That whatever you decree shall come to pass. So now, when you pray, when the decree is made, then the eldest male is now offering giving an offering to God Almighty Chuku and the deities and ancestors, whereby he presents upon that kola, he presents the wishes of the people. Aye na ayoge ogologondo oyo taloji utalondo aru isi ike akonoba omomo nchebe nnapota. He offers the wishes of the people as a community on the kola, whereby the Chuku, the deities and ancestors should make that his decrees come to pass. That is what we call. Okay. So it's not the role of a female to do it, because a female is not a priest. She's not a priest. Even in the traditional Universal Church of Catholic Church, whenever the Reverend Father presents the the Eucharist, then he can break it, but the Reverend Sisters can even help in officiation, but they cannot present it to the.
They are not priests.
They are not priests. So breaking of covenant is a priestly function. Decreeing is a priestly function of the most elder, representing the gods and the deities and the people.
Okay.
Because the elders represent the gods, the deities, and ancestors, and the people.
And we'll take a break now.
Right.
When we take the break, we'll come back. When we come back, we'll find out, because we just have to underscore in concrete sense how and why the females do not break kola nut. We're taking the break.
All right.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. move with the world.
So, we are back and we're looking at the spiritual content, the spiritual connotations, the ontological foundations of this thing called kola nut rice. Particularly with our brother just, joining us, from all his duties, our Reverend Carlo Omar. Carlo Omar, you're welcome to the program. Carlo.
Yes.
Yes. Uche Carlo. Yes. How did I enter the Omar into it?
Yeah, it's an alignment.
It's an alignment. Yes. Okay. Carlo Uche. Yes. Reverend Uche Carlo. Yes. Now that you are here, because we are trying to understand this, that the females do not break the kola nut. Why is it? What gives the spiritual connotation to? What is the foundation of that particular, right in Igbo land? I mean, just you are guessing at it because some of these are things we may never totally understand. That's why it's a mystery. But we don't play with it. And when somebody, like you explained last time, if people don't give you kola nut when you come into their house, then something is not sitting well. So you are not welcome. That's the summary of it. Excellent. That you are not welcome. No matter all that things that are done, that particular unit shows that you are not welcome. So, why do you think that females do not break kola nut in Igbo land?
Okay. Thank you, sir, my prof. From my point of view, where I grew up from, a woman can only come and serve you with powder.
Okay.
Powder. Either powdered one or the stone.
Yes.
Yes. That's what a woman can come
give you as welcome. Yes.
Yes. But a woman is not permitted to break the
kola nut. Beautiful.
Neither is she permitted to render any libation or oration as it is accorded to.
Well,
but where there is no male child or no male gender, even if it's a small kid, even if it's a small child, 1 year old or not even up to 1 year old, you use the kola nut and touch the palm of that
child. Yes.
And then the female can go ahead and do what they want with the kola nut. Though they may not even know how to speak the words of the gods because it's a spiritual thing.
Okay.
So why women do not have the authority to break kola nut in my place and in Igbo land eventually is that God has given the staff of authority to a man.
I think it's called Okike.
Yes.
Okike.
The staff of leadership and authority to a man. That even when you are in your house and you hear a strange knock in your door, it's not the woman that will say, who is that?
Who is that? Yes.
It's the man, the male boy that will say, who is that?
Who is that? Yes.
And all these things are accruable to the authority of the man. And where a man says that the woman now asks me that, then that man has gone to another state of oblivion. So, kola nut is an emblem of authority and something that initiates every discussion. It is an opener to every form of discussion. It's an initiator. So, if you want to start, you start with a man, not with a woman. Of course, God created man first. And from man, God created every other thing, like women. So, the kola nut is ordained by man to use, to administer, and even to eat. Because too many women, you cannot, any woman you see on his own chewing kola nut, look at that person very, very well. But a man can be seen on a leisure time chewing kola nut. And while he's chewing kola nut, he's making use of his brain.
Okay.
Doing a lot of thinking, creative thought. But for a woman, you will abuse it, you won't know it. You just end up with eating, and that is all about it.
Well, that's serious. Now, from what he's saying, now that a man of God is talking of kola nut like this,
we are men of God.
Wait, I'm a sinner. Now that we have a man of God talking about kola nut like this, do you have any biblical references in regard to what he is saying? Because we want to see the kola nut as a mystery, particularly because he mentioned that God created man first. I always like that positive, negative, biological symbol that we used to have. We are now looking at symbolism, and we are now looking at this idea that the male even if it's a 1-day-old male, they will touch the open hand with that kola nut. Then they can go ahead with whatever other things they want to do. So is it possible to have linkage with the Bible in that particular practice in Igbo land?
Okay. Just supposing the Christian ideology or cosmology and the African Igbo indigenous cosmology, I strongly believe that for the 12 apostles, Christ is, as I say, is, and I cannot say was, is up to the head.
Yes, it's still the head.
So, and in the 12 tribes of Israel, though Deborah played a very big role against the heathen unbelievers, according to the Christian authors. But in the life of the history of the biblical Israel,
we can use the word the scriptures. Because the scriptures come out
exactly from the Torah, one of the scriptures. Male represents God, divinity. So there is a rule that is not optional.
Inherent in the male.
Inherent in the male, as a representative of God Almighty, to determine what happens in any physical or spiritual circle. Have you seen? So now, it's not about being a Christian. I said even in the Catholic Church, I've never seen. I'm not a Catholic.
I'm a Catholic.
But so whenever I go there, because whenever I go, I observe what is happening. Yes. I've never seen a reverend sister, even if it's a mother just a high rank of general. It's always the reverend father who says, "This is the lamp of God who cleans the sins of the world. This is what I'm getting to happen. John Kowa. Order ni someone yap on the bell will ring. That bell is that like Dibia. Na kwa gbe na ya mo ekwe ya ka mo ezumeze anyi no ma anyi not mo niile mfo nko ka ha bia na oluo a woman cannot do it in our place. Only the male Ezoha, the chief priest, is ordained by God, and that chief priest is male. To do this is a high profile spiritual function that cannot be toyed with. You know, the women are emotional. Let me tell you the truth. Women don't bless. Only men bless. Because women are emotional. Whenever your mother says, now, until you get the blessings of your father, you are not yet blessed. So, likewise, in the color north, is ordained by God Almighty and the deities and ancestors that the man should represent them to proclaim words. That is Rhema. Rhema. Do you get me? Traditional Rhema. On the color north. So that whatever he says are the representative of gods and deities will become flesh, become manifested in the lives of the community or family or people. So it's not something you criticize. It is ordained and cannot be changed.
Okay. So that if you go against it, like we are looking at what happened between Mike Ejaya's story,
yes,
one of his folk tales, and that he brought the kola nut, the uncle brought the kola nut, the maternal uncle brought the kola nut, and before he came out from where he went to bring the pepper, the wife of the wife to the, what do you call it, nephew, had already broken the kola nut, and the man stood there watching him, and the man said that that the man didn't touch it because he poisoned the kola, but he was breaching the taboos of the land.
Yes.
It's anathema, something wrong about it.
It's called alcohol. It's a sacrilege which must be cleansed through traditional ritual.
So why is this a sacrilege?
Sacrilege.
Yes.
Everything people do, they have their belief.
Yes.
But the central truth, the bottom line, is that kola nut is a very special seed.
Okay.
Very special fruit.
I always like the way you call it seed.
Yes.
I like the way you use. We normally use the word seed.
You know
the meaning of that word seed is serious.
Even in creation.
Yes.
Even in creation, God, after creating everything, both herbs, both fruits, He subjected them and gave man authority to use them.
Yes.
There are ones for our healing. There are ones for for our nutrition.
Yes.
Now, do you know?
I know what you're saying.
You know too well that if two people want to contract a covenant,
yes,
and there is no other seed, there is no other fruit they will use to contract that covenant, is kola nut.
Yes, you need
why? Because when they cut their blood and use it, and this one eats, kola nut is an emblem of covenant. And a woman does not initiate it. It is a man. Of course, my colleague says women cannot bless. Women can bless. Because Bible said, children, obey your parents.
Yes.
In that parenting, women
can bless. I will prove it.
We will say that a woman can bless, a man can bless. But authoritatively, who has the audacity to speak and it come to pass is the man.
Okay.
But don't undermine the fact that the child came out
from the woman,
through the umbilical cord of the woman. Very, very important.
Yes.
That whatever the woman says over the child, whether delivered or in the womb, stands to play.
Yes.
So in kola nut, it is not incumbent on a woman to do any power tussle. It belongs to a man.
Good.
Because the content of that seed is more than what man can comprehend.
Okay.
God, in his own sovereignty, put certain power, certain honor. And when we abuse that power and that honor, things will not go well with us. It's a seed, not magical. Even though some people tend to ritualize it. Yes, it's a very powerful seed that we should accord the honor. Because even biblically, it is part of what God has created for man's development and growth.
Okay. Now we have seen this. And the young ones are now watching us, even some of the elders. What message would you pass to the people? Because now we have women liberation.
Equality.
We have feminism. We have equality. And some of these young women want to ask, why wouldn't I break the kola nut? What would you say to them?
Well, what we felt the female folk or gender is that all these scripts imported to this part of the world, we are not homegrown. And imitation is limitation. Imitation results in limitation in all fields of life, even in spirituality. All these they say according to, written by who to who. They should understand that they were ordinance of the land. Ordinance of the land. Ordinary. You cannot use your years as a professor to wipe them away. As far as I know, you even these are ordained laws from creation, immutable laws of the Spirit of God that cannot be attacked. But if you attack it at your own peril, obviously. So, women in their gender equality, gada, they should know that these are issues of the spirits, of the ancestors, of the deities that you cannot toy with. They should respect the male supremacy on spiritual issues, especially traditional spiritual issues. Because in the Christian spiritual issues, the mercy and the blood of Jesus Christ can pardon you. Have you seen it? But in traditional spiritual issues, because when of metal appears on an offender, mercy and grace will vanish. When of metal visits you because of desecrating all these ordained laws of creation and the traditions, that Jesus Christ, that mercy and grace of Jesus Christ will not even acknowledge you, because Christ never came to destroy those ordinances. He came to make them stronger. So I advocate to the female folk to respect the ordinances, of our indigenous land, so that it might go well with them.
Thank you. Yeah, Reverend, because I'm back to you, because he was talking of this particular ordinances of our people and looking at the kola nut, particularly as regards the kola nut rights. And the fact that today, we have now got female pastors all over the world, particularly even in some of the established churches like the Anglican Church. I don't know about Nigeria, but I know that abroad they have already got a bishop. or they have got bishops.
England.
In England. But now that we are here, if a young girl feels that she has grown, she has come of age, she's able to do something, what would you tell them so that they don't fall foul of the ordinances of the land? Because what belongs to some does not belong to everybody. That's the way I want to put it for now. So what do we do?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. We know we have Ojibo.
Yes.
We have Ojausa.
Good.
And we have the one who they call
Guru.
Guru. Do you understand?
Guru.
They are one that you break, you just keep it for some time, it changes color.
Yes.
They are one that as you eat it constantly, it changes the color of your face. Do you understand? So the point is that in the Igbo culture, there are places you come, it will be very predominantly clear that they have a tree. Oji.
Oji, yes.
Kola nut tree, especially in Anambra.
Good.
Every compound has it. That shows you ancient part. That shows you culture and tradition. And when a child grows and see that this thing is in his compound, in their compound, he grows to build his own house, he will plant such in his own compound. Now check around these our Enugu and other places. How many people do you see
trees
growing there? We just grow pawpaw, we grow orange, we grow mango, and only few places. So there is need for us to show our younger ones that these things are
serious
and the root of our existence.
Good.
Existence in the sense that this thing you cannot do without it. If you must begin anything, it is this thing.
And that was why it was cash crop in those days.
You cannot even carry Bible and flip Bible and flip Bible and say it will talk to kola nut. It cannot. You cannot even do the work of kola nut. The moment elders sit up, when they see what, they know that matters has begun. Do you understand? So I think we should learn the habit of planting
kola nuts. Okay.
In every compound.
In every compound.
If it's not in every compound, at least 1 or 2, 3, you have seen one. So that you'll be able to maintain the posterity of that fruit and the seed.
Okay.
It will help us to grow. It will help us to advance in our culture.
Okay.
But that is my submission to our culture.
Thank you. Yeah, I think with this, I think we should round up, our discussion as regards this, because I've been cracking my head on this concept of that women do not bless. And then, but he tried to correct it. So when you said it, I started looking at the Old Testament. I moved from my mind's eye. I moved from Abraham through the wife.
Don't say correcting means if I agree. I didn't say correct. He's giving his own analysis.
I said I'm coming now.
I'm not saying that
I've not said I said when he came in with that, and then what do you say about what he said?
About what
he said about that, because he said that women. He tried to explain that. So I want to get your own view again.
If women can bless, why didn't the mother concocted what happened between Esau and Jacob? The mother could have blessed Jacob, and Jacob will go away with the blessing now. What is
I want to get
what the mother did, though in true deep biblical studies, the supplanter, the person who wanted to cheat was Esau, not even Jacob, because Esau sold his birthright to Jacob. It was agreed, it was signed.
No agreement.
So he did not value his birthright, and he signed it. So when some pastors say that Esau was a cheat, they don't know the scriptures at all. They are shallow in the scriptures of God. The main person, just like Nigeria and part of Africa, we have hunter mentality. Then those who have that culture of Jacob, cultivated mentality, are the developed countries of the world.
No, in biblical interpretation, you interpret the Bible.
No, it's coming.
You bring your
in biblical interpretation, Jacob is a cultivator. Then Esau is a hunter. One of the who kills and is. So that's why he said the other one is blessed, the other one is cursed. Force is not that, but that's why at the time he used to realize his mistakes.
You are going to the blessing.
Okay. He realized his mistakes and became a kind of Jacob and then transformed. That when Jacob brought the goods, said, I have had enough, don't give me. You know better than I in that field. So what I'm saying in essence is that
only the way blesses.
Only watch just biblically, when women are some people you can even influence with what you have. You don't influence men.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
Man represent.
I'm trying to get from him. Why woman blessed?
Man represent God. When man speaks,
yes.
God speaks.
I agree with you.
So now a woman is. You know that even in families, as a woman has been giving birth to many children. I listen it. But you know that the son that always brings ego, if you notice that always some women, not every woman, dances to the tune of that one. So, in as much as there's I've noted the power to bless is vested
on men,
originally,
on the men,
spiritually, cosmically, on men, representing God Almighty.
That's your view. So, why do you say that women bless too?
Women blesses, men blesses. It's just for you to understand what blessing is all about.
Yeah, because I want to bring it to the origin.
Blessing is speaking and coming to pass.
Yes.
Guys, you need to understand.
Yes.
Blessing is not only when somebody says something on top of you and it happens, or when somebody pronounces your way of favor and things like that. Blessing is also when someone gives you a direction.
Okay.
When someone sits you down and grants you a focus.
Okay.
It's also blessing. When somebody is used to interpret your vision, your dream, it's also blessing. Do you understand? Like he was saying about Jacob.
Yes.
Bible said, when the mother had them.
Yes, in the womb, yes.
They were struggling in the womb.
Yes.
And the woman became so uncomfortable. I said, this is not like ordinary pregnancy. Let me know why.
That she went to a soothsayer.
And the Spirit of God said, you have two nations in your womb.
Yes.
This is the prophecy. The first will serve the other, the younger. So whatever transpired after has been ordained by God.
Creation.
The role of who blesses now is automatically God, divinity. Now, the father said, go and get me a pepper soup. Prepare something for me to eat. I am on my age.
Yes.
So that I can do what?
Bless you.
Pronounce blessings.
And the woman said, come. I heard your father say to your elder brother, now, go and bring this one. Because his own is a longer journey. Let's make it shorter. The woman has the intelligence. He has the dimension. Yes. And he programmed the young man into blessing. A woman can also bless.
Okay, but that the point
as a matter of parenting, a woman can bless. A man can bless. But I said in our mission,
the woman can
make a man.
I agree with you. No, the woman has made statements, and that's why when you are talking of, when you are talking of children, respect to your parents,
yes.
And then because whatever your mother says,
your day will be long, and you will be blessed.
Fine, that's
on the land the Lord has given.
I agree, but the point that he is making is about the fact that throughout the biblical scriptures and other scriptures around, that the work of blessing is most times given to the male.
Of course.
Given to the male.
Of course.
And that's the point he's making.
Of course.
He was not arguing that a woman cannot make statements about goodness coming to the child, or about what is evil coming to somebody that has done what is wrong. But all these are contained in the New Testament. So with this, I think even though we are enjoying what we are doing, we have to do more things outside here. And with that, we hope that by God's grace, that we meet next time, as soon as possible. I want to thank the crew for helping us with this particular event today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Yeah.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Please, a most resounding round of applause for the representative of the Executive Governor of Anambra State. Thank you so very much, sir. Our next goodwill message will be taken from the representative of the Executive Governor of Ebonyi State. As the Speaker of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly, Right Honorable.
It is with profound gratitude to Almighty God and an abiding sense of patriotism that I stand before this distinguished gathering of security experts, military commanders, policymakers, traditional rulers, captains of industry, civil society organizations, youth leaders, and critical stakeholders assembled to deliberate on one of the most important issues confronting our nation, the security of lives, property, and the preservation of regional stability. Permit me to sincerely commend the Federal Ministry of Defense and the Office of the Special Advisor to the President on Community Engagement for conceiving this timely regional security summit. This, to me, reflects the tireless commitment of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration towards building a peaceful, secure, and united Nigeria, where every citizen can pursue legitimate aspirations without fear, with zero consideration and regards to ethnic, political, and creed leanings. The theme of this summit, collaborative approaches to strengthening security and regional stability, could not have come at a better time than now, considering the current security realities the nation is hedging. The theme, to me, also is not merely an intellectual proposition. I believe it is a practical roadmap for sustainable peace. The theme, I am pretty sure you know, reminds us that no government, no security agency, and no individual can single-handedly defeat modern security challenges. I believe very strongly that lasting peace is built through cooperation, intelligence sharing, community participation, and mutual trust. This is the strategy we have adopted in Ebonyi State, and it is worthy export approach. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must inform us that security remains the bedrock upon which economic prosperity, infrastructure development, educational advancement, healthcare and delivery, and social harmony are built. Conversely, where insecurity thrives, development retreats. Investors become reluctant. Farmers abandon their farms. Businesses close their doors, and hope gradually gives way to despair. It is against this backdrop that my administration, under the People's Charter of Needs agenda, resolved from its 2023 inception that the protection of lives and property must remain one of the foremost responsibilities of government. How we fared better for 3 years on the saddle. Ebonyi State stands as one of the safest and most peaceful states in Nigeria, not by coincidence, but through deliberate leadership, strategic investments, effective collaboration with security agencies, and the collective support of our peace-loving people. This is by no means an exaggeration. Aware of the changing dynamics of crime and criminality, we have in Ebonyi continued to strengthen the operational capacity of our security architecture through unprecedented investments in modern security infrastructure. Last month, our administrations have significantly enhanced intelligence gathering, crime detection, and emergency response in the state. Knowing fully that today's security challenges require advanced technological solutions, Ebonyi State also deployed modern surveillance drones capable of monitoring difficult terrains, forests, highways, and vulnerable locations. These technologies now complement the exceptional professionalism of our gallant security personnel, who continue to make enormous sacrifices for the safety of our people. As the opposition and enemies of progress would think, these investments are not mere acquisitions of equipment. They represent our bold steps and commitments to creating a security ecosystem where criminals have no hiding place and law-abiding citizens can live, work, and invest with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, our administration has firmly believed that security is not achieved by force alone. It is equally sustained through social justice, youth empowerment, education, employment opportunities, and inclusive governance. Of course, that explains why the People's Charter of Needs agenda places enormous emphasis on human capital development, economic empowerment, infrastructural renewal, educational reforms, healthcare expansion, and rural development. We are 24 hours guided by the fact that when people are empowered with education, vocational skills, employment opportunities, and access to entrepreneurship, they become stakeholders in peace rather than instruments of violence. Additionally, when people experience the dividends of democracy through roads, schools, hospitals, stable power and energy supply, functional water supply and sanitation, and economic opportunities, they naturally become partners in safeguarding those investments. This is practically the Ebonyi governance model, which we have tried successfully within the last 3 years and some months in office. Our interventions are driven by the truism that security begins not only in military formations, but also in our homes, schools, churches, markets, communities, and institutions. In furtherance of this philosophy, Ebonyi State has maintained strong collaboration with traditional rulers, town union leaders, religious institutions, youth organizations, and community vigilante structure, who continue to provide valuable grassroots intelligence to security agencies. Distinguished participants, one landmark achievement that gives us immense pride is our sustained support for the newly established depot Nigerian Army, Amasri Eda. The establishment of this strategic military institution within Ebonyi State is a historic milestone, not only for our state, but for the entire Southeast geopolitical zone. We remain deeply grateful to the federal government and the Nigerian Army for this landmark development. From the very beginning, our administration has strong commitment towards the successful establishment and smooth operation of the depot through continuous institutional support, infrastructure cooperation, and the provision of an enabling environments. The presence of the depot has not only strengthened national defense capacity, but has also contributed immensely to local economic growth, employment generation, infrastructural expansion, and enhanced military-civilian cooperation. The man helming the army, Lieutenant General W. Shaibu, was in our state for the passing out parade of the 90th regular recruits intake. At the event, we pledged sustained support, and we shall continue to partner with the Nigerian Army because a stronger military translates to a safer nation. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, regional security can never be achieved in isolation. Yes, never. Criminals do not recognize state boundaries. Kidnappers, terrorists, armed robbers, human traffickers, and other transnational criminal elements exploit porous borders and institutional gaps. Our response must therefore be equally coordinated. The Southeast states must continue to deepen collaboration through intelligence sharing, joint security operations, technological integration, and continuous exchange of operational best practices. Equally important is the need to strengthen cooperation between federal security institutions, state governments, local authorities, and host communities. Even citizens must see security as a collective responsibility. Every village must become the eyes and ears of security agencies. Every community leader must become an ambassador of peace. Every youth must reject violence and embrace constructive engagement. Permit me to also appreciate the extraordinary sacrifices of our gallant officers and men of the armed forces, the Nigerian Police Force, the Department of State Security, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, the Federal Road Safety Corps, the Nigerian Immigration Service, the Nigerian Corrections Service, local security outfits, and every patriotic citizen working tirelessly to keep our communities safe. Acknowledged is the fact that many have paid the supreme price in defense of our nation, while many continue to work under extreme difficult circumstances. Their courage, patriotism, and undiluted dedication deserve our deepest appreciation and continuous support. As leaders, we owe them not only our gratitude, but also the provision of adequate logistics, modern equipment, quality welfare, and an enabling operational environment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate in this summit today in Umuahia, our discussions must, I repeat, must produce practical solutions capable of strengthening our collective resolve against insecurity. The gathering, as a matter of urgency and necessity, must deepen collaboration rather than competition, strengthen partnerships rather than divisions, inspire innovation rather than complacency. With this, we can build a Southeast that remains peaceful, economically vibrant, and socially stable, where businesses flourish, our farmers cultivate without fear, children learn in safety, and investors confidently establish industries. On behalf of the government and the good people of Ebonyi State, I reaffirm our commitment to supporting every legitimate initiative aimed at strengthening national security, promoting regional peace, and safeguarding our collective future. I pray God Almighty continues to bless our armed forces, bless all our security agencies, bless Ebonyi State, and bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you all. Thank you, Excellencies.
Please, another round of applause for the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ebonyi State. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Moses E.J. Dunwa. We'll be taking the next speaker, but before then, because we're here collaborating as a people, I want to crave your indulgence and seek your permission to recognize the President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo worldwide, distinguished Senator Azuta John Mbata. You're highly welcome, sir. I'd like to therefore invite for his goodwill message His Excellency the Executive Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Petermbah, here represented by the Deputy Governor, His Excellency Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. Please, your hands together as we welcome him for his goodwill message. We can do better, please. Another round of applause.
Thank you so much. Ande biarabani alano. Minister for Defense, I thought you would respond. You know, when he spoke and made reference to those that you don't recognize him, I'm the #1 culprit. He took his introduction here for me to go to him to say, Honorable Minister, you're welcome. I think the protocol has been well laid, and our host and principal, the governor of Abia State, has also been well appreciated. And on behalf of the people of Enugu State, I extend our people's welcome to all our guests. Today's event is timely, and when we gather like this, it just remains for us to make remarks, essentially, as pointer to what we think, just as the governor has graciously laid the foundation on what we may begin to refer to and consider in our security struggles to protect and defend our people. The broader threat of terrorism and criminality that we face is real. We can't avoid that, and we can't pretend that it's not with us. The existence of internet that has also dissolved borders between us, but enabled those who hate us to send threats directly to our people in their homes and frighten them and cow them from offering information to security services to defend us is also real. And the convergence of these two heightens the challenges that security officers, men and women in uniform, face. As sub-national governments, we make all our investment that we can make to support and aid the protection of lives and properties of our people. Because for those of us who serve, that's our #1 solemn duty. But to do that, we need to keep working with the security services. And when you drive from Enugu to Abia to Imo, Ebonyi, all parts of Southeast, you see our men and women in uniform, the military officers, on patrol on our roads. So the question is, how did we get there? How did we come to a point that we moved men and women in uniform from defending and protecting our territorial integrity to bringing them to deal with our internal security problem? And our Nigerian police, civil defense, supported essentially by state security services and other security personnel or teams, are supposed to take on this responsibility. And year by year, we keep pulling the military into this, instead of interrogating Why are we not able to get those whose responsibility it is to solve this problem, to essentially solve that problem, and leave the military to defend our territorial integrity? So, that's a challenge that we must all confront. Is it in training? Is it in financial investment? Is it in leadership? How did we calm this down? So, it bothers me because I know that if the police and other services are essentially filling the role they should fill, the responsibility of the military will be highly concentrated on the territorial integrity of this country. But this is not a place to blame the police. We have to look at those of us that are supposed to provide and guide the police. Because when we take this job and we call ourselves chief security officers of states, it behoves on us to sit down with our commissioners of police and attempt those things that will make difference. Are we encouraging them to share intelligence? Are we encouraging them to relate with their neighbors? In Enugu State, for instance, the last time we had challenges, our commissioner for police, on his own way to Benue, had meetings with the Benue Commissioner of Police and instructed the DPO of my local government, because my local government is one of the border local governments, to collaborate with the DPO next in Benue. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to say that that effort by our Commissioner for Police led to a huge decimation of criminal network that have harassed our people and kidnapped our people. They recovered huge catch of arms, arrested so many of these criminals, and on 2 occasions after that had rescued kidnapped people within 4 hours of their kidnap. So this can work. So if they could meet and do that, why are we not able to share assets? Why will every state in Southeast invest their own drones? Why can states who are next to each other not invest in drones together? Because that way they can work together. Why are we not able to increase intelligence sharing between them? And for those of us who will know and who do know, we need investment in the police. Every police cell is an instrument of constructive duress. There's none of us on front row here that will accept to sit in any police cell for 30 minutes. So if you have a criminally minded officer who invites you for interrogation, you begin to offer him bribe to go. But when citizens want to contest their rights, they can only contest their rights objectively and with pride if the environment where they will contest their rights is conducive. Because if we accuse the police of collecting bribe, we must dismantle the infrastructure that enable that. So it's not their fault entirely. Every man and woman in uniform is a Nigerian. They are just like those of us who point our fingers at them. And the Igbo adage says, if you point one finger on someone, 4 points to you. Why are you not able to invest a bit in technology? Why do you have policemen stop motorists and ask them for their vehicle papers, and they show up with a bundle of documents that if one revenue officer had made a mistake in your name and your ID card shows a different name, you are now a criminal? And you can stay at that police checkpoint for hours and hours. We can synchronize this. Invest in technology. I have had audience with Nigerian businessmen, IT experts that have developed technology that those things, they won't interfere with the revenue of subnational government. When you have finished your revenue collection and have issued those papers, they are able to digitize them, give every vehicle owner just a card, and offer police a dedicated app, either on the mobile phone of the police people or a special handheld device that they will have. So when the motorist stops you, you just scan that card and the identity shows. So those things that encourage us to offer you bribe, we'll dismantle them. In some of our places, you have police people that have stayed for 7, 10, 15 years. They are now members of committee of friends for funerals, for weddings, and all that. So how do you expect a man that is a member of your committee of friends to also come to arrest you in the morning? If someone gives him information that I've committed a crime, you probably go and tell him, this man who were with yesterday said you are an armed robber, be careful with him. So these are challenges that we can't run away from, because they face us every day. And you can go on and on. The governor spoke about the motivation for crime. Yes, there is no excuse for crime. But until we face governance justice, we can't in full conscience say that we have done what we're supposed to do. Because until you provide that opportunity for everybody, those of us who serve, we run a school system that we can also send our children to. We run a healthcare system that we can also submit ourselves to. That way, our citizens will have no motivation. There will be no interest, because those things that will drive it will try to curtail it. We're talking about governance justice. What about local governments? How do I expect a policeman to go and arrest someone when he doesn't even know where they live? How many of our streets and houses are numbered? If I want to describe to my DPO how to get to my house in the village, I will tell him, if you get to that village market, you see one yellow house on the right, then you turn left, you see a big tree. This is a local government responsibility. You don't have to give names. Give the village roads numbers. Give every house a number, so that when I call a DPO, Oga, I see something I don't know, so the DPO will go. So we have complex problems that we need to keep unbundle. And as if we must unbundle them, we must be sincere and deal with it with the honesty of those who mean to make a difference. But until that, I know that your responsibility, the men and women in uniform, is like counting sands and drinking ocean dry. On these few remarks, I want to welcome all of you to Southeast and thank the Honorable Minister for your effort. God bless you all.
All right, thank you. I can feel the passion in that speech. And I'm sure if we're given time to move the microphone round, everyone would have a contribution to make on this program today. Please permit me again to request that we appreciate the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, the Deputy Governor, His Excellency Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. Please, another round of applause. All right. Of course, like I did say earlier, this is a summit geared towards a collaborative work towards building sustainable strategies for enhancing peace, security, and socio-economic development in our region, and of course, by extension, Nigeria. And I think the media also has a role to play. Please permit me on that note to recognize the National President of the Radio and Television Theatre Arts Workers Union, who is also here for this event today. Prince Emeka, you're highly welcome. Please, a round of applause. Let me therefore invite for his goodwill message His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Imo State, Senator Hope Uzodimma, here represented by his Deputy, Her Excellency, Lady Chinyere Ihuoma Ekumaru, PhD. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause. Continue clapping. Let's show her some love as she makes her way to also lend her voice on this conversation by way of giving her goodwill message. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I take precedence of the well-established protocol and we just go straight to my goodwill message. It is with great pleasure and profound sense of responsibility that I convey the warm felicitation and goodwill of His Excellency, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, CON, Governor of Imo State, who would have loved to be physically present at this important regional security summit. However, due to other pressing national assignments, he is unavoidably absent. I am deeply honored to represent him at this timely gathering being hosted by His Excellency, Dr. Alex Chioma Oti, Governor of Abia State, for bringing together key stakeholders to deliberate on one of the most pressing challenges confronting our region and our nation, Nigeria. Security remains the bedrock of sustainable development, economic prosperity, and social stability. No society can thrive where lives and property are under constant threat. It is therefore imperative that we strengthen collaboration among our states, security agencies, and all stakeholders to build a more secured and peaceful Southeast. At this point, on behalf of my governor, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, CON, and the good people of Imo State, I wish to thank the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his renewed hope and transformational policies and agenda aimed at ridding our nation of all forms of banditry and security. In Imo State, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, has been amazing at his programs, the 3R mantra of his government, by trying to stabilize Imo State and the security in Imo State. Some of the things he has done is strengthening community vigilante plus town hall unions, where they work hand in hand with the police and the DSS. We have also looked at neighborhood watch, programs that make you to realize and watch your neighbors. And places like markets are being advised to set up in small groups, WhatsApp groups, whereby they can share information. Of course, we all know that information is power. He has done a lot of programs to make sure that the restive nature of youths are captured. He has dialogues with the youth. We of course have 2 ministries of youth in order to catch up the youth and put them in active programs so that they can divert the energy to something sustainable. So he dialogues with the youth. Many security issues start with unemployment and frustration. So when you try to train the youth, like the Skill Up program we have in Imo State, and other talent hunts, and trying to teach mentorship to the steaming youth population of our state, we are gradually diverting their attention from crime and other insecurity issues. He also has from time to time meetings with traditional rulers, religious leaders, asking everybody to preach in church, call in your community, and make sure that there is peace and very good approach for peace and responsibility in the communities. At the government level, I'm proposing that better policing equipment, like more patrols, functional police stations, CCTV in major towns like Owerri, Aba, Enugu, Onitsha, Abakaliki can help us curb our insecurity. Intelligence gathering. Security agencies need to work with local informants. Local information they get from the root will help them than somebody coming from the center down to the roots where you do not know anywhere to start from. Justice system. At the government level, we should look at our judiciary system to make sure that fast prosecution of criminals is ensured, so people will now have confidence that crime does not really pay. What individual families can do, we should encourage them to be security conscious, avoid late night travel on lonely roads, share your movements with one family member or a friend. Report, don't keep quiet. Use police hotlines or traditional rulers to report suspicious movements around your neighborhood or vicinity. Because you know, silence helps criminals a lot. We need to promote unity. Reject hate speech and diversion along political, ethnic, or party lines. United communities are harder to infiltrate. Support any victim. Communities should support victims and families affected with violence. The security challenges facing our region transcends state boundaries. Criminality, violent extremists, kidnapping, armed robbery, and other emerging threats require coordinated intelligence sharing, joint operations, community engagement, and innovative policy responses. No single state can effectively address these challenges in isolation. Under the leadership of Governor Hope Uzodinma, Imo State remains committed to supporting all lawful efforts aimed at protecting lives and property. The 3R administration in Imo State has continued to strengthen the state's security. These efforts reflect our firm belief that peace and security are shared responsibilities. This summit provides again an invaluable opportunity to exchange ideas, develop practical strategies, and deepen regional cooperation. Beyond identifying challenges, our focus must be on implementing sustainable solutions that restore public confidence, attract investments, create employment opportunities, and foster inclusive development across the Southeast. On behalf of His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, CON, I reaffirm the commitment of the government of Imo State to working closely with our sister states, the federal government, and all relevant stakeholders in advancing regional peace, stability, and development. I congratulate the governor and people of Abia State for hosting this important summit and appreciate all participants for their dedication to building a safer and more prosperous region. May the deliberation of this summit produce practical recommendations that will strengthen regional security, promote unity, and guarantee lasting peace for people. Thank you, and may God bless the Southeast and Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, representing His Excellency the Governor. Please, a resounding round of applause for her. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next goodwill message will be taken from an illustrious son of Abia State, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, CFR, PhD. Let's welcome him with a most resounding round of applause.
Let me align myself with the tradition that have been established by our own governor, who started by adopting the protocol that was well established by the MC. But in doing that, permit me to recognize our own governor, His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, the host governor, who has made this state peaceful. I must say that though we are not in the same political party, but I must celebrate you for keeping this state safe. We feel safe at home, and you must be celebrated for that. Let me also recognize the convener of this awesome project, my own brother and friend, the Minister of Defense, who is looking like one of us. We'll change your name and give you a koro before you go. Yes. Our fathers are here, and we have seen all of you that have paid great price, like the great Hejirika, the great Ikewachukwu, and all the fathers who are here. Please allow me to remain on this tradition that has been established by the governor of our state, so that for the want of time we'll continue. But I will not do that without recognizing the chairman of the National Assembly, which is the president of the Senate, ably represented by my own brother, Senator Yaradua. There is something I want us to do, and that is by standing for 1 minute silence for all those who lost their lives in protecting our lives and properties, and all those soldiers who fought hard, the police who fought hard and they lost their life, and those who lost their life to insecurity. May we rise for 1 minute silence in honor of these sacrifices. May this gentle soul of the departed rest in perfect peace. Please, you may sit down. Security is not the absence of violence. It is the presence of justice, effective institutions, economic opportunity, and public confidence in the capacity of government to protect every citizen. I must commend again the Ministry of Defense and the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President, on community engagement, Southeast, for convening this important summit. The team appropriately recognizes that the security challenges confronting our region cannot be resolved by any single government institution or security agency alone. These summits must produce a practical regional framework that clearly identifies responsibilities, establishes measurable timelines, and strengthens coordination among the federal government, the 5 Southeast states, security agencies, traditional institutions, communities, as well as the private sector. The urgency is evident. Nigeria continues to confront diverse security complexities. Available conflict data by ACLED indicate disturbing numbers across the country. I do not need to bore you with these numbers, but those figures remind us that insecurity is not an abstract policy problem. It represents families shattered. It represents livelihoods destroyed and communities forced to live in fear. The Southeast has experienced its own difficult manifestation of this national crisis. The region has witnessed politically motivated violence, attacks on security personnel and public facilities, kidnapping for ransom, cultism, criminal occupation of forests, illegal arms circulation, and the violent enforcement of unlawful sit-at-home directives. These things we must mention. A 2025 security assessment by ACLED also estimated that violence associated with sit-at-home enforcement and related confrontations has resulted in more than 700 deaths since 2021. It also estimated cumulative economic losses exceeding 7.6 trillion naira. Whatever reservation may exist about individual estimates, the reality is undeniable. Far-driven commercial shutdowns have damaged businesses, interrupted schooling, restricted healthcare access, and weakened investor confidence. The Southeast cannot prosper while its productive citizens are afraid to travel, open their shops, cultivate their farms, or invest their capital. Our people are historically known for enterprise, known for innovation, known for resilience. Protecting that productive energy must be treated as both a security priority and an economic necessity. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why the collaborative effort of several Southeast stakeholders, with their collaborative effort, I was able to launch, the Peace in Southeast project, a people-centered, non-kinetic peace-building initiative founded on the conviction that lasting security cannot be achieved through force alone, through kinetic approach alone. PICE complements the effort of our gallant security agencies by addressing the underlying drivers of conflict through dialogue, through reconciliation, through community engagement, through youth empowerment, economic inclusion, and strategic partnership. Built on 8 thematic pillars, the initiative brings together government, traditional institutions, religious leaders, civil society, the private sector, women and young people to restore trust, rebuild fractured communities, and create opportunities that make peace attractive and sustainable. Our goal is simple but profound: to replace fear with hope, division with unity, and violence with shared prosperity. Because the future of the Southeast depends not only on defeating criminality, but also on winning the hearts and minds of our people. I'm sure a lot of people in this room will love to talk about regional security architecture. What do I have in mind with regards to that? First, the 5 Southeast states should establish a permanent Southeast security coordination and intelligence framework. Criminal networks do not recognize state boundaries, like have been said here over and over. A kidnapper may commit a crime in one state, like that happened in Enugu state, hold victims in the forest of another state, and move proceeds through a third state. Our response must therefore be regional. And I thank the Deputy Governor of Enugu State for highlighting that during his speech. The framework should include a joint intelligence fusion mechanism, interoperable communication system, coordinated patrol along interstate routes, a shared database of wanted person and criminal network, and harmonized procedures for rapid response. Every distress call must reach the nearest capable security formation, irrespective of jurisdiction. Security agencies should also deepen intelligence-led operations. Checkpoints alone cannot defeat mobile and technologically enabled criminal groups. We require drones, geospatial mapping, forensic capability, automated vehicle identification that have been mentioned by Enugu State Deputy Governor, who I was wondering if he was reading my speech. Emergency communication system and professionally managed surveillance infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, technology, however, cannot replace community trust. Residents usually know when strangers enter their forests, when abandoned buildings become criminal camps, and when unusual arms move through their communities. They will provide information only when they believe their identity will be protected and their reports will lead to responsible action. We must consequently establish secure community reporting channels, protect informants, and strengthen collaboration with traditional rulers, town union, youth organization, women groups, transport union, and neighborhood association. I'm sure I will not leave this stage without most of you wondering what we have done with constitutional policing reforms. As the chairman of the Constitution Review Committee, as chairman of this committee on review of the Constitution, I recognize that Nigeria's centralized policing structure is increasingly unable to provide the local knowledge, the personnel strength, and the response time that is required by a federation of our size and complexity. We're talking about a nation with about 923,977 square kilometers. It is no longer enough. This is why the National Assembly has continued to advance constitutional reforms for the establishment of a state police, accompanied by strong safeguards against political abuse. When I was pushing for this agenda, a friend of mine and some of the well-wishers said, "You are pushing for your state governor to have the control of state police. He's going to arrest you." I said, "No, Governor Alex Oti, he's not going to arrest me when I give him state police." So that fear has kept us from making sure that this state police becomes what it's supposed to be. Moreover, we don't make law for ourselves. We make law that will outlive us in our office. We make laws for the society that we govern. The new executive bill, HB 2797, establishment of state police services and other related services, speaks directly to one of the Nigeria's greatest security challenges, response time. It brings policing closer to the people by recognizing that security is most effective when it is rooted in local knowledge, when it's rooted in community trust, and when there is a timely intervention. An officer who knows the forest will police the forest better than one hired from outside. An officer who understands the language, the culture, terrain, and social dynamics of a community is better positioned to gather intelligence, to prevent crime, and to respond speedily to threats. Therefore, I must commend my father and leader, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for this bold and very visionary initiative. His administration has demonstrated the courage to confront long-standing structural deficiencies in our policing architecture through a carefully designed constitutional framework that strengthens grassroots security, while embedding safeguard against abuse. This reform is not about weakening the Nigerian police force. It is about complementing it with a decentralized policing system that is more responsive, intelligence-driven, and better suited to the realities of our federation. State police must not become private armies for governors or instruments for suppressing political opponents. Recruitment, command, funding, disciplinary procedures, and operational jurisdiction must be defined by law. And that is what we are trying to do at the Parliament. Independent oversight, legislative scrutiny, transparent for...
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, beautiful people of Enugu State and the worldwide. How are you guys doing? It's your one and only favorite program here on Aneke TV. We call it the free kick, where you are free to kick your opponents, kick your neighbors, as long as it's the word of banting. You are free to do anything to them. If you like, you punch them. If you like, you slap them. If you like, you knock them. But the only thing you don't do is just to kick the bucket. We don't allow that here. I remain your humble host worldwide, saying good evening and welcome to the show. Welcome to the program. Here we talk about football, strictly on football, the updates, the events, the bans, the stories, the rumors, the transfers, and everything you have concerning the world of football. And I'm not here alone, of course. I'm here with the wonderful, magnificent, elegant. if you are a woman, if you are a girl, now maybe I will have added more. But let me just stop at that.
Yeah, stop at that before I add you more.
Earlier today you were telling me about Brighton, what they posted. So if I should continue, you might be thinking that direction. Mr. Good Hope is here with me. Mr. Good Hope, welcome to the program.
Yeah, it's really a pleasure being here. I must say a very big thank you to you worldwide for bringing me.
Thank you very much.
It's amazing really to just be on this seat. Oh, how does it really feel? Feels like, wow. You know, I feel like I need the coffee, I need the tea.
No, not
the t-shirt, the tea.
Next time. By next Monday, I will bring maybe the coffee and the tea. For which one will you like? Is it just coffee?
Well, I don't do coffee or tea. I actually do ogi. With plantain.
This the native pap or what?
Pap.
Oh,
yeah.
as an Igbo man.
Yeah. What are you doing with tea?
Okay.
You know, we came here for banter, and I'm ready.
So you are ready. You want
I'm
to
ready
with
deal. I'm ready to deal with some matters.
So
when I take pap, they will call me papa.
You know, this pap, it tends to make someone to feel heavy. Like
when I feel heavy, I become a chief.
Okay. So moving forward, let me start. Since you are in the mood to deal with some certain clubs, I don't want to mention names because you are the one that said you want to deal with people. Me, I just want to deal a bit with some people. But starting with the Old Boys Association, talking about Chelsea. Now they are the Old Boys Association. Since last season, we said they were signing young boys, they were doing child trafficking, they were into all manners of business.
You should hold your players, so you should hold your brother.
Your younger ones.
Let Ikenna not go outside. If Ikenna go outside,
if they should just catch you last season, as long as you can walk, you are able to run up and down. They'll put inside the bus and ship you down straight to their stadium. Yeah. Their stadium, which they are renting. You know, they are not the owner of the stadium. Their father, which is Fuam, is also the owner. They have not even finished paying for the stadium. You know, they don't have their own. They don't have their own home. They are just still borrowing for now. They will still be making us. Where Old Boys Association had to play. It's a friendly match, of course. They had to play Tottenham. You know, a side that we say, they are trying to rejuvenate. They are trying to come back. during the weekend, they had a friendly match against Tottenham Hotspur. And I can tell you that this match, that we thought the Old Boys Association, will bring in experience in terms of who they have signed. It was remaining small that they wanted to come and sign my father, but I told them that you should better take your time. This is not the avenue. My father is already old enough. He's not into the game of football anymore. He's not that strong. They were just insisting, even though it's this one we will pay. I said, no, don't worry. Once you have signed, it's okay. So Old Boys Association had to play Tottenham Hotspur yesterday with 10 men. This Tottenham went ahead to still win the experienced Old Boys Associations 2-1. And, it was shocking that after everything, that the Old Boys have done, after the signing, brought in Henderson, brought in Welbeck, to bring in the experience into the team, they still have a lot of players. Of course, the one that, was, banned for playing football is also back. They have a lot of, let's say, men that are supposed to be representing this Old Boys Association, but eventually they still lost to Tottenham side who are just trying to regroup themselves. Many of those Tottenham players, they are just playing together for the first time. I can tell you that they were not in that club earlier. If you are talking about last season, Sandro Tonali was still in Newcastle. The people that they signed, they were just trying to get together and play football, and they still came out victorious. Richarlison, who does not score often, came out to score the dying minutes closing goal of the match to make the match 2-1. So, Mr. Godo, what do you have to say concerning, not concerning Tottenham? Tottenham, in fact, I can tell you that the big boys right now in terms of spending and in terms of everything. But for Old Boys Association, what advice, as an elder that you are in this world of football, what advice can you lend to the Old Boys Association?
Well, thank you very much for bringing me in here now, because I'm ready. If you can see carefully, when you were still talking, I was arranging my shirts.
You are really arranging.
Trying to fix myself in a position to deal with matters.
Okay.
This evening is dealing with
matters. We need
matters.
to deal with matters.
Matters are rising. Matters are rising.
Yeah.
Chelsea has been amazing. Seeing the moves they are making in the transfer league, they have been amazing. They are just trying to mimic, their counterpart, Arsenal. They are trying to mimic the boyfriends without money. The rich boyfriends that don't want to spend.
Yeah.
That's what Arsenal is.
Yeah.
Arsenal, they are rich, they don't want to spend. Then there's another counterpart. The
ones that are also wearing red.
They are controversial. You see all these Chelsea, Arsenal, and Liverpool. They should tie their jersey together and be wearing. They should do 3-in-1 like that singlet.
If you buy one, you get one free. If you buy one, you get two free.
And which one will you buy? That means if you buy like Man City, until Man City wear red before you buy, because
no, I think it's fair you buy Arsenal because they're the current Premier League holder. So if you buy Arsenal,
they'll be shocking.
Just get Liverpool.
So that if somebody is 50 million, they will price the person 2 million.
Arsenal will definitely price you down. Then if you are not interested, Chelsea will wait that person goes over. Maybe if you are pricing the person,
is 35.
If the person now goes to 25, Chelsea will now come back to say, okay, this person that Arsenal was pricing then 50 years ago.
It's my desire. It's our desire to
the Liverpool. They are not just interested. Don't worry, we are not interested in signing anybody.
This Chelsea matter is really, really interesting because we saw Morgan Rogers for 117 million euros. We saw.
The Henderson's fee, they have not yet.
No. Wait. We've seen Morgan. Okay, we saw Lacroix. Lazwa. We saw Lazwa for about 55 million euros. We saw some other
signings.
No, that's fine,
Lacroix, Henderson. Except you don't want to talk about Henderson and Welbeck.
No. We're not talking about the old.
Okay, the old boys. Okay,
we're talking about the active. Lacroix and Moda.
Okay, they signed somebody yesterday. They don't want to post it yet. I don't know why. I think they made
it's like their social media is on.
They don't want to post that. But I've seen it. They signed.
But wait,
Carlos something. They signed yesterday.
Okay, let's say they signed Carrot something. Now, imagine Henderson that they signed. They signed Gege.
They were about to sign. Now that Gege went for Pella's wedding, this weekend. They already placed contract on the table for Gege, and Gege had to refuse because he was not available. He was going for a wedding, with that.
Yeah, and they wore red.
Yeah, they wore
in that wedding. So if they wore blue, it would have
You would have known that Gege was just coming from, directly to the. So I'm telling you, they are serious in the market business now.
Well, Chelsea signed Gege.
This is serious now.
Because Gege is Welbeck.
Gege and Welbeck. If not that you know that was Gege, will you not say, okay, yeah, of course this, and of course they were approaching Gege, but financial advisor said to them,
no, that
it's not time to play football.
You see the thing, the funny thing about Chelsea is that they have the money. They have spent about
1.2 or so.
1.2.
In fact, that the highest spender since 2020.
Billion euros to sign players. Now, I'm not going to ask what has the players, done for them. I'm going to actually use the right word, because I want to be nice. What has Chelsea done for the players?
Chelsea did well to the players by signing them. How can you say what Chelsea?
What has Chelsea done for the players?
The players to come up.
Now they are now
the players are abandoning Chelsea.
For instance, I am of a particular concern about Enzo Fernandez. That quality that he brings in the midfield, that quality of Tai Chi.
Yeah, that Tai Chi quality.
He has the skills, of course. I wonder why that guy did not register for Karate Kid.
I think he missed his calling a bit. Because he would have done that tackle that he did in the World Cup, that had to turn somebody upside down, flip the young man 360 above air level.
Look at how do you tackle somebody? The person gets to fly
and rotate. There's a difference between you are just flying. You can just fly straight. But you now have to rotate.
Are you not a Jack Chan prodigy?
I don't. Maybe he felt he was still in the in the other world where he support, and that's somebody that these are the things that Real Madrid saw and was like, are you sure there is any need to?
That guy now is Enzo Fernandez.
Because if he comes, he will just be inflicting red card on the team when you are starting a football match with 11 players. Before halftime, you are ending up with 10 players. How will you? So practically know that this will be
we forget to mention a fact that Chelsea is also Red Card FC.
No,
last season they
had Red Card FC. This is they're tending to tilt towards Old Boys Association.
No.
With a little touch of red card.
Red card, like they are sprinkling pepper.
They're still
always sprinkling red pepper on their game. You see, I would really want Chelsea to do a red shirt.
I don't know that.
So that they don't need to give them red card. The ref will just go your shirt. Go. It will be nice, but Chelsea so far, we're expecting them to have a wonderful season. Of course, they have the likes of Arada Bioyo. The Tosin Arada Bioyo. They have
a lot.
Chaloba.
Mention their players.
Yes, they have Chaloba that is going to Como.
Rhys James is still there.
Rhys James,
the hospital frequent Rhys James is still there. He has a bed in the hospital. That bed has been placed specifically for Rhys James. Don't bother to put another patient there. Just leave it for him. Give him 2 or 3 weeks. He will come. He will spend like 6 months and return to the field. So they have Rhys James. They have Delap, who is going to delay them. They still have Modric is back. I don't know if he's going to go back to banning, but he's back because he claims he does not even know that he was taking the substance, so they have forgiven him. So he's back.
Okay.
So they still have Neto, who runs around the pitch. He can run around the pitch for 90 minutes.
What country is he playing for?
For Portugal in the World Cup.
Look at that guy. I saw him. That guy ruined Portugal.
He was part of the ruining people.
Him and Rafael Leão. Cross the ball now.
They are best of the same.
What's your problem? You're holding ball. Cross this ball.
That's why Ronaldo. Anyway, thank God he is done with the national team. So we are really now going to see what Portugal is going to do. Now that Ronaldo,
like you're holding ball,
no more blame or is Ronaldo.
Like you're holding ball, like throw it.
How is he supposed to cross it? Does he have the leg? Does he know what is? If not that football, some people. When I see Chelsea, I just see some people that just got lucky to play football. That the opportunity was just there because most of them, some Chelsea players, I can mention more than 5. They are not supposed. They don't have any business with football. Tell me, Garnacho, what is he doing with football? Tell me what Neto is doing with football. Tell me what Delap is doing with football.
You know the funny thing? These people we are mentioning, they are content creators.
Even if not for that, I just want to pity the goalkeeper. Sanchez, is he supposed to be a goalkeeper? Because at times
Sanchez is Enzo Fernandez's brother.
I think he is learning from Ezov. I wanted to say it's
not Karat FC. We get not Chelsea FC.
Sometimes he used to forget that he's standing between the goalposts. You just forget. If I just pass to the opponent and say, "Come and test me. Let me see if I can still catch the ball." So Chelsea really. When I watch Chelsea, I just get entertained because maybe if I was angry about something or something is just really bothering me, and Chelsea, I remember Chelsea has match. I'm not a Chelsea fan, but I'll just be excited. Let me just go and watch.
Because how do you play Tottenham? 10 man down,
and you still lost.
You lost the game.
My Chelsea fans now, they will say it's a friendly match. It's a friendly match.
That's the same thing Liverpool fans are saying, that it's a friendly match.
No, we'll get to Liverpool.
We'll get to them. Because I want to know those people that lost the game. Is it like Miapu FC?
Are they not
part of the team? They are telling me that their players, they have not returned, that they played World Cup. That they subbed their first players in the first half, that their main players played it. No. That's what the Liverpool claims, that their first players, they subbed them in the first half.
If you check this, how many people did they even remove from that second half when the second half started? About 3, and they still brought in the same level of replacement. You brought out Capo, you bring in Chelsea.
Someone was telling me they sold Konate, they sold Kini. I said, you sold Konate. You didn't sell Konate. He went on a free transfer.
You did not sell him.
You didn't sell Konate.
The same way that you played, which people did they use? Are you not saying Leeds that led you people astray are now better? Okay, you brought out your about 3 of your first players against Leeds. Is that an excuse? Who is Leeds using? Who are they? Are they using Ibrahimovic? Are they using Haaland? Are they using Mbappe? That you are still saying that you brought out your, because that's what they do normally in friendlies. You almost change everybody. You might just leave one person. Sometimes you just change both the goalkeeper, you change everyone. So we now know it's a new, let's say maybe the lesser boys in the club that are playing the second. This time around it was about 3 changes, and it was equivalent. You say they brought in this person, they still replacing with another good person. So this one is just that Leeds just outplayed Liverpool in the second half, whether friendly, whether whatever Liverpool fans want to claim as the excuse. They played you guys. Chelsea and Liverpool, no excuse. Arsenal at least won their own 4-1. Was that not a friendly match?
Manchester, was
that not a friendly match? 4-1. They used Mas down. How old is he? The people that Arsenal use are old. So there is no excuse. You come to Manchester City, they played draw against Inter Milan.
And they played penalty. Yeah.
Manchester United also played their own. That was a Snapdragon Cup.
Atletico
Madrid of all people that even scored first. So for me, there is no excuse. When you lose, just take it that you have lost. You never play your Liverpool. They played against Leeds. Are they your mates? Are they supposed to be your mate that you will not be bringing excuse that you lost to Leeds for what? Anyway, I hope this is not the part I just hope this is not the part he's tilting towards, because I'm seeing an slot. I'm just looking at him. Is this an slot that is having hair? Is this guy? Are you sure this is not an slot that we are seeing that just went to do some hair? This is the kind of handwork that an slot used to do. Don't come and put down. Anyway, that's for Liverpool fans.
Well, that's for Liverpool fans.
They will bear their cross at the end of the day.
They'll be happy.
Anything they choose to do, they do. But let's not forget also, some people's goats also played. It was not a friendly match. Messi played. I don't know this
first time Casemiro.
This weekend
left Manchester United, no own goal.
This weekend was very interesting for me.
Left Manchester United, scored many goals. Real Madrid scored many goals. Came to MLS, played with somebody's goat,
Lionel Messi,
and scored a wonderful, superb own goal.
And Messi was
the own goal that was better than
the actual goal.
Actual goal.
But when the goats came in, the goat was supposed to revive the match. And at the end of the day, the people that we are losing 2-1, with the introduction of the goats, they now had to equalize and make it 2-2. So at the end of the day, this weekend was was one of the sweetest weekends I've seen in football, where the people you thought they were supposed to win, people that are supposed to come and bounce you, because everybody was expecting Manchester United would lose that cup against Atletico Madrid. Of course, it's Atletico Madrid. They are quite defensive, but despite that, Manchester United still came, because when they were losing 1-0, my phone, hope you are watching the match, or you are seeing what's happening. I say, okay, no problem. Now 90 minutes now be football. Football is not in the first 45 minutes. It's 90 minutes. Let's see what's going to happen. I was just gearing up for the bouncing. My mind is just, I'll just put my phone on airplane mode. let them just, if you are calling it's not reachable, you rest. So, but at the end of the day, my enemies did not laugh at me. Rather, I was now the one I was laughing at my enemies. Well, it's all good. I'm not a bad person, so I wish you guys were. I wish Chelsea were. I wish Liverpool were. I wish Manchester City were. You know, even Arsenal. I wish at least let the band be healthy this season. You know, this season if we are to band each other, let it be healthy. Don't come and be losing 4 straight matches and you expect me to be bad. I'll be tired of banting you. If you lose 1, you win 1, or you win 2, or you'll be not that last season Chelsea that can just go 3 or 4 matches losing all. There was nothing to bant again. We were tired of the band. So make it at least healthy this time around. Liverpool also make it healthy. Let's have a good one this time around. Let's not do that hanky panky that you guys were doing last season, losing about 4 straight matches, 5 straight matches. That does not tell we as a big club. But moving forward, let me leave these people aside a little bit. Let's talk about transfer, because there are a lot of movements from one club to the other. And the first person we are talking about is Suzuki. Have you seen that Japanese keeper? That guy does not look Japanese. So sometimes I used to think this is Emeka. This is Emeka in Chinese. Looking Chinese.
Emeka in Chinese.
No, Suzuki. When you see the picture, you know that this guy is not Suzuki. You know, he keeps in this World Cup. Yes, he was in this World Cup.
Yes, he was good. Japan. He was very. I remember that game where he made a lot of saves against Brazil. He was very good, very, very good. I really would take him over the Chelsea goalkeeper
Sanchez.
I really would take him over Sanchez.
We are not picking.
PSG really have sense.
PSG are doing a lot in this market. They are going for quality players, and of course, Arsenal, like you have already said, Arsenal has been pricing Bruno Guimaraes since, was it 2 weeks ago?
We'll be here now. Don't worry.
They have been pricing.
Don't worry. We'll be here. We'll be here.
Will come and take them.
Arsenal will be here. It's just that Bruno Guimaraes is not even a threat. Arsenal always wants to sign players that are lying low. Like players, when they come in, they will just be injured. That's what they want to do. Like signing Bruno Guimaraes. We will sign him now. No,
since it's more than 2 weeks now.
You are pricing him 10 million.
Newcastle
somebody of 90 million.
They have said this is the amount, at least above 80 million euros. You people are still pricing 65.
65.
You brought 60. Okay, you say you want to go and improve. You brought 65. So you want to go and improve 70. Just
let's go price this thing 90 million and buy this player. Let us go and see.
Look at Tottenham that they were not even interested in price. Are they not your mate? Are they not
your mate? Tottenham has signed. They are going for Gakpo now. They are going for Gakpo. They have signed Tonali. They have signed Matheus Fernandes. They have signed. They have. Okay. They actually sold. The game was from Juventus.
Yeah.
Between Juventus and Tottenham. Kolomwani. Okay, it was
it's actually a PSG player
who came alone at Tottenham. Has been sold, and Arsenal is still trying to price Bruno Guimaraes like Ose.
Just leave them. They should be pricing. Anyway, still talking about transfer. Nogard, you talk about Christian Nogard is going to Everton. That's he played for Arsenal and is going to. He just played for Arsenal. I think 1 season. He's moving ahead with his career. He has lifted the Premier League, so he wants to try another place. Then João Pedro, of course, has in fact he wants to sign a contract that will take him to 2033. Mr. Goodo, a contract taking you to 2033. Sometimes when these players sign contract, they really, I don't know if they really look at what they are going into, because at the end of the day, when you now want to leave this club before that, that fee or that date will expire, it will not become so difficult for you because your contract has not elapsed. So why will you be signing? This is 2026, for God's sake. That's about 7 years contract. What is your umbilical cord? Is it tied to Chelsea? If the people are not performing well, you will not come outside again and say you want to leave. Look at Alvarez now. Today now he wants to leave ATM. He's finding it so difficult because when he was signing, he did not look at this contract very well. 500 million euros release clause. Who is going to pay that money? But you signed it because you wanted to leave Man City and have playing time. Atletico Madrid now offered you. You did not read all these things, so now you want to leave ATM to bank.
Let me tell you something.
You're finding it difficult.
Let me tell you something. If I was ever a player, a footballer, not a content creator, if I was ever a footballer, there are teams I will not play for. And it's obvious. And my brother could play for the team, my sister could play for the teams.
But you will not play.
I will not play for those teams. It's not because I hate them. I really love them. I love to drink my rival tears. I love to use their tears to bath. Use their tears to brush. Use their tears to, do tea and drink. Use their tears to do a bar. Nice things, to cook rice. Use my rival tears. But teams like Atletico Madrid is a lot of promising team. But at the end of the day, it gets down to where you cannot explain what is going on in the team. For instance, Atletico Madrid, if you check their history for the past 5 years, 10 years, they have been good.
They have been consistent.
They have been consistent. And they have been consistently behind the first.
Consistently just coming to the Champions League.
Doing their best.
They will just come and go.
Now, I don't know if that is the Arsenal of Spanish league.
Maybe we can say that Arsenal even better, because
what I'm saying,
Arsenal has lifted the trophy.
No, what I'm saying is the Arsenal, because Arsenal are like all these men that are promising. You don't see the promise.
They will just keep giving
After
you
22 years, the firstborn is now in the university. That's when they are buying their first car.
No, for me, I don't know. I will look at Arsenal as even better in terms of, maybe we should use Bournemouth or Newcastle.
No, but because
or Aston Villa,
because they have won trophy.
Yes, now they have won trophy.
Imagine what it would have been if
they have not won this trophy.
It would have been like old and young ladies.
You just be there renewing that hope. They will be giving you that hope.
It's just like renewed hope agenda. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. Please don't go there.
We will not dive into that.
Please don't go to that.
That will not be a good topic to dive into now.
Now, when you look at Atletico Madrid, they are good. They have potential.
Yeah.
The problem remains, not being able to do something. They are topping in the Spanish La Liga. They are so class. They are doing well. They are amazing, but they don't have that quality.
I don't think they want to take that team to the next level.
I don't think they want to take that team to the next level. I don't really think, but it's not depending on the players. Now, for Julian Alvarez to leave Man City for playing time, I understand the demand for showing talent.
Yeah.
But for your information, what has he done in Atletico Madrid? He has contributed. But don't you think over there in Manchester City, which he don't have the chance, but he was given the chance.
At least for me, what he has done in Atletico Madrid compared to what he even did in Man City.
He did well.
I can say even did well more in Man, because how many goals did he score in Atletico Madrid?
Because the thing is, of course, Barcelona is looking for him with their life. Barcelona wants to sell the whole club and buy him. Barca want to sell Barca.
If they can sell everything concerning Barca,
sell pitch to buy Alvarez. I don't know what it means. I mean, for him that is signing that contract, maybe he's excited.
That's just the thing. They just want to leave that agitation of leaving.
And I've told people to always review once this contract.
They will not read. They just want
once this contract and they're speaking
playing time,
one kind of English. Oga, lead it to
500. That's the problem now. Not that nobody is coming for you. The release clause. Who is going to pay that money? Then now João Pedro.
How many years contract did he sign?
I think it was about 4 years. So imagine.
So until that contract expires.
It expires before you now have. So I don't know. Pedro 2033. This is just 2026.
Remember what led us to this?
If Chelsea, it was João Pedro. If Chelsea now goes to relegation, how do you now want to be sold? Because now your contract is to 2033. If they now end up in relegation, maybe to championship, how do you now want to be? So you think? So anyway. Let's leave this conversation for João Pedro and Chelsea. Then moving forward, we still have Ethan, which that's Ethan of Manchester United. Everton are really interested in him. Then, of course, Lucas Honig, that's the keeper, and he's being wanted by Newcastle United. I just want to read the transfer quickly because there are a lot to bounce, there are a lot to talk about. Then, of course, Mykhailo Mudryk. We have talked about Mudryk. The player that was banned is back, and Chelsea fans, they have welcomed him very well. He's back with the team. Of course, he's going to be featured, or he's going to be part of the people that are going to play this coming 2026-2027 Premier League. So we are going to see Mudryk in the team for Chelsea. Then, of course, John Stones. He has signed a contract with Inter Milan for 2 years. John Stones, the former Manchester, of course, is now former Manchester City player. He has been signed to Inter Milan. You know, his contract is going to run for 2028. Then moving forward, we have Adeyemi, you know, another player that was signed from Borussia Dortmund to Barcelona. And, you know, I saw something, you know, by the weekend where when Barcelona played that friendly match against Birmingham, you know, Jude Bellingham, of course, was in attendance to watch that match, you know, in a city or in a place where he started his career, talking about Birmingham City, and they had to win Barcelona by penalties. But something that the admin, I don't know, this is just for joke, that the admin of Borussia Dortmund posted, he had to post that no refunds for Adeyemi because he did not perform well. I don't know where these people used to come out from. Let me go
and see.
No refunds. Why are you posting no refund? Because the guy did not do well just in one friendly. You're already quickly posting no refund. I think the Barcelona tell you that they want to come and refund.
I'm checking their ex.
They will just post one thing and just go away. And if you don't understand the post, you will not know where these people are coming from.
Well, I'm checking it now.
Then still moving forward, while you are checking in, Randall Kolomwani, of course, we have talked about him. He has been, in fact, this is another club, the old ladies, we call them the old ladies, the Juventus. I can tell you that this signing or this issue of signing Randall Kolomwani has been lingering for more than a month. We will hear Juventus are about to sign. Here we go. There was no here we go that we not hear from this D Kolomwani. We have been hearing here we go, here we go, here we go. We are not going anywhere until this weekend. Finally, the old ladies, you know, have gotten Randall Kolomwani, and you know, congratulations to you guys, Juventus. I don't know if there are still Juventus fans in this country or in this part of the world where, you know, we just watch mostly Premier League, La Liga. But I know the elderly ones, I would say the elderly ones, they were the Juventus fans. You know, when you talk about Juventus, then you will see men coming outside, AC Milan, you will see that they have an Inter Milan, you will see the fans. But these days, I rarely see anybody saying he's a Juventus fan. Of course, that's why we call them the old ladies. They have signed Randall Kolomwani, and we're going to see this guy play for Juventus. Still talking about transfer, we have Ayub Boadi. That's Kolomwani on your screen. This guy is a talented player, just that he has not had the time to shine. I can tell you this guy is good. We have Ayub Boadi, who also has been signed to Manchester City. Then the Lacroix of them all, the Lacroix, the Lacrosse, the Maxence of Crystal Palace was also signed, you know, to Chelsea. Also, Jordan Henderson, you know, one of the elderly chiefs, Iche, you know, was signed to Chelsea, you know, and this is part of the people that will say they are the experienced ones, the people that will bring. Even when I leave Gege alone, admit, leave Gege alone. Gege will not be signed to Chelsea. Just leave Gege alone. Gege is back to Nigeria. You know, he wants to face his career in Nigeria. He has said no to Chelsea Football Club. That he rather prefers to play for Petermbah or play for Enugu Rangers. But of course, Henderson and Welbeck, you know, Welbeck was former teammates to João Pedro. That is Welbeck on your screen. The great man that has played for Manchester United, also played for Brighton. Both him and Pedro was there in Brighton. So they have been united back again in Chelsea. And, you know, we are going to see what this wonderful duo will do with Chelsea. Chelsea, you guys are really, you know, you guys are informed. I can tell you guys are part of the people that we call the hot cake, the new takers right now, because people are taking anything that comes your way. You guys take. Tottenham are like the new crypto lord. They are getting everything. Anybody that goes for, they will just get. They have gone for, you know, I don't know if they are going to succeed with Gakpo, but of course we are having it in the news that they are currently going for Cody Gakpo. I hope Liverpool will be able to withstand that, you know, temptation that they are trying to offer Gakpo, because I can tell you that the money is what is going to matter. If Liverpool are going to renew Gakpo's contract, or Tottenham might probably come and steal him. So we are having those and every other transfer rumors that I've given you. They are coming up by this coming weekend. We are going to see who is also moving and who is staying. If Cody Gakpo is going to stay or if he's leaving. If Liverpool are ready to make moves, because I can tell you this transfer window, apart from Jacquet, I think the Jacquet that they signed, I can't really figure out or remember any other player that Liverpool have signed that will say, okay, this is Liverpool signed. Rather, the ones they have, I think they are good. Konate has gone. Salah, of course, has left the club. Don't forget, Ekitike is injured. So it's just Isak that is mostly likely going to be the striker. And what's this called? Elliott is back. Then Nganoma is probably going to be the one. Ngomoa is probably going to be the one to replace, because Bakola is not yet a Liverpool player.
Bakola is still...
As of today, is not a Liverpool player, so they have not signed him. So what is Liverpool actually now doing in this transfer window?
Well, I would want us to maybe talk about it when we kind of take some rest, because
you want to revitalize and come back for Liverpool.
I just look Liverpool, because I don't understand. How do you tell me that Salah is no longer there?
He's no longer there.
You can come, I will give you my share lacy so that you...
Salah is no more there, and since last season, because if a club that is serious, since last season, of course, Salah, you already know he's gone or he's going. Since last season, now we are almost starting a new season. There is nobody. You have not. This is one of the vital plays you need to make a move that you secure another player to replace him. You have not done that. We are having today now in the rumor that Cody Gakpo might be going to Newcastle. If Newcastle, I said Newcastle, Tottenham. If they imagine your right winger, your left winger, both going.
Everybody is going now.
No replacement yet.
No replacement
no
yet.
movement.
So who did they want to sign?
In the midfield.
They are trying to bring in, when they bring in Bakola. Okay, it's only Bakola that will play that.
Bakola is not going to be the main player for you from that left wing. And you are in the Champions League. You are going to play the Premier League. You are going to play the Champions League plus every other cup, FA Cup, Carling Cup. With this squad, I just hope
they need to bring back Klopp.
No, I hope this. We have not seen it all.
They need to bring back Klopp.
Klopp that's taking his own job with
Germany. They should tell Klopp they should pay him double and bring him back.
I don't. Slot left. We thought Andoni, because Andoni of Bournemouth. You saw what Andoni was doing with Bournemouth. Is it that they don't want to, or they are moving in secret? They don't
because he heard that Suzubolai. Like he plays defense.
Yes,
and he can sometimes wear glove and keep go.
Okay, that's what
he heard. So he was like, wow. So he will be everywhere in the pitch. So Subola will play defense.
You play midfield. You play attack.
No, yes, because that's the plan. Then at some point, if they give Kepa, Alisson Becker red card, then he will wear glove and go and keep.
Liverpool, I hope there's no problem. I used to like Liverpool, or I like Liverpool. So I'm hoping you guys are really, taking a look at your club, looking at what you guys are doing. Unlike Chelsea, they are making move, even though they are signing the elderly ones. There's no problem. Make move. If it's the elderly ones you want to sign them. Let's know you are signing. If it's the younger ones, no problem. Tottenham, they are doing their signings.
Tottenham,
don't compare yourself to Arsenal. You and Arsenal, they are not the same.
Leave Arsenal.
Arsenal has the squad. Arsenal have not even sold much people. Have they even sold anybody this season? So
the Arsenal has
they still have that squad depth already.
They still
have be looking at Arsenal, you will be deceived. Man City have the squad already. So you don't have the squad. And you are letting go of people. And you know the amount of injury crisis. Curtis Jones, what was his name? Gomez was the person that was recently injured. Accompanied with other injury. Kitike is still injured. If people are not making. People should do the moves, so let's be seen. It's not they don't do transfers in the
by mouth
inside the closet or something. You will still see it. We'll still see the news.
Well, we're still going to see it. Me, I'm confident that Liverpool will be amazing this season if they do the right thing. But if they don't want to do the right thing, then it's going to be on them.
With this,
then the left thing is going to be on them.
Barely 3 weeks for the league to start. They are not still doing the right thing. When it's not like they need just 2 signings. If it's just 2 signings they need, we'll say okay, there's still time. Liverpool need to replace about 5. They have 5 vacant positions. They need to put people, and they have not made one. So it is the Bradley Bakola that they want to spend about 140 million euros. That's going to, if they are not spending 140 million for Bakola, then what will now happen if they are now searching for Salah's replacement? Do they have that money? What did they achieve last season that they were spending such money?
They trust Ngumoha.
Okay, that's going to be
that Ngumoha. They used to run like somebody they are chasing in the village. I used to look at this guy. I used to wonder, I know you play well, you are very young, 16. But if this was the way Messi started playing, we would have locked him up so that he can understand what's going on. Because how are you running? Of course, the guy is good. Ngumoha is good, no doubt. But why are you running this kind of run? You're running like they're chasing you. Did you see any madman with cane chasing you? Why are you running this way?
If it's like running, just like his other, mentees and mentors, they used to run. Modric used to run from one place to the other. What's his name? Pedro Neto will run. He can run outside the pitch and forget that he's supposed to be within the ball. Garnacho, thank God they have sold him to Aston Villa will also do his own running.
The content creator, is he
Garnacho? Now that he has moved to Aston Villa, I know Garnacho will be feeling like one maybe Diego Maradona right now. That he's ready. He's going to play Champions League.
He's going to play now because
Chelsea are not playing.
Because
the person that brought Chelsea not to play Champions League is not playing Champions League.
Has left them because Morgan Rogers has gone to Chelsea. So I don't know what made Morgan Rogers to go to Chelsea, but I think maybe if we are going somewhere,
there's something that I saw that
if we are going somewhere, we will now see what made him to come back to Chelsea.
Well, at this point, let's take a quick short break, and we'll be right back. We still have other people to deal with, just to put small pepper, in their eyes. We'll just take a short break and come back, and we'll give you all the other updates that we have before we let go of today's session. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love. Stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. It's still the show called Free Kick on Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV. And I just saw something and I want to ask Mr. Goodhope. I know you are not either of any of their fans. You are not an Arsenal fan. You are not a Chelsea fan. But somebody, I believe, is a Chelsea fan talking about Ken Boy. He was asking, or he said, Mudryk is better than Bukayo Saka. And I want... I want to play neutral now. Mudryk and Bukayo Saka. What is the basis? As in, what is the basis, or what is your statistic, or where are you coming from that we don't know? Because me, I want to play neutral now. I want to say I don't know. I just want to ask that I don't know. What rights, what manner of talk is this? What figure of speech are you coming from to say that Mudryk is better than Saka? Let me just play as if, let me just try and defend Arsenal a bit. How can you come out as a Chelsea fan in broad daylight, if not that you're a criminal, that you're supposed to be arrested, and you come out and say Mudryk is better than Saka? In what terms? Is it that he has more goals than Saka? Is it that he has more assists than Saka? Is it that he has attained more trophies than Saka? Is it that he's more internationally recognized than Saka? If they place two of them in a country or in a club, is it that they will pick Mudryk over Saka? As in, what is it? A trophy? Is it a personal achievements? Please, maybe for the sake of Arsenal fans or other fans that don't know, what will you say about this statement that I just want to say? Let me just leave it as a statement. Let me not attach anything to it.
Somebody that just came out from doping ban, they say is better than Saka. What has he done?
Even before he went, let's say before he even went for the ban.
Did he play the World Cup?
No, he was not, of course.
Did he score in the World Cup?
Has Mudryk played the World Cup?
He imagined the World Cup. He was not there. Listen, there's some comparison that I want to tell people that this thing does not make sense. How can you say Mudryk? Do you know the other day Mudryk was running? All of us had to hold him. So he doesn't run into the stand.
The statement, and that statement does. I don't think it holds water. It does not hold anything.
Mudryk, all of them, he was running. My guy,
no, we held him.
He should stop running. You are running too much.
Forgotten that it's not a marathon. You're not supposed to be running around. So I think Chelsea fans that came up with this statement, or that in support of this statement, you guys will need to convince a layman, in fact, someone that is not really mentally okay. I don't want to say somebody that is okay. Even though the person is not watching football, that's not the kind of person you need to convince. You need to convince that person that is not mentally okay, that Modric is better than Saka. That's the person you need to go and convince, or you need to go and make that statement so I will just believe you and accept you for who you are. Let me just say for who you are, for what you are trying to display to the person will accept you. But for someone that is saying that, has the knowledge of football, even though he does not watch football, even though he has not watched any of it, don't come and try and say that kind of statement again. So for Ken Boy that said this and fellow Chelsea fans that are concurring to it, you guys should continue your delusion, go somewhere, round table, enjoy your delusion. It's just for you guys to just enjoy. This is not even supposed to be a bant, because this kind of talk is not for bant purposes. I just brought it out to clear it immediately that statement is just null and void. It does not hold anything. But I want to now ask a real question. Now, this is not concerning Chelsea nor Arsenal. This is between Modric and not Chelsea's Modric, please. I'm talking about Luka Modric, the legend. Modric and De Bruyne. Who will you pick between Modric and De Bruyne? These two great midfielders.
Can you compare with Modric? Is it which Modric?
No,
is it Modric of AC Milan or Modric of
Modric that played for Real Madrid? Luka Modric. I'm not talking about this Modric that we just not Modric. These two people, these two
I
great
thought
legends.
It was Guinea. What are we talking about?
Chelsea's these two legends. Who will you pick?
I'll pick
because
Modric
for me,
all day.
It's just a matter of preference, because these two, I can tell you, they are similar.
Modric all day.
Of course.
Modric can play in the DM. Sometimes Kevin De Bruyne starts to discuss, start to talk about food that he will eat in the night, start to talk about the water he will drink. But Modric is always focused. Imagine somebody, he has the shot power, he has the passing power, he has the shot stopping. Oh, it's not a goalkeeper.
It's not a goalkeeper.
But he has the quality in the midfield. I can trust Modric in my midfield than Kevin De Bruyne.
Well,
Kevin De Bruyne is more like a goal scorer, someone who creates chances. But we have seen Modric doing that, and he does that. So
both of them are good. I can tell you they are good. It's just that's why I say just a matter of preference. You will like this one ahead of this one, but I can tell you both are on the same class. If you talk about goals, Kevin De Bruyne has more goals than Luka Modric. If you talk about assists, he also has more. But if you talk about trophies, Luka Modric has more trophies. Talking about when he was in Real Madrid, he won so many trophies. Of course, Kevin De Bruyne was in Manchester City. He played for Chelsea, also played for Manchester City. So in terms of trophy, Luka Modric has that more. But in terms of goals and assists, I know De Bruyne will have that more. Then, of course, Modric is a World Cup finalist, so he's a silver medalist, and he's a one-time Ballon d'Or winner. So, but at the end of the day, I can tell you that these two guys are great in their own ways. They are good in passes. That's what we know them for. These are the assist king. They will give you. If De Bruyne will look for you where you are, you don't need to tell him that. As you are running, he knows where to place the ball, that you will meet the ball and get the goal. Same with Modric. He will give you the assist. Though Modric is more defensively minded. So at the end of the day, for me, this is just preference. Both of them are good. So moving forward, I still have another question for you, Mr. Goodhope. I'm going to bring out a list, will I say 3-man list, that you are going to have to pick one from this squad. They're talking about De Bruyne, Bellingham, and Rice. This midfield trial, I'm going to give you 3 lists. Bellingham, De Bruyne, and Rice. That's at the top. Musiala, Fernandes, and Valverde at the middle. Then Rodri, Wirtz, and Caicedo at the bottom. Who are you going to pick? Talking about the best midfield trio. Who are you picking from these 3?
Musiala, best midfield trio. I'll pick Bruno Fernandes. Musiala.
Are you
I'll
sure?
pick Bruno Fernandes. Okay, I have Rodri there. Okay, I think I'll pick Rodri. No, I'll pick Rodri.
No, don't forget the list is just line by line.
That's what I'm
so
saying.
If you're picking Rodri, you're picking Wirtz and Caicedo.
Why would this be wicked like this?
So just take a good look. Before you pick.
That means I can't. I don't want to boil rice, please. I don't want to boil rice.
So you're going with Rodri, Wirtz, and Caicedo.
Let me manage with but I will be playing a lot of defensive and I'm not a defensive player.
Yeah, this looks like more defensive. Caicedo is a defensive.
They didn't mix this thing well.
The last one.
Somebody there should be Enzo Fernandez. then Caicedo should have joined Valverde. Valverde should come to the midfield. They should have another list because Bellingham is an attacker, De Bruyne is an attacker, attacking midfield. Rice is a defensive midfield.
I think this upper one is the best for me.
Is best. Yes,
Rice is a defensive.
Yes.
Imagine De Bruyne who is going to give you the assist and Bellingham who is attacker.
Okay. Also looking at that, Musiala, the Musiala, Fernandes, and Valverde, they can play in the midfield and they can, they are central midfielders. They can really do well in the central midfield. They can also attack. So I mean, they can also defend. They don't get tired.
Valverde is good in the defensive position.
I think I will take that Musiala.
I'll go with the first one because that combination, believe me, is
But
complete.
Can we take it this way?
No, we cannot take it horizontal because it's very clear if you take it horizontal. Who are you now going to leave Caicedo, Rice, and Valverde for? Are you leaving them for me? It's just adjacent, nothing like horizontal here. Still moving forward, just before we go, I want to show you one picture of Messi and his good time friend. We celebrated their girlfriend's day. August 1st, and look at this girlfriend's day picture from Messi and Infantino. It's a good thing that they are getting back together. We know what they did in the World Cup, and it's something that we should let the people know that this is celebrating girlfriend's day, and it's something.
What is this?
Infantino and you have not even seen the second one. The second one was Messi sitting down, and if you see the picture where he sat down. Girlfriend's Day celebration, of course. August 1st was 2 days ago. And
Messi!
Of course, Arsenal fans had to celebrate their Girlfriend's Day. I beg people should leave Messi alone. Leave Messi. How can you be doing this to the GOAT? One of the GOATs of football. How can you dress him in this Indian attire? Well, also Arsenal fans, they told me to help them to wish their counterparts, talking about their girlfriend Chelsea. Of course, August 1st has passed, but they also told me specifically that I should help them wish Chelsea happy Girlfriend's Day. So I'm doing that. I'm reminding you of the last 10 meetings of Arsenal and Chelsea. Why we say it's not just that we are saying it for banting's sake. There are statistics, there are record to this, and I can tell you their previous meeting, last 10 matches. Let me give you what happened. The first one, Arsenal won 4-2. That was in Chelsea's house. The second one, Arsenal won 1-0 in Chelsea's house. You can see the picture there in Stamford Bridge. The third one, Arsenal won 3-1. The fourth one, it was a draw, 2-2. So in the fifth one, Arsenal won 5-0. The sixth one, it was a 1-1 draw. The seventh one, Arsenal won 1-0. The eighth one, 1-1 draw again. The ninth one, Arsenal won 3-2. The 10th one, Arsenal won 1-0. So it's very clear to the blind that this is like superiority. This is domination in all ramifications. You have not won these people in the past 10 matches. So they actually told me, there was a lot of Arsenal fans that had to let me know that I should please. They know that August 1st has passed, but they will not fail to wish their girlfriend a happy Girlfriend's Day. So this is me passing the message. I was not one they sent me. I'm just like a prophet that was sent. It's not me that is doing it. It's people that sent me to tell you, Chelsea fans, enjoy. Of course, it's in the past, so it has to be in area. So still enjoy the day. I just want to show you one more picture before we go, of how Garnacho is going to look like this coming season. If you see Garnacho, he's all prepared, looking like the Diego Garnacho that we know. He's trying to fit into Diego Maradona's shoes, and he wore the jacket of Maradona to showcase that he's ready for the next season. Garnacho, don't play with this young man. You are going to see a lot of Mr. Good. Look at Garnacho ready for the next season. We are going to see this young man.
Maradona.
This is Ghana Maradona for Aston Villa.
Maradona. Come on, bring it on, bro.
The Champions League is here. He's going to showcase his talent.
100 goals, 250 assists.
You people should be expecting a lot from this young man.
He's still look at his face like a content creator. He's still having that kind of modeling face, like he wants to smile.
Yeah, football. Gone are the days. Football. Look at what football is producing. Gananino.
Ghana. What's that his name? Ghana Pele.
I'm telling you, Gananino.
Ghana Pele.
Gananino Maradona.
Gananino Maradona.
This guy is good.
Very, very good.
If he has not played for your team, then you are missing.
You are
he has
missing.
played for Manchester United.
You are missing.
I can tell you, he got the Puskas Award.
Yeah. See, that's now.
He won the
very
Puskas
good,
Award.
very good,
He has played
guy.
for Chelsea.
He gave Chelsea Champions League. What do you mean? He gave them Champions League. They didn't come the day they were taking
Chelsea
the spot.
gave them Champions League. He took it from them. He took the slot from them.
That's why he took it to Aston Villa.
So he now took the Champions League. So he's either giving or taking. So he balances the equation. He took away the Champions League slot from Manchester United. He went to Chelsea. He has also taken it. Now he has gone to Aston Villa. Let's hope that he does not take, because now because funny enough, when he comes, the club is going to feature in the Champions League. Chelsea were in the Champions League, Manchester United, but when he's leaving, you will not be featuring in the Champions League. He has done it with Manchester United. He did it with Chelsea. Now he's in Aston Villa. Let's see if he's going to repeat that same trend of letting the club out of the Champions League and leaving them again to another greener pastures. And this is, of course, where we are going to draw the curtain for this segment of the Free Kick. I hope you had a wonderful time with us, Mr. Goodhope. Thank you for being there, to help me to flog.
It's a good evening, really good evening, and I wish to do that again as we meet on Friday.
Yeah, of course, we will be here to do that again, and of course, to my lovely people, to my lovely fans, to my lovely viewers, to my lovely supporters, don't forget to always leave your comments on our social handles, on Facebook, on YouTube, on X, anywhere. Just leave your handles, leave those comments. We would love to read those comments and give you the reply that is needed. Thank you very much for staying with us to this time. I remain your wonderful host, Worldwide, saying have a lovely Monday evening. Bye-bye.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Kano State occupies a unique position in Nigeria's history as one of the country's eldest centers of commerce, learning and civilization. Situated in the northwest geopolitical zone, the state remains a strategic economic hub whose influence extends beyond Nigeria into West and Central Africa. With one of the country's largest populations, Kano continues to shape national conversations on politics, trade, agriculture, education, and culture. Historically, Kano traces its origins to the ancient Hausa city-states, with documented history spanning more than 1,000 years. The famous Kano Chronicles recount the reigns of successive rulers who transformed the city into a thriving commercial and administrative center. Today, the ancient city walls, the emir's palace, and the centuries-old Komi market remain enduring symbols of Kano's rich heritage and resilience. Politically, Kano has consistently played a defining role in Nigeria's democratic evolution. Since the return to sovereign rule in 1999, the state has remained one of the country's most politically influential voting blocs. Its large voting population often makes Kano a decisive factor during presidential elections, while its political leaders have continued to shape national discourse across party lines. The state's leadership structure reflects a balance between constitutional governance and traditional authority. The executive governor oversees civil administration, while the emirate institution continues to serve as a respected custodian of culture, tradition, and conflict resolution. This dual system has enabled traditional institutions to complement government effort in community mobilization, social stability, and grassroots development. Religion occupies a central place in the social life of Kano. Islam is the predominant faith and influences education, commerce, family life, and public administration. At the same time, Kano is home to Christian communities and adherents of other faiths who contribute to the state's economic and social development. Religious leaders across denominations have continued to advocate peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and dialogue as essential ingredients for national unity. Economically, Kano remains one of Nigeria's strongest commercial centers. For centuries, it has served as a major gateway linking Nigeria with neighboring Niger Republic, Chad, Cameroon, and other parts of the Sahel. Its extensive markets attract traders dealing in textiles, grains, leather products, livestock, household goods, and manufactured items, making the state a critical driver of regional commerce. Agriculture remains the backbone of Kano's economy. Farmers cultivate crops such as rice, maize, millet, sorghum, groundnuts, tomatoes, onions, and vegetables, while livestock production contributes significantly to food security and rural livelihoods. The state also supports irrigation farming, allowing year-round agricultural activities in many communities. Industrialization has equally defined Kano's economic landscape. The Chalawa and Sharada industrial estates have historically hosted textile manufacturers, leather processors, food industries, and pharmaceutical companies. Although The textile industry experienced setbacks over the years. Government and private sector investments continue to promote industrial revival through improved infrastructure and business-friendly policies. The informal economy is another pillar of Kano's prosperity. Thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises operate across markets, workshops, and neighborhood clusters, creating employment opportunities in tailoring, metalworks, leather processing, transport services, food processing, and retail trade. These enterprises contribute significantly to household incomes and local economic growth. Education has remained an important component of Kano's development journey. The state hosts numerous universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and research institutions, alongside centuries-old Islamic schools that have preserved scholarship in Arabic and Islamic jurisprudence. Government reforms continue to focus on expanding access to formal education while strengthening technical and vocational skills for young people. Healthcare services have also expanded through investment in primary healthcare, specialist hospitals, and disease control programs. Public health interventions targeting maternal care, child immunization, and infectious disease prevention continue to improve health outcomes across urban and rural communities. Kano's cultural identity remains one of its greatest assets. Traditional festivals, colorful horse riding displays during Eid celebrations, indigenous music, crafts, architecture, and cuisine reflect centuries of cultural continuity. The globally recognized Dobo Festival showcases the splendor of the Emirate tradition and attracts visitors from within and outside Nigeria, reinforcing Kano's position as a leading cultural destination. The state's rich aesthetic traditions are evident in leatherworks, embroidery, weaving, dyeing, and metal craftsmanship. These industries preserve indigenous knowledge while providing livelihoods for thousands of artisans whose products reach international markets. Socially, Kano reflects Nigeria's diversity. While maintaining strong traditional values, the state continues to embrace innovation, entrepreneurship, and modern governance. Community institutions, youth organizations, women groups, and religious bodies play significant roles in promoting education, conflict resolution, and social development. Security remains an important priority. Successive administrations have strengthened collaboration among security agencies, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and community groups to address emerging security challenges and sustain peace across the state. Kano's strategic location on top of rural population and extensive commercial networks continue to position it as one of Nigeria's most important investment destinations. Ongoing infrastructure projects in transportation, energy, housing, and industrial development are expected to further enhance its competitiveness within the national economy. Beyond its economic strength, Kano remains a symbol of Nigeria's unity in diversity. For generations, people from every region of the country have lived, traded, and built businesses in the state, contributing to its cosmopolitan character. This long-standing tradition of commerce, cultural exchange, and peaceful coexistence continues to reinforce Kano's role as a bridge between Nigeria's diverse peoples. As Nigeria advances its quest for sustainable development, Kano State remains central to the country's future, leveraging its historical legacy, economic resilience, cultural richness and human capital to contribute meaningfully to national integration, inclusive growth, and shared prosperity.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Good evening and welcome to Aneke TV Market Update. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the Nigerian exchange opened trading week on a modest bullish note, with the benchmark all-share index gaining 0.05% to close at 245,316.36 points. Total market capitalization gained 21.10 billion naira, bringing the total market valuation to 158.35 trillion naira. Trading activity remained robust, with investors exchanging 421.44 million shares, valued at 18.99 billion naira, across 54,695 deals. Despite the positive index performance, market breadth closed negative, recording 28 gainers against the 2 losers. And looking at the volume leaders, where Universal Insurance PLC dominated overall volume trading, with over 46.84 million shares changing hands as low-priced financial tickers saw elevated retail turnover. And value leaders, RD Holdings and First Holding Corporation led total market turnover by value, driven by institutional reallocations following First Holding Corporation's strong earning momentum. And quickly, taking a look at top price gainers for today. Eternal PLC led the gainers chart, surging 10% to close at 36 naira 30 kobo. And Captain Offshore Support Group also hit the maximum daily limit, raising 10% to close at 5 naira 50 kobo. Omatech Ventures PLC gained 9.88 bullish adjustment to finish at 1 naira 78 kobo. Ava Capital Partners appreciated by 9.70% to close at 9 naira 5 kobo. MC Nichols PLC rounded out the top 5, advancing at 8.70% to close at 6 naira 25 kobo. I'm quickly taking a look at the top price losers, led by Ecobank Transnational. Yes, Ecobank Transnational Incorporated recorded the heaviest decline, dropping 9.95% to close at 8 naira 10 kobo. Cabre Nigeria PLC shared 9.92%, ending the session at 58 naira 10 kobo. Champs Holding Company fell by 9.79% to close the trading at 3 naira 50 kobo. Transnational Express PLC lost 9.57% to close trading at 2 naira 55 kobo. Regency Assurance PLC slipped 9.09%, concluding at 80 kobo. Now quickly taking a look at the market drivers. Banking sector milestone. Buying pressure on First Holding Corporation pushed its market valuation past the 6 trillion naira mark, becoming Nigeria's first banking entity to achieve the threshold and cushioning the broader index against sell-offs. Another factor is energy sector divergence. Downstream operator Eternal PLC locked at maximum limit, up a positive 10%, while profit-taking in energy heavyweight RD Holdings limited overall index gains. The macro environment constraint is another factor that drove the market today. Trading remained selective across the industrial and consumer goods sectors as elevated fixed income yields continue to exert pressure on equities. And quickly moving on to the forex market, where the Nigerian naira opened new trading months under modest pressure in the foreign exchange market. The local currency recorded a marginal daily depreciation of a 0.19% from its previous close, reflecting continued intraday liquidity adjustment in official spot transactions. Now taking a look at the market, where at the official window, the naira closed at 1,363 naira 6 kobo against the dollar, sliding by approximately 2 naira 50 kobo as corporate, forex demand picked up following the weekend break. And over to the parallel market, or the black market or street market, depending on what you're comfortable with. Trading ranged between 1,480 naira against the dollar and 1,495 naira against the dollar, maintaining a narrow parallel market premium of less than 9% over the official rate. Now taking a look at the performance against other major currencies. Against the European currencies, the local unit hovered around 1,000 naira, 1,735 naira against the British pound sterling, and 1,482 naira against euro in the official market. Now quickly taking a look at the forex market drivers today. We saw corporate forex demand surge. The start of the month commercial demand cycle saw elevated bids from manufacturing, energy importers and telecommunication firms clearing outstanding foreign exchange obligation. Another factor here is the Central Bank of Nigeria's sustained tight monetary policy stance, maintaining elevated interest rates continues to support foreign portfolio inflows into short-dated sovereign paper, anchoring relative stability in the official spot market. Another factor here is the external reserves and energy receipts. Upward momentum in foreign reserves, supported by steady crude oil export revenues and improved domestic refinery production, provided a buffer against steeper currency volatility and keeping official spot fluctuation within a tight bound. And quickly moving on to the energy market, where global crude benchmark experienced a sharp downturn today, with Brent crude prices dropping over 5%. The steep decline marks a noticeable pullback following July's rally as geopolitical risk premiums evaporated from energy contracts. And taking a look at the Brent crude benchmark, which closed trading around $83.35 per barrel, sliding over $4.50 per barrel, or approximately 5.2% today. And the US West Texas Intermediate, WTI, fell in tandem by 4.7% to trade at $79.50 per barrel. The pullback comes after a volatile July where global crude benchmarks gained over 15 to 20% amid heightened Middle Eastern supply concerns. And here are the key market drivers. The Middle East geopolitical de-escalation. The primary driver for today's price drop was a sudden reduction in the geopolitical risk premium after the United States paused military strike, against Iranian targets to pursue diplomatic negotiations regarding maritime security through the Strait of Hormuz. Another factor is the OPEC Plus output increase approval. Adding downside pressure, 7 key OPEC Plus alliance members, led by Saudi Arabia and Russia, agreed over the weekend to increase collective crude production quotas by 188,000 barrels per day for September 2026. This step completes the planned unwinding of the voluntary output cuts, first introduced in 2023. Another factor here is the macroeconomic realignment. The drop in energy prices triggered a broader rally in international equity markets and government bond yields, easing immediate global inflation concerns and re-anchoring expectations for broader central bank policy adjustments. And quickly, that takes us to the Nigerian commodities market, where the Nigerian agricultural commodities market experienced mixed trading across major exchanges today, led by sustained demand for export-grade cash grains and oil seals on the AFES Commodities Exchange and the Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange. The benchmark AFES Commodity Index edged up by 0.42% to close at 482.15 points, driven primarily by bullish trading in international export grains, despite lingering input cost pressures across domestic grain agrarian belts. Soya beans, the export grade, surged 1.85% to close at 485,000 per metric ton, backed by robust offshore demand from West African processing hubs and regional crushers. Sesame seeds advanced 1.10% to 1,250,000 per metric ton, maintaining its position as Nigeria's primary non-oil export grain driver amidst tightening spot availability. Shogun, the white or industrial grade, gained 0.65% to settle at 395,000 per metric ton, buoyed by sustained uptake from domestic industrial beverage manufacturers and export traders. Maize remained largely flat, with a marginal 0.15% uptick, trading at 340,000 per metric ton, as early harvest arrivals in central agricultural corridors tempered aggressive buying. And paddy rice softened by a 0.30% to close at 415,000 per metric ton, reflecting increased market supply following recent warehouse releases. And here is the key market drivers for today. One is the regional export and cross-border demand. Strong demand for Nigerian soybeans and sesame seeds from European and Asian off-takers continues to provide a solid price support, boosting foreign exchange earnings for non-oil exporters. And then another factor is the industrial processing offtake. You understand that domestic breweries and food processing conglomerates intensified forward contracting for industrial shogun and high-grade maize to secure raw material supply ahead of the quarter end. Another factor that shaped the market today is logistics and input adjustments. High diesel transport tariffs and elevated fertilizer costs continue to keep floor prices elevated across northern assembly markets, offsetting broader seasonal harvest pressures. And quickly moving on to the international market. The global stock markets delivered a split performance today. European equities and Wall Street's index futures rebounded, buoyed by plunging energy prices and softening bond yields, while Asian markets faced severe selling pressure, led by a sharp rout in technology and semiconductor stocks. Now quickly moving on to Wall Street. Yes, the United States Wall Street. U.S. index futures pointed to a firm opening, with S&P 500 futures up a 0.7% and the Jones Industrial Average futures gaining a 0.4%. And quickly, to the European markets, Germany DAX led European gainers, dropping 1.26% to close at 26,024.50 points, boosted by industrial automotive off-takers and lower energy input costs. France CAC 40 advanced 1.00%, lifted by strong luxury and consumer discretionary buy-side interest. And in UK, FTSE 100 bucked the regional trend, edging down 0.10% to 10,857.66 points. Declines in major energy producers and healthcare heavyweights like AstraZeneca pulled the London benchmark into negative territory. And quickly moving on to the Asian markets, where South Korea Kospi suffered the steepest pullback, plunging 5.13% to settle at 6,257.45 points. Heavy sell-offs in semiconductor heavyweights, Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix drove the sell-off following profit-taking and margin concerns across the global chip supply chain. And in Japan, Nikkei 225 softened by 0.94% to close at 63,754.90 points, dragged down by chip testing equipment makers tracking regional tech weakness. And in China, Shanghai Composite slipped 0.59% to 3,809.66 points amid cautious sentiment surrounding economic recovery metrics. And in Hong Kong, Hang Seng resisted broader Asian weakness, gaining a 0.48% to finish at 26,009.40 points, supported by gains in consumer tech and domestic retail shares. And quickly taking a look at the global market drivers today. We're looking at energy price relief. A 5% decline in Brent crude benchmark provided a macro tailwind for energy importing economies across Europe and North America, mitigating short-term inflationary pressure. Another factor is semiconductor and tech valuation reset. Caution around artificial intelligence capital expenditure and earnings, sparked heavy institutional profit taking across East Asian technology hubs, particularly in Seoul and Tokyo. And that's the market wrap on Aneke TV. For real-time market news and breaking updates, hit our social handles at Aneke TV. I am Uche Osai. Enjoy your evening.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria's debt profile continues to rise, raising concerns among economists about sustainability and long-term economic stability. As of 2025, the total public debt was estimated to be around 152 trillion naira, or roughly $190 billion, according to the Debt Management Office. Debt servicing now consumes a significant share of government revenue, limiting spending on infrastructure, health, and education. Economists say the challenge is not only how much Nigeria borrows, but how effectively borrowed funds are converted into productive assets. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted weaknesses in Nigeria's public financial management system, including inefficiencies in capital budget execution and limited transparency in project delivery. Across the country, there are recurring examples of abandoned and uncompleted projects, despite significant public expenditure. Infrastructure studies show that cost overruns, delays, and project abandonment remain common in public sector delivery, often due to procurement weaknesses and poor oversight. Roads, hospital facilities, and housing projects in several states remain uncompleted years after budget releases and contract awards. In the power sector, Nigeria continues to lose an estimated $29 billion annually due to unreliable electricity supply and infrastructure deficits, according to industry estimates cited in international reporting. Despite repeated investment cycles, grid instability and transmission constraints persist, limiting industrial growth. Governance experts also point to leakages in public finance management. Studies by international organizations have estimated that Nigeria lost billions annually in previous decades to corruption-related inefficiencies, including inflated contracts and weak monitoring systems. These leakages reduce the impact of borrowing and weaken development outcomes. Even social intervention programs have faced scrutiny over accountability and targeting inefficiencies, with investigations in recent years leading to recoveries for mismanaged funds in some federal programs. Despite these challenges, Nigeria remains richly endowed. The country has more than 70 million hectares of arable land, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, agricultural productivity remains below potential due to limited mechanization and storage infrastructure. Agriculture still employs a large share of the workforce, but contributes less than expected to GDP. In the energy sector, Nigeria produces over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, according to OPEC data. Yet, for years, depended heavily on imported refined products, creating pressure on foreign exchange and public finances. New refining capacity is beginning to shift these balances, offering potential savings in import costs. The solid minerals sector also remains largely underdeveloped, despite more than 40 commercially viable mineral resources, including lithium, gold, and iron ore. Industry reports suggest the sector contributes less than 1% of GDP, despite its strong export potential. Experts argue that reducing Nigeria's dependence on borrowing will require a shift from consumption-driven spending to productivity-led investments. This includes strengthening procurement systems, enforcing project completion audits, expanding non-oil revenue, and accelerating public-private partnerships in infrastructure delivery. Ultimately, analysts say that Nigeria's economic challenge is not the absence of resources, but the efficiency of conversion. Borrowing, they argue, only becomes sustainable when it is tied directly to productive investment and measurable national outputs. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Every hat has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
In Nigeria, elections are often discussed as contests between political parties and candidates. But beyond the campaign rallies and televised debates lies a quieter but decisive force, the electorate itself. Citizens do not only choose leaders, they also shape the quality of leadership that emerges. Across several election cycles, analysts say voter behavior has played a major role in determining outcomes, sometimes more than policy debates or party manifestos. In 2015, for example, widespread voter dissatisfaction with insecurity and corruption contributed to the defeat of an incumbent president. A reminder that the ballot box remains a powerful tool for accountability. However, critics argue that the same electorate that holds power also bears responsibility for some of the weaknesses in Nigeria's democratic system. Low voter turnout is one recurring issue. In the 2023 general elections, turnout fell to one of its lowest levels in Nigeria's democratic history, with millions of registered voters not participating. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, participation rates in some states were below 30%. Political analysts link this trend to growing voter apathy, distrust in institutions, and the belief that votes may not count. In several communities, especially during local government and state elections, reports of vote buying have further weakened public confidence. In parts of the southeast and southwest, during recent cycles, observers documented instances where cash inducements were allegedly used to influence voters at polling units. But the issue is not only turnout or vote buying. Ethno-religious and regional sentiments also continue to influence electoral choices. In some elections, voting patterns have reflected identity affiliation rather than policy consideration. This, observers say, limits the emergence of issue-based politics. Yet, there are examples that suggest change is possible. In Lagos State's 2023 governorship election, youth mobilization through digital platforms significantly increased political engagement, particularly among first-time voters. Similarly, civic organizations such as Yaga Africa and Not Too Young to Run have recorded increased youth participation and advocacy for electoral reform in recent years. Comparatively, countries like Ghana and South Africa show how sustained civic education and stronger electoral trust can improve participation. Ghana's high voter turnout in successive elections is often linked to public confidence in the Electoral Commission and consistent voter education campaigns. Back in Nigeria, experts argue that strengthening democratic outcomes will require a shared responsibility between institutions and citizens. While the Independent National Electoral Commission continues to introduce reforms such as biometric verification and electronic result transmission, the effectiveness of these systems ultimately depends on public trust and responsible citizen engagement. There are also structural challenges. Unemployment and poverty have been cited as contributing factors to vote selling in several rural and urban areas. In some instances, voters reportedly exchange their ballots for short-term financial relief, a practice that undermines long-term governance outcomes. Several society groups say reversing these trends will require sustained civic education, stronger enforcement of electoral laws, and improved transparency in governance. They also emphasize the role of schools, religious institutions, and media in shaping civic responsibility. Ultimately, Nigeria's democratic trajectory does not rest solely on politicians. It is equally shaped by the choices, awareness, and participation of its citizens. As the country continues to evolve politically, the electorate remains both a mirror and a maker of its democracy.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping the